248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. We'll get into the Pistons at 9:35. However, there is another team that plays at the Little Caesars Arena, and they play a hell of a lot better than the Detroit Pistons are right now. That's for damn sure. And that, of course, is the Detroit Red Wings, 6-1 since they've returned from Sweden, second place in the Atlantic Division. And tonight, they begin a 2-game homestand, if you want to call a 2-gamer a stand, where they take on San Jose tonight and Ottawa on Saturday. But tonight is the night. And Ken Cow already sent out the stat sheet or the where Patrick Kane is listed as a member of the Detroit Red Wings. You know, number 88, yeah. Patrick Kane. You know, no goals, no assists, whatever, because he hasn't played yet, obviously. So I want to ask you this: 248-539-9797. The anticipation of this is pretty cool, and it's high. I mean, he is, and you can have this discussion one day. Maybe we have in the past. I know that the greatest American hockey player ever. You know, him, Madonna. You want to go defense? You know, Brian Leach, Chris Chelios, goalie. We've had quite a few really good. You know, Jonathan Quick probably is the best American goalie of all time. Maybe Ryan Miller's in that conversation. Mike Richter, Tom Barrasso, obviously in the Hall of Fame. But I think people are pretty pumped. Like when he steps on the ice for the first time tonight, I think there'll be a buzz in that arena. I mean, yeah, they're only playing the Sharks, although who are playing much better than they started off the season. When was the last time you anticipated a Detroit debut like this?
Well, I think there's a number of things that make this exciting. One, the player. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that goes into it. Two, the fact that they are in playoff position.
Right.
And we've wanted them to be contenders. We've wanted them to continue to build and finally be where they are. And we feel like there's a launching point here, mm-hmm. and that he can take them if he's able to recover and play somewhere near where he was at the height of his career. I don't think anybody's expecting him to return to MVP level, but to be a major contributor and keep them and maybe advance them a little bit in the playoff race, that all plays a part of it. If you look at some of the debuts recently in terms of our sports teams, there was a lot of excitement for guys like Spencer Torkelson, because of where he was drafted and the anticipation. Now, it took him a long time to get rocking and rolling, so It was a kind of a want. And it was Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams, especially J-Mo, because of returning from the injury.
Right.
I think that one was very much
Aiden,
anticipated.
there was no anticipation because he started right from the beginning.
Yeah, but the anticipation was they wanted to see what he could do. Right. The Lions drafted him. He's a local kid. Cade Cunningham. The difference with Cade, as I mentioned, with it obviously the player matters. Right. It was a lottery pick. The Pistons won the lottery, but the Pistons weren't a good team.
Right.
The Red Wings are a good team.
Right. Now we've had some in the past, and 248-539-9797. Now you said recent history, so I'm not going to go back. I'm going to go back a little before, but not prehistoric. I remember the buzz. And you saw it in the documentary when Barry Sanders signed the contract the week of the first game against the Cardinals, and he was on the sidelines, and the buzz was he was not going to play, just to get him in uniform because he didn't know any of the plays, he didn't practice, and so that was pretty damn cool. I also remember the anticipation after the trade, and his debut got halted a little bit because of either logistics or physical. When the Pistons got Rasheed Wallace, I mean, there was but the Pistons, not like the Red Wings, but the Pistons were a team that made the Final Four the year before, so everybody thought, this was going to be the missing piece.
Right, but they were a good team.
Yes.
And you had another piece that you thought could take them to another level.
Right. Now, getting back to when you played, maybe it was right, maybe it was wrong. The first time, I don't remember it, but I know there was a buzz the week leading. When Drew Henson
Took the field in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, I mean, the anticipation of him was
a
very
lot
high.
of people felt like he was the greatest high school athlete
ever.
Yeah, ever in the state of Michigan.
Correct.
And so, there was some buzz, and there was a lot going on there in regards to, some things that we heard Lloyd had promised him. He also had another guy that he was competing with at that time.
Yes, I know.
Yes, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Who had played well the year before.
I know.
And so there was, a lot that went into that. And it was a good team. And you were hoping that, were they building to a possible, next national championship? We obviously learned that they weren't. But I get the anticipation of that. I think it's a little bit less when you're talking about a college athlete and their debut.
Correct.
Than it is in the pro.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. All right, I was going to mention this, but I'm not. I'm glad I didn't steal thunder. Ken and Warren, you're 97, won the ticket.
Hey, guys, couple of things. Chelios, but more importantly, Brendan Shanahan.
Yeah,
When Brendan Shanahan came to the Red Wings, that was a game changer for several years.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that, Ken, and I don't know if you were listening back in the day, but, me and Woj, on in the afternoons, the buzz started, the limousine driver picking him up at the airport and all that stuff, and that was all legitimate, actually, as opposed to the Khalil Mack. The buzz for Brendan Shanahan was incredible. Chelly, I don't remember it being nearly as much because it was cool, but he was hated too, Now, Kane, I don't think is coming from the same team. Well,
but not
being
as
the Rangers,
hated.
not as hated as Chelly. Would you agree, Ken?
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. It's just Chelios' role on the ice was different.
Right.
But Patrick Kane, I do love this move, and I know there's some risk involved, whatever. But he's got the intangibles. The guy knows how to win. He's been in the locker room. He's won Stanley Cups. He's going to be another leader on that team in that locker room, and I think he's going to be a tremendous benefit. We might not get to anything close to what he was at his peak.
No,
but I think he's still solid, and he brings a lot to that locker room and into the team.
Let me ask you something. You said you used the word, I think, risk. You used. I mean, what kind of downside is there? Well, what's the negative of this?
Well, chemistry, I think, could be one thing too. That's what we don't know. So sometimes you see a player come onto a team, and for whatever reason, something gets disrupted. And I'm not saying, that's going to be the case here, but I've seen that happen. There's times when you just don't, something's wrong, and it breaks up the chemistry, maybe takes some ice time, but again, I don't think that's the case with this guy. He's a team player. He's got experience, and another thing too.
And he's playing with former teammates.
I think he's grateful to get on the ice.
Yes,
I think he's grateful, and I think that's going to be a tremendous asset to us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of chemistry, he's played with DeBrincat before.
Right, and that's
a large part of why he's here.
Yes, exactly. James in Tecumseh, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen. One of my biggest one was how they got him, and, is he coming or not, was Sergei Fedorov, how they had to sneak him out and all that type of stuff.
God.
You hear all this stuff, he's back here, he's back there. So the anticipation of that young man and how great he turned out to be.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was a little different. They I don't know, they basically kidnapped him at the Goodwill games in Seattle, and I remember Larry King broke the story. I mean, nobody knew how good he was then. There was a lot of stuff. All right, here's people were scared. They didn't know what to believe of Sergei Fedorov. Yes. Here's some other good ones. Anticipated debut, Prince Fielder.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, that was not in the middle of the season.
No.
But yes. I was at the game when Paul Coffey made his debut for the Red Wings. That was very much anticipated. There was some excitement about him. He was a great offensive defenseman.
Well, I think you can also talk about the debuts in regards to, especially the ones that happened in the middle of the season. Like, how many people had no plans of going to the Red Wings game tonight, but now that Kane is going to take the ice, have gone out and said, I want to be there.
Yeah.
Did you do that when it was Cade Cunningham's debut did you, and it was obviously different. I mean, even though it was, 7 or 8 games into his rookie season because he didn't start off, but same thing with J-Mo, middle of the season. Did you go out and say, hey, I want to be there?
I'm trying to remember, like, Casey Mize' first start or any of that stuff, where you could, you knew he was pitching.
Yeah, they brought him up, and he was going to get that initial start.
Yeah.
Did anybody sit there and go, you know what? I want to be there.
Yeah. There was a ton of buzz for the Red Wings season opener in 2001 for 3 players at the time when Hasek, Hull, and Robitaille all made their debut for the Red Wings. Yeah, but that's completely different than this because of where that team was and those players and as far as where the season was too, as you mentioned, John. Now, this is a really good one, even though it was not a popular move. This anticipation is bigger than a rookie making a debut. I think it's more like when Iverson made his debut for the Pistons. Chauncey was such a beloved player.
Yeah.
So people were kind of pissed at the idea. But Iverson was such a cultural icon. He was still a really good player. And yes, people were, I was like, oh my God, we got Allen Iverson. We had obviously a great team, won a championship before that, but never had a player since Grant Hill. Iverson obviously was better, a great individual player like he was, and it was a big mistake as it turned out. Kane is the biggest anticipated star in Detroit since DeBrincat. Big John from Royal Oak. And this is an interesting one. I remember being very excited for the debut of Mike Martz and Az Hakim when they got him from. Now, Az Hakim was here before the Lions got Mike Martz.
Right. But you thought maybe it was going to be the greatest show on turf.
Oh, Mike Martz, the offensive coordinator, the mad scientist.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, I wonder what the mad scientist thinks about this particular play in the NFL. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any $5 winning money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options. So download it, explore, and it doesn't matter what level of bettor you are or your experience. There's something for everyone, like spreads, player props, over-unders, so much more. So play with it, explore it, have some fun. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel is an official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and over in present Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems. Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797. The absurdity that is the Detroit Pistons coming up at 9:35. Mark, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Stoney. So I just want to comment real quick on the Mike McDaniel thing. I knew he was going to be a great coach when I saw him in Little Giants doing the annexation of Puerto Rico, and he was showing John Madden his play as a kid. But on the lighter side, Mark Aguirre. When he came to the Pistons when I was a 19, 20-year-old man, that was so exciting. The former number 1 overall pick, Isaiah Thomas's best friend, the drama in the heat of a title run.
Really?
It was one of the most impactful ones, yes.
I guess there was some anticipation. I thought most fans, I mean, you might be an exception, Mark, and I was one of those who was highly against that trade. Adrian Dantley, I thought, was a far better player, and in fact, if they didn't get screwed by the phantom foul the year before, Dantley would have won the Finals MVP.
Oh, I agree. I love Dantley, but after I watched that 30 for 30 on the Bad Boys, I kind of realized that maybe they made the right move. But I was a fan of Dantley too, but I was still excited because he was a high-ceiling player. I was just excited, and the Pistons were winning. They were great.
Yes, they were. That was a great era. There's no doubt about it. All right, we were discussing some interesting plays that took place as well, and Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce, they have the podcast that they do every week that's pretty entertaining. I watched a decent amount of it yesterday because there was a few things that I wanted to discuss with you, John, on their podcast. One somewhat seriously and one lighter. Now, on the serious one, they were discussing, probably for the umpteenth time, whatever word you want to use, the tush push.
Yes.
So Jason Kelce, who of course plays for the Tush Pushers, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes, the brotherly shove, better known for it.
Yes, whatever you want to call it. He's pretty much had enough. Let's hear what Jason Kelce has to say.
He's just tired of talking about it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, well, then don't talk about it anymore because it's very successful.
Right,
and it's been successful for other teams.
Right.
Not everyone, but for other teams.
No, I think they were taking questions on their screen or whatever, so that was it. He just said, because they talk about it. It is done as far as talked about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know why people continue to bring it up. Mm-hmm. It's got its own name. It's the Tush Push. And, and in Philly, it's got its own sub-name, the brotherly shove.
Right.
And if it's successful, then just keep doing it, and you don't have to talk about it. I mean, if you get a big 4th down conversion or a 3rd down conversion and they ask you about it, then you can answer the question. But part of the big success for Philadelphia is whether it's the tush push or the quarterback sneak. One is the quarterback you're doing it with. More importantly, it's Jason Kelce.
Right.
It's being able to be low, snap the ball effectively and efficiently and accurately every single time and still be able to get low and get the push. Like that's the success of that.
Absolutely. All right. Now, something else they discussed on their show, that somebody asked them and Jason and Travis, their top 5 cereals of all time. Okay?
Yes.
So here was... They when you grow up in the same household, you get similar answers to a certain extent. So Travis Kelce's from the bottom up. 5 are Apple Jacks. 4 Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries. 3 Lucky Charms. 2 Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And 1 Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs. That's Travis's.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Kelce's. Cheerios. Regular Captain Crunch. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Lucky Charms. And also at number 1, Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs. John, bottom up. What's your top 5?
Well, I'd probably have to start with, and this is going to be one that I don't think a lot of people will say.
You better not be saying grape nuts.
No, come on. I'm not yet 50. I would say Rice Krispie Treats. Rice, not the Rice Krispie Treats, but the Rice Krispies, because you can add sugar to it, and then you get to the bottom, and you just lap up all the sugar that's there. That one. Cinnamon Toast Crunch would be number 4 for me. Lucky Charms would be 3. Frosted Flakes. I could eat a box of Frosted Flakes. Once it's opened, I usually don't stop until it's gone. And then number 1, all-time greatest cereal, Apple Jacks. That one was the go visit grandma. We don't get it at home, but grandma has it every single time. And it used to be, they would limit the bowls that you could have because it would also be one of those, you open it and then it's gone.
We are more similar than you would think, by the way.
Okay.
Although I am not, Apple Jacks are good, but I don't have them in my top 5.
I can't remember the last time I had a bowl of cereal, though.
Oh, I have. It's been in the past month or so. Every once in a while, I'll buy a big box of something. All right, number 5, the very underrated, but because I love chocolate, Count Chocula.
Mm-hmm.
Loved Count Chocula. Number 4, also Snap, Crackle, and frickin' Pop Rice Krispies for basically the same reason. Milk, and I would just pummel it with sugar. And the sugar, you'd scrape on the bottom of the bowl.
Well, you'd scrape on the bottom of the bowl.
And then when it get too soggy, you take the bowl and just slurp it all up.
Yes. And it was also, you kind of saved, you tried to have an island where there was some floating Rice Krispies with some sugar on top.
Yes.
And you'd scoop around it. You'd hope it wouldn't fall in because you knew there was goodness at the bottom, but you wanted that one bite that had crisp Rice Krispies as well as milk and sugar just right there.
Number 3 on my list, and this goes back to my childhood, just like the Rice Krispies, because I can't tell you the last time I had Rice Krispies. But I have had this somewhat in the past year or so. And almost for the same reason as Rice Krispies, because I just love putting milk and sugar, and they would sometimes get a little soggy. Wheaties. I loved Wheaties. That's not Weed-ease. It's Wheaties.
No, I know. Wheaties, yeah.
But they're
it's like saying Raisin Bran. Or,
but that's...
That, you know what? You get on me about the whole grape nuts. Don't say grape nuts. Wheaties, other than the box, why would you eat Wheaties?
For the same reason you eat Rice Krispies. Milk and sugar.
Yeah, see, I didn't put sugar on them.
I was given them when I was a youngster.
That's why they make Frosted Flakes. It comes caked on the Wheaties.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Frosted Flakes, John, because they're my number 2.
Yep, there's my number 2 as well.
Yes, absolutely. And at number 1, I am very partial to this one cereal. I know for a little bit we had a little organization in college called CKA when we would get stoned, go get a bowl of this. Cocoa Krispies, which are just like Rice Krispies, but with chocolate. Is what they are. I love me some Cocoa Krispies. Now, but somebody would say, now, what about Cocoa Puffs? No, I'm not a Cocoa Puffs. I'm not Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. That wasn't me.
You just lost your mind.
You remember that commercial?
Yes, I do. Yes. I also remember the Trix are for kids. Trix came in at 6 for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Trix was close to making the cut.
Trix was, there's
but I'm still disappointed in your Wheaties. That might be as bland as you can get in a top 5. Like if you're going top 5 cereals, it's not. There's no health benefits.
I don't care about the health benefits. I said I put sugar.
No.
That goes back to my past. I mean, look, I wasn't I wasn't a huge Apple Jacks are good. I definitely wasn't a Lucky Charms guy. I wasn't Corn Flakes. I liked Wheaties
well, Corn Flakes you could put the sugar on as well.
Yeah, I know.
But again, it's just Frosted Flakes that are they have it baked on them.
Right. Alphabets. Did you like Alphabets?
Soup?
No, Alphabet cereals. Do they even make them anymore?
No.
Alphabets. ALPHABITS. Look them up. They are from Post.
Okay.
Alphabets, yeah.
No.
How about sugar?
Is that like a Cheerio in letter form?
Yes. Well,
they
pretty much
add to the O's.
What about they have Sugar Smacks when you were a kid?
Sugar Smacks. Yeah, Sugar Smacks were good.
Sugar Smacks were very good. Mm-hmm. Sugar Pops that they later changed for some reason because sugar was such a bad thing. They changed it to Corn Pops. They changed the name of it, but
yeah,
I used to like Sugar Pops.
Okay.
But cereals are great.
Sugar is a drug.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I'm addicted.
You have that addictive personality, don't you?
Damn right I do. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take your, favorite cereals of all time.
Yeah.
Also, but we do need to talk about one of the tenants at the Little Caesars Arena that is, put it this way, maybe they should be evicted. Hey, guys, are you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift for your special lady this year? Then listen up. Pajamagrams, famous, naturally nude pajamas, will make you a holiday hero. You've heard me talk about this, and let me tell you, this product is so good that they sell out every year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. These pajamas are so soft and silky, and even better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Why do I sound like I'm talking porn? Here's the good news. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you will get a free Naturally Nude nightie for your lady. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift, but you have to order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas with a gift that your lady is sure to love? Order today, pajamagram.com. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. Don't forget to tell them Stoney from 97.1 The Ticket sent you. Congratulations to Corey from Warren. He heard Heather say, Mama, the ornament scared me. So, Corey, you're going to see Bill Burr at Little Caesars Arena March the 10th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Ticketmaster.com, brought to you by Live Nation. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We gave you the Kelsey's list of 5 cereals they discussed on their podcast, their top 5, and we gave you ours as well. So we were wondering what yours before we get to the Pistons. Let's go to Mike in Clinton Township. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
So in the early 80s, my dad was laid off from GM, and at the time, Post cereals were cheaper. So we had to go with Fruity Pebbles, which is kind of good, kind of gross. So when I was in the Marine Corps, though, years later, you go on operations, and this is like right before 9/11, you'd go out to the desert of California, and we'd be out there for 3 months at a time, and there's either disgusting eggs, which you got to throw ketchup on, or Frosted Flakes, which is what I love, and like Raisin Bran. So I would just go with Frosted Flakes, and I'd eat them dry because they had this gross milk. It's like a ultra high temperature like milk.
Yeah.
So it was about room temperature milk, and it tasted like nothing basically. So it's better just eating dry cereal in a box.
Yeah.
So,
well, Frosted Flakes are one that you can eat dry.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. You know another one you can't eat dry? Captain Crunch.
You can. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of them. I mean, we obviously, if you're a parent,
yes,
you take around the Cheerios in the baggie all the time and throw them to your kids to try and keep them occupied.
Yes. Here's some tickets.
They make great targets when you're potty training too.
Here's some good some ticket text. Number 5, Wheaties. Number 4, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Number 3, Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries. Number 2, Lucky Charms. Number 1, Captain Crunch with peanut butter.
Okay. Captain Crunch with peanut butter.
Somebody says Fruit Loops and Fruity Pebbles.
Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops were good.
Yeah. There's one here on Twitch. This one's from UPS Church. They got one that I totally forgot about that I love. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Honey Nut Cheerios. Number 3, Golden Grahams.
Oh,
that's
those Golden Grahams.
Yeah. And then obviously 4, Apple Jacks, 5, Frosted Flakes. And the other thing on Twitch here, since we are live on Twitch, they're loving your nude pajama read.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. I think there's a couple on here that wanted to know if you would model them, which
no,
thank you.
No, please.
Yes, we will.
No.
Cut Twitch for that.
Oh, okay. Anything else about them?
No, that was Corn Pops. Is a lot of pop-ups here, and then
yes, the last hour of our show you can watch on Twitch or YouTube TV. By the way,
yeah. Here's one: Frosted Mini Wheats.
I was not a big fan.
No, no. Is that the one where it's frosted on one side and not on the other?
Here's another one that I can't stand: shredded wheat. Now I like Wheaties, but the shredded wheat is
the shredded wheat. No, I mean. You can have a lot of these are edible.
Yes.
Just not in our top 5.
Right.
Like you mentioned, don't put grape nuts. Like I enjoy a bowl of grape nuts with a sliced banana in there, but it's certainly not going to be in the top 5.
Yule Gibbons or whoever that guy was. All right. Morning, guys. John, I literally had a bowl of Rice Krispies yesterday with a ton of sugar.
There you go.
Same thing at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
At Sam's Club, Frosted Flakes in a big box double bag, Apple Jacks, Honey Nut Cheerios, Captain Crunch. That's from Dave. Best cereals, the Captain, Fruit Loops, and Quisp. I remember Quisp had it was Quisp and Quake. There were 2 separate cereals. I forget the taste difference.
Did you have to mix them?
No, they were, I'm sure people could. They were, promoted at the exact same time. Waffle Crisp is the best cereal of all time. That's from Will. Somebody else. Frosted Flakes, Chex with Sugar, Fruity or Cocoa Pebbles, Raisin Bran, and Frosted Wheaties. Never had Frosted Wheaties. I'm sure they're good, like Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
And I thought Stoney taking Oregon last week was a bad take. Wheaties? Are you kidding? Awful.
Yes, I agree.
I was just following the money. And it didn't work.
Yeah.
Let's go to all right, we'll get to your calls in a second, but I had promised that we're going to at least discuss the Pistons again, and they lose last night, 116-102. Desmond Bain, 49 points. Yes, Desmond Bain. Wow. And Evan said, take Desmond Bain in the over in the prop bet. And he was right. He had 49 points, 32 in the second half. And there was a stretch there where the Pistons were up 8 near the end of the third quarter, and they just let him basically get 7 straight points. And the Pistons, look, they've lost 18 in a row. They're 2-19. It's horrendous. It's horrible. You look at the contracts, and quite frankly, enough of the Isaiahs. The fact, and then Stewart plays hard, and I'm not saying Isaiah Livers doesn't, but he's not effective. Isaiah Stewart, I don't want to see when they're in a lead him spot up for a 3 when they need a bucket. No. And he missed a dunk. And the fact that they gave him that extension, $15 million a year for the next 3 or 4 years afterwards, makes no sense to me. He's a glue guy. He's a good player, but he's not somebody you completely build around. They're just a mishmash of stuff. It's just awful. And as a Piston fan, and I love this team. I have, and people will make, oh, you're too much of an NBA guy. Nobody cares. You know what? F you. I'm pissed. Okay? And it's just very difficult to stomach watching them play right now. Cade's not getting better, and I don't care about the excuses either. Oh, there's another this guy to play with. You know what? Stop making bad turnovers. Finish at the rim. Make your shots when they counts. In the fourth quarter, he's horrible. And I could go on and on and on, but I don't want to work myself up. It's just bad, and I don't know what to do about it. If you want to fire Troy Weaver, okay, I don't know what that's going to do right now. Probably not anything. Unless there's trades there, it's going to appease a fan base. If you're going to trade him, if you're going to fire him, you do it before the deadline maybe, or just at the end of the year. Because this roster, it's a mishmash, as I like to call it. It makes no sense.
There's nothing that marries up.
No, exactly. All right, let's go to Patrick in Waterford. What's up, Patrick?
Top of the morning to you, gentlemen. I love you. I listen to your show every morning.
Thank you. Appreciate
got my
that.
top 5 cereal I used to eat in the late 60s, early 70s. I start with number 5, the puffed wheat with multiple tablespoons of brown sugar on it.
Oh, I kind of like that idea.
When I got to the bottom, I added a little more milk because there was more sugar than the cereal.
Puffed wheat. Hey, Patrick, do you remember a cereal back then? I didn't like it. Puffa rice?
Huh?
There was puffed wheat and puffed rice from Quaker, I believe.
Puffa rice, I remember. Yeah.
Either one went with the brown sugar. But then number 4 is Sugar Smacks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fruit Loops. I have 2 boxes right now sitting on my counter. Number 2, Cocoa Puffs. But they were kind of like Captain Crunch. They hurt the roof of my mouth a little bit.
Okay.
Number 1 is definitely Cocoa Krispies because you had a bowl of chocolate milk when you were done.
Damn right, baby. I'm glad we're on the same page, Patrick. Then you wanted to say something about the Pistons?
Real quick on the cereal, every chance I got, when my brother used the last of the cereal I wanted, when he wasn't looking, I would salt his. Yeah. Oh, well. Anyways, do the Pistons have a conditioning coach, and does he leave 15 minutes before every practice is over?
I don't know why.
Yeah, they've got no fourth quarter team. What happened? They're leading and they go into the fourth quarter, they lose. Well, for the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it has anything to do with condition. I think it has to do with aim. They can't make shots in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you saying the buzz wears off? I don't know.
Maybe.
I can't figure it out.
No, either can I.
They look like a playoff team for 2-3 quarters, and then all of a sudden they leave. Whatever.
I know. Actually, Monty Williams talked about that. They have leads, and they just don't know how to extend them, and it's just awful. I feel bad for him. Now, he's not, absolved of anything, too, because he's the one who's playing this stuff. Julian in St. Clair Shores, what's up?
What's going on, guys? Love the show. Love it every morning.
Thank you.
I want to have a good morning, so I'm not going to waste a breath on these Pistons. I don't even want to speak about them. But my top 5 cereals, a lot of my Thunder's been stolen, but I don't think anyone said my number 1, and it's Honey Bunches of Oats with the little granola and the coconut, and then you add a little brown sugar on the top. Oh, my God. such a phenomenal cereal, and it's healthy, and it just tastes phenomenal every time, guys.
Well, when they're healthy, they're not as good.
Yeah, they don't get into the top 5.
Right, but that's what the brown sugar's for, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Love the topic, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's one more. Let's go to Craig and McCobe here, 97 on the ticket.
Hello.
Hi, Craig.
So, hey, how are you?
Good.
So, I went out to when I was 15. I went out to Pennsylvania, spent the summer with my grandpa, and love that man. But one of my favorite memories of him was, you guys will love it because you're sugar freaks. He'd put a scoop of vanilla ice cream in his Wheaties.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. It's a game changer.
Wow.
For breakfast, or was it dessert at night?
No, just for breakfast or whenever, And because it gives it all that sweetness. It makes it super cold. Keeps the Wheaties crunchy. Oh, my God. And I would do it with cornflakes sometimes, too. But absolute game changer. You got to try it.
That does sound amazing.
I might have to try.
I don't have a real top 5. I like too many things.
Yeah, I might have to try that with the Frosted Flakes.
A little ice cream on the Frosted Flakes.
That sounds amazing.
Well, I'm trying to think. Some of those like froyo places where you put different toppings on. Sometimes they have little Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, for froyo, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, ice cream for breakfast. That's genius.
I know. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, when I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, as somebody unique, and not just as a number, and there's no cookie-cutter solution, so they're not going to check off boxes, and they want to help you, me, and the communities that we live in succeed. You can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I'm just seeing some stuff during the break. Penn State defensive coordinator Manny Diaz emerging as the
favorite,
top choice at Duke to be their head coach.
It'd be nice to get him out of the Big Ten.
Try to make it even easier for all the teams.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, they do have a really good defense.
They had a great defense,
yes,
and I would like to see him get another shot as a head coach. It didn't work out down in Miami, but he's
or Temple.
Yeah,
well, was he there for 2 days?
Yes, yeah.
he did not handle that well at all. By the way, the other thing we were talking about, Phil Parker, the defensive coordinator at Iowa.
Yeah.
If I'm Jonathan Smith, and he might have brought a DC with him. I have no idea, so excuse my ignorance. I'd go try to hire him. I mean, he played at Michigan State. His father was a Michigan State guy. Now, his father obviously was a great Iowa defensive coordinator too.
Yeah.
But, man, that guy put together that defense at that place, he could do wonders at Michigan State. Or if for some reason, Jesse Minter moved on to be a head coach or something, whatever, he'd be he's great. Anyway, enough of that. Cam and Royal Oak, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk about my wonderful Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
I have the distinct honor of having seen one of the two wins. I was there opening
Me too.
night.
So was I.
Oh, great. And I've been there for 4 other games since. And my take on it is simply this. Troy Weaver has constructed a team that is not without talent. However, it is not a good mix of talent.
Right.
Look at our roster. We have 5 point guards when you count Monty Morris. We have 3 centers, and we have no forwards. One of the worst moves that he made was trading Sadiq Bey for James Wiseman.
I said that earlier in the show, yeah.
Yeah, we already had Duran, who's obviously going to be a stud. And we needed Sadiq Bey. He's averaging like 14 or 15 points off the bench for Atlanta right now. And that's one of our deficiencies, of course, is we don't have a forward that can score outside of Boyan. And I lay everything at Troy Weaver's feet.
Yeah, you're right, especially on that one. And here's the one thing I don't understand. Now, this one's on Monty. I guess he just wants to see Wiseman play because throughout the season, look, he's not great. Bagley's been actually pretty good, especially as a bench player. And now Bagley doesn't play because he wants to see more of Wiseman? I don't understand it. Unless Bagley's
hurt.
I
do understand that. If you are watching the games, if you go to the games, you will see that Marvin Bagley can do some things offensively, but he gives you nothing else, and he's too thin. He can't hold up defensively. So I understand Wiseman based upon his age, the talent level, and the fact that he really hasn't played any basketball consistently since high school in terms of numbers of games.
I get that.
He hasn't played. But this whole idea of all these point guards, I have to say, Cade Cunningham is a stud. This guy is amazing. He's being doubled and triple teamed.
All right. Let me ask you this, Cam. Yes, that's all true. But the one to come to a point where in the fourth quarter, he needs to do what he did as a fourth quarter as a rookie, where he can go, when he gets to the hoop, make a layup, finish. Don't make a stupid turnover. He falls apart in the fourth quarter, and that's just not because he has nobody to play with. He's been disappointing.
Well,
it's not just.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to deny that hasn't been happening, but you have to look at the totality of everything that has gone on in the game. Maybe he's pressing. I don't know, but I still feel that he's the cornerstone. He's the one that's going to lead us to a championship. I believe that.
I hope you're right, and I also hope the Duran injury is not going to be long-term.
Yeah.
But it certainly did not look good at the end of last night.
No. Never like it when anybody lips off.
No. It was just a tough watch. All right, we earlier, Carson Anderson are here. We were talking cereals before because on their podcast, Jason and Travis Kelce listed their top. Somebody asked them a question. They listed their top 5 cereals.
Can I just say something about an earlier topic?
Yeah.
I absolutely love my EV, and I am never going back.
Good.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And it's funny. I heard some complaints, and like one guy was talking about the updates.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, mine gets updated like over the air overnight. Like,
oh,
you
really?
just hit a button and it does it. So I don't know, man. I'm sure the technology will get better, but I don't think I'm ever. The fact that went from spending $70 a week on gas to my electric bill going up $100 a month. The original sticker shock was much, but the savings after that is pretty great. So
good.
Anyway, there it is.
Yes. All right. So the Kelsey brothers. Somebody asked them on their podcast to list their top 5 cereals, and growing up in the same house, they were somewhat similar. Like Travis's from the bottom up were 5 Apple Jacks, 4 Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries, 3 Lucky Charms, 2 Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and number 1 Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs. Jason's were number 5 Cheerios, number 4 regular Captain Crunch, number 3 Cinnamon Toast Crunch, number 2 Lucky Charms, and number 1 also Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yes.
You don't want to ask Doug.
Well, actually, I mean, my favorite as a kid, it's going to be familiar, but I would say that as a kid and still to this day, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is fantastic.
It's good. I think there's a big separation for me from one and 2 to everything else.
I kind of agree with you on that.
My number 1 would be Apple Jacks.
Apple Jacks are great.
Yeah. Number 2 would be Frosted Flakes, and then there's kind of everything else.
Yeah. My number 1 was Cocoa Krispies. Number 2 is Frosted Flakes. We also both had Rice Krispies in our top 5 because of the
sugar.
The sugar. Yeah. I had Wheaties in there too as well for the same premise.
Big
sugar guy. Yeah.
Bruce Jenner fan growing up?
No. Actually, no.
Yours?
Fruity Pebbles was number 1.
Okay.
Because it was like if you had a box of Fruity Pebbles in front of you, you almost felt like it was your duty to finish the box.
Yeah. See, that's how I feel about the other 2. Yeah.
Number 2 is probably Apple Jacks, Captain Crunch. I think Fruit Loops is probably in there.
A lot of fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I like the fruity flavor. Yeah. And then Frosted Flakes is just a classic. You can't go wrong with Frosted Flakes.
No. Tony the Tiger, number 1.
You bake the sugar in. And
yeah, but I did hear you, Stoney, refer to Captain Crunch.
It's Captain.
It's Captain. I don't know who Captain is. That's Steve Eisenman. Does he have a cereal? I don't know. But the Captain, I know who the Captain is.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. Well, on the Captain's big acquisitions will make his debut tonight. I assume that'll be on your docket.
We're looking forward to that.
We are talking about Patrick Kane. Yep, we got some Lions stuff to mix in. We got the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around league blitz thingy at 10:30. We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We're opening up the big old tub of pretzels. There's a lot to do today.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. We'll be here for the next 4 hours, as per usual. How are you today, Scott?
I'm all right.
What's wrong?
Like I wasted my time last night.
You watched the Pistons?
Yep.
Yeah. Is this the worst Detroit team ever?
I mean, you got 0-16 to think
I know,
about.
but I feel like
And
I think in basketball, it's easier to mess around and win a game than it is in football.
All right. So I had to endure as a broadcaster 119 loss Tiger season.
Yep.
Which really came close to the worst team in the history of the game. So there was that. We've endured an 0-16 football team. And with hockey, I mean, I was 15 years old when they had that, was it a 40-point season or something like that? But then again, you don't have to go that far back when the Red Wings had that god-awful season like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We've had some horrible hockey seasons. I think it was the 84-85 team that did so poorly, or the 85-86 team that did so poorly for the Red Wings. At least that team was entertaining because that's when Joe Kocur and Bob Probert were out there fighting every night, and it was entertaining for fans to watch, and those guys were the true heavyweight champions of the sport. And, you know, you still had Steve Eisman to look at and stuff, but although they maybe got hurt that year. But this is pathetic.
By win percentage, okay, the Pistons right now are trending to be the worst team in the history of the NBA. In the history of the NBA. And look, we don't like to dwell on negativity, but
at least
this
there is.
Sucks.
But you know what, Doug? At least there's a winning percentage attached to this team. There was not with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, but I mean, I would argue that losing 18 in a row in the NBA and basketball games, it's kind of like baseball, hockey, football. There's so few of them, and the difference is so things are so close. I just think this is they're in the discussion as the worst Detroit team I've ever seen.
They are in the discussion without question.
And here's the thing. This both can be true. I don't think they're hopeless. I think I think that somewhere in here there's going to be some good NBA players.
Okay, well let's try to figure that out, because I want to agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I had much better hopes with this team. Hey, Cade Cunningham's back and healthy. Let's see what he can do. Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren got all that experience last year as rookies and playing without him, so it'll take a little bit of time before they get acclimated to playing with him. But my God, that's a lot of talent. It's a lot of young talent. Here we go. And Bogdanovich is a dead-eye shooter. Let's go. That sounds good. Hey, they're bringing Isaiah Stewart back on a longer contract. Well, that's interesting, but okay, sure. You know, taking chances on big men that didn't pan out. Got a couple, 3 of those. And it's awful.
So would you agree that Killian Hayes has improved?
Yes, I agree he's improved. But to what point?
Well, I bring it up for 2 reasons. One is he's improved, and can he be a useful part with more talent around him? I think the answer is yes. Cade Cunningham has played 97 career games. Killian Hayes is like at 188 or something, so it was maybe around 160 that the light went on for him, kind of after 2 full seasons of worth of play.
But when I say to what point, I'm saying, where do you see Killian Hayes? Because yes, he's improved, but he was such a non-factor for the first 160 games, if you will. And that now, what does he become? Has he become a guy that's off the bench that you can count on for 15, 20 minutes a night? Or do you think he's a starter?
I don't know. I think it depends on who's around him. Like, if you need to have, simply put, like, obviously they need better players, okay? They just need better players, and they need some guys that are better players in their prime, not better players who are 20. They need guys who are better players in their prime, and I don't give up on the core, but they need so much more. And there's a little bit of Philadelphia 76ers trust the process here. It's awful. It's awful. But at least it's awful with young talent that could get better and not awful with middle-aged or old talent. This group could get better.
I guess, but I don't want to hammer your suggestion of Killian Hayes here. It's not. It's just that because that's a guy that I think we talked about during the break for just a second there, and I like the fact that he plays defense. I like his size, but the reality is that the way he's playing now, even though it's better than what we've ever seen him, is still not commensurate of the level of somebody that should be starting in the NBA.
I brought up Killian Hayes for not Killian Hayes' sake, to compare his games played to Cade Cunningham's, that he is playing better now, 2 full seasons worth of games into his career, which Cade hasn't gotten to. So that's the right. Don't fixate on Killian Hayes.
I know it's hard not to because I'm seeing where
go ahead then.
Well, I mean, but it's okay. Great, he's improved, but he's still not an NBA player. Or a starting NBA player. Cade Cunningham, I expect Cade Cunningham to get better, but Cade's already started at a high level, and he'll get better. Now, the question you ask about that people would ask about Cade Cunningham is Cade Cunningham going to be this leader of this team, and is he going to be? Is he going to be the guy that you thought he was when you drafted him first overall? That's the standard he's looking at. Is all-star because you were drafted first overall. There's an expectation. For Killian Hayes, I feel like the sand has kind of run out there. I mean, he's not. Yes, he's improved from his career numbers to where he is now, but it's not that much of an improvement.
Kang, is this the worst Detroit team you've ever seen?
I'm gonna go with the Lions still, the 0-16 team. They're trending though. If the Pistons, for example, if the Pistons don't win another game the rest of the year, this is the worst Detroit team ever. Okay, I think they're going to win another game at some point. I couldn't tell you when, because last night we thought that might have been this might be the night. It wasn't, of course. They were leading at halftime. They were playing a team that had a ton of injuries, still found a way to lose the game. The difference, I think, with this team right now and the Lions 0-16 team is young guys that you guys mentioned. Cade Cunningham, Killian Hayes getting better. Ivy, Duren. I think this is a roster that has some talent. But the pieces that Troy Weaver put around Cade Cunningham and Duren and Ivy, who are they? What are they? Everyone keeps saying, they need a veteran player. No, man, they need a good veteran player. You can't just ask Monte Morris, Joe Harris, Alec Burke. They're not going to do anything with these guys. Teach them how to be pros? No, man, they got to teach them how to win games. They got to help them win games, by hitting buckets, hitting threes, scoring points. The roster, this is when people say the best college team could beat the worst NBA team. No, because this is the best college team, and they're getting smoked every night. We know they're young because they're I think they might be the youngest team in the league. They have talent. They're young. They can't win. It's a different league. It's a men's league. They just don't have the roster to compete.
All right, we swing around the NFL at 10:30. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
All right, we were talking basketball, but guess what? Football weekend here in Michigan. Big games coming up right now, and listeners, they're loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. You download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, and you get to play all your favorite casino games, too, right at your fingertips. It's the casino and a sportsbook right in your pocket, and it goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Or you could even play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Right now, they got a great offer for new users. You download the Playgun Lake app, and you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Got the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy today at 10:30. After that, we got some Lions stuff I do want to discuss. I'm noticing a bit of a trend. I'm not sure it's significant, but I'm wondering if anybody else noticed it. It's nothing we've talked about yet on the air. But tonight, Patrick Kane debuts for the Detroit Red Wings. Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. 1 being playing out the string on a season you're not going to make the playoffs. Where's your level of excitement for Patrick Kane's debut tonight?
I'm excited. I'm really excited. So 10's the highest. I'm going to go probably an 8.5.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Wow. I'm at a 6, and I think that's significant for a regular season hockey game in early December.
I'm excited because it's the intrigue of this player coming back from the injury and what's he going to be. And I think there's always that intrigue when somebody's been out for a long time with an injury or whatever, that there's that anticipation of what are they going to be like when they come back. So there's that. Add that it's coming to my Red Wing team, and then add that this guy's a future Hall of Famer.
It feels like a lottery ticket, right? I mean,
yeah,
okay.
It's bonus. It's icing on the cake.
It could be, look, the hockey team's playing great. They're second in the NHL in goals scored. They're getting good goaltending now, and power play's effective. And they just added a guy who swears he's going to be better than he was 2 years ago. Says absolutely better than he was a year ago, where he played like 12 games or whatever it was. But he swears he's going to be better than he was a couple of years ago. And if he's not, there wasn't a whole lot invested in it, right? So it doesn't really matter all that much. But this feels like appointment viewing. I would not be able to find this game because it's on Peacock. I would find this game.
You would find this game.
I would find this
Yes.
game. This is appointment viewing tonight. You asked a question in your show sheet, has it affected the buy-in price? We happened to yesterday at the beginning of the show just look at the buy-in price for the game before it was announced that Kane was going to play. It was at $19. Right after it was announced that he was going to play, the buy-in price on SeatGeek was $25, which might mean the $19 ticket simply sold. Now the buy-in price right before the show was up to $33. So this isn't exactly like the hottest ticket we've ever seen.
No, it's not.
And it might be typical of how ticket prices move before a game. But, or it could be going up because of Patrick Kane. But to answer your question, that's what the buy-in price is right now. Still affordable. Now, of course, with fees, I
don't get
I hate buying tickets because
what's the ticket price? Oh, it's $25. Great. Okay, here's $25. No. The ticket's $25, but you're gonna add the.
It's $45.
It's unbelievable how much they jack it up. Just give me the ticket. Just give me the price
with the fee included.
Yeah, and then I won't be as upset.
No false advertising. But I mean, look, we're asking people what's the scale 1 to 10. I just looked down at Twitch. Smolak89 says he's a 6. Captain Anthony TV says 0. Don says 8. Hannah Marie 2008 says 5. Pointman 29 says 5. I mean, if all things were equal, and you think if they were just playing San Jose without Patrick Kane, where would that number be? It would probably be 4 to 5 for me. I mean, it's an early December game in a league that where so much of the emphasis is on the postseason, but our team's playing well.
Yeah, 6 out of 7 they won,
and that makes it that drives the level of interest up. But it's certainly cool to see that they are working their way back into relevance.
That they are.
Yep.
More than just relevance. I mean, this is, I guess Red Wing fans they're watching already, right? Mm-hmm. So when you talk about working your way back to relevance, it's getting the people, the casual hockey fan, to tune in and be excited about watching this team again. And I think for the casual fan, it's harder to do because the game has changed so much since perhaps when they used to watch all the time because the team was good. It's a different game than what it is then. But nonetheless, it's a game that's got exciting players in this team right now. And with the added intrigue of Patrick Kane, I think people are going to start to tune in.
And there's a little bit of why are they doing this? We talked about it yesterday. How are they doing this? In that they one of the highest scoring teams in the league without having one of the highest scores in the league. Nobody in the top 25 in terms of points scored. 2 in the top 50 in terms of points scored. They are getting production from the blue line. I think both Gostisbehere and Sider are producing quite a few points for relative to everybody else on the blue line in the league. So, hey, man, as long as the power play keeps operating and Patrick Kane, if we get good Patrick Kane, a power play unit gets even better.
Yeah, definitely.
Or sustains what it's been. I mean, you always worry about sustainable paces. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Scott writes in, I'm at a 6. If football season were over, I'd be at about a 9. Patrick Kane is playing for the Detroit Red Wings tonight. Then he asked, do you guys still have Sega NHL 94 music? I don't know if we do it. Look at Keg. Yes, we do.
It's like I hit pause. I'm looking at the stats.
Yeah.
What do we got here? What's the decibel level of this game?
They need to bring this back.
I love that game. You used to line up the Red Wings and the Rangers, and you change the lineup so that you just had nothing but fighters on the ice. And you had tremendous fighters on both teams. You just had a stocked roster with like 9 out of the 10 players that were on the ice outside the goalies.
Yeah.
Were brawlers. It was fantastic.
Gator, well, thank you. Well done, Kang. I have an announcement to make. We got Lions tickets to give away.
Talk about a hot ticket.
Yes. Chance to win a pair of Lions tickets to the Mill Light Tap Room for the game on Saturday, December 16th against the Denver Broncos.
Why, that's next Saturday.
That is next Saturday. Big game.
Actually, it is a big game.
Yep.
Saturday night. It's a night game. Prime time.
Flexed to Saturday night. If you want to win, make sure you keep listening between now and 1:41. That's when we'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question. The question might be something very simple like, what music did we play when we were talking about the Red Wings? The correct answer would be the Sega NHL 94 music. That would be an example of what the quiz question would be. First one with the correct answers gets the pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Broncos. So make sure you keep listening between now and 1:41. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Sterling Heights on Mound Road tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 5 to 8, and another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good listening to you this morning.
Thank you.
I think the Lions shouldn't get greedy. I think they should just win, try to figure out how to win 3 more games and then rest everyone up for the playoffs, for the playoff push. And they're not going to get the number 1 or number 2 seed. That's, just stick with the number 3 seed and just push through and see how many wins you can get.
You're giving up on the number 2 seed, huh?
Well, it's not that I'm giving up on it. It's the players are all beat up. And they're just beat up. I don't know. How do you win with the players you got right now? The offensive line is never intact. The defensive line is beat up.
Ed, most scenarios have them being the 3 seed, okay? I'll admit that. There's almost no way that anybody from the NFC South is going to catch them. So, and that's locked into being the 4 seed as the last division champion. But, I mean, the Lions are tied with San Francisco right now. I know that San Francisco is white hot, okay? And they are considered right now, they're probably the overwhelming favorite in the NFC, considering what they just did to Philly. It's also a team that lost 3 in a row a month ago, and things change over a month. And so I'm not giving up on the 2 seed. I'm not actually – I don't think the 1 seed is – I mean, you try for it, but I'm not focusing on that anymore. But the 2 seed would mean the home game in the second round of the playoffs, and that could matter. That could matter.
How do we get the number 2 seed?
How do we get the number 2 seed? Have one more win than San Francisco the rest of the way.
So you think that Philadelphia is going to be number 1?
But what?
Yeah.
But what? My only thinking is, what is it going to cost you to get the number 2 seed? I mean, do you want to come into the playoffs healthy or limping?
Well, I mean, you'd love to come in healthy. If you have a chance to be the 2 seed and you need to win the last week. By the way, I don't think that Philly's going to be the 1 seed. He asked, how do you get to the number 2 seed? One way is just to have one more win than San Francisco the rest of the way. But as far as if you have a chance, if you're playing that last game against Minnesota and by winning it, you have a chance to be the 2 seed, how hard are you trying to win it? I'm trying pretty hard.
Yeah. And I guess I haven't given up on the 1 seed. That's my thinking because of what's gone on with Philadelphia that, they're kind of a mess right now with what they do offensively. It's been limited all year long. They just don't look like the offensive team you expected. And defensively, they're definitely not what you expected. They've got a bunch of wins for sure, and I still think they're a very good team, but I'm not convinced that team's going to go all the way with it. San Francisco is playing the part right now.
Yep.
But they do have 3 losses.
The key thing you said there is right now.
Yeah.
We've watched the ebbs and flows.
We saw the 3
We were veterans. We know what this is like. There's times where you look great as a team and other times where it's sketch magetch, and it just changes.
That's why I'm hoping Lions can handle their business the next couple of weeks, and then maybe we start to hear more than whispers that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is coming back, that James Houston's coming back, and I know he spoke with the media yesterday, and if you can get those guys coming back with a couple games to go, then maybe you can make a run at the number 1 seed.
Blitz thingy next, 97.1. Without further ado, it's time for the Thursday staple, the Wide Nine Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitzing. Yeah, what he said. Ready to go?
I am.
Gator, you receive for the NFL version.
All right, Gator, you ready, man?
I am ready.
All right, ready. It's your favorite player. All right, Zach Wilson. He's back, baby. He's back as that starting quarterback for the New York Jets. What the hell is going on over there? And was this the right move to bring him back?
I mean, it was the wrong move to do what they've done. So is it right for them to bring it back? Yeah, it is. He's their best option. I mean, that's what it is, flatly. He's the best option. It's amazing that they didn't see this in practice when you compare him to Tim Boyle or Trevor Siemian. I mean, it's ridiculous. This situation out there is just laughable at this point. I mean, is Aaron Rodgers really going to come back? I mean, why would you come back to this mess and risk, hey, I just want to come back and show everybody my Achilles is good? Wait till next year, dude. This team is in trouble. But, yeah, it makes all the sense in the world to go back to Zach Wilson.
None of this matters. Once Aaron Rodgers got hurt, seriously, everything that's happened since the fourth play of the season, none of it matters. Wilson's not part of the future. Trevor Siemian isn't the answer. Brent Rippon isn't the answer. They went all in for Aaron Rodgers, and they have to play the games because they were scheduled. But in reality, none of this matters. Wilson's not going to be there very long,
and yet
none of it matters.
And yet this is a team that beat Philadelphia and the Bills.
They got good defense, man.
Well, when they want to be.
Here, personally, I thought they should have never gone away from Wilson, but that just tells you how little confidence they had in Zach Wilson. They see him every day, Gator. They see him in practice, and they were like, we can't win with this guy. Bring in Tim Boyle just to give us a different look, whatever. Obviously, Tim Boyle was not the answer. That guy's worse than Zach Wilson, so they had to bring back Zach Wilson. And for Zach Wilson, it may not matter for the Jets, Doug, you're right, but for Zach Wilson, you want to be in this league, you need to start working on things and getting better to prove that you at least can be a backup.
Well, and they did get a couple linemen back, which should, in theory, help them out, but they didn't let Zach Wilson play in the game where they had the fresh line.
All right, recently, Roger Goodell just said he's convinced the NFL will become a global sport in 5 to 10 years. Sorry, Gator. But what does this mean, Doug?
Well, they're probably going to Brazil or Spain next year, but I will make a shoot-the-boot guarantee. By 2033, I guarantee we'll have a Super Bowl in London. And it'll be the precursor to Mark Davis moving his Vegas Raider team to London. Because that's what the Raiders do. They just move around. Then they'll go back to Oakland 10 years after that. But it's the precursor to putting a team in London, is the Super Bowl shoot-the-boot guarantee next 10 years.
Well, what it means is that they're going to have multiple teams in Europe. And, yes, there will be a team in London, but it'll be the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to go over there. But they'll have other teams there as well. What I'm curious about is, will the league – are they going to expand, or are they merely going to send teams over there? I think that they're going to do both, frankly, and I think we're going to have multiple teams within the next 10 years, multiple teams playing in Europe. You're going to have Germany and England and perhaps Spain.
So I'm going to push back on actually having a team internationally. I don't think they're going to have a team internationally. I think what he means by global is, you were right on one thing, Doug. They're definitely having a Super Bowl overseas, whether it's London, any Germany, whether it's South America, they're going to have an international Super Bowl. That's happening. I think the more global thing means that there's going to be like a bunch of games during the regular season where teams are playing in London and Germany. That's what I think it means. I think he's going to go after the NBA model, where still the core of the league is here in the U.S., and I know they branch out to Toronto and Vancouver, but it's going to be in the U.S. They're just going to be playing a ton more games internationally, and especially the Super Bowl. They just want to grow it as far as TV viewership wise. Oh, my man, it's going over the top there, yeah. The Patriots-Steelers game is this weekend, and the game has an over-under total of 30. It's the lowest total since 1993. You taking the over or the under?
This is amazing. An NFL game where the over-under is 30. I mean, how many Iowa players are in this game? I'll take the under. Here's why. You got Zappe And the offense going against T.J. Watt, good luck with that. And then you got Trubisky taking on a team that's not the Lions. Good luck with that. I'll take the under.
I'm taking the over because there'll be multiple pick sixes, scoops and scores. Offense is going to be a mess. Defense scores at least 2 touchdowns. I'll take the over.
I got the under, and I got the Steelers winning 16-10. This is, I mean, you mentioned backup quarterbacks here, Zappe and Trubisky. The defenses are actually really good. I don't know if they're good enough to score, Doug, but I got the Steelers at 16-10. All right, Jason Kelce said it on his podcast this week with his brother. He's over the tush-push talk. He can't take it anymore. He doesn't even care if they ban it. One last time, because he says they'll be effective no matter what. They got a good offensive line. They'll just do another quarterback sneak. But this is the last time. Should they ban it or not?
So if I wanted to watch rugby, I would choose to watch rugby. I hate this play. It is the most aesthetically unentertaining play in football. So please ban it. It's just this massive humanity. You can't see the ball. I don't love the quarterback sneak anyway, but I'm not talking about banning that. I'm just talking about banning the tush push. I don't watch rugby, and I don't want to watch rugby. So why are we putting this rugby play in football? Ban it.
Hey, everybody wanted more offense. What better way to get more offense to continue drives on 4th and 1 or 3rd and short? What better way to get more offense at the goal line? You do the tush push and you get the automatic 6 points. You want to stop it, then stop it defensively. Find a way to do it. Now, if you were to ban it, then you better ban the lineman from moving downfield when some runner has kind of stalled his run and they get to hit him from behind. Then you got to outlaw that as well. But no, leave it in. Who cares? It's fine.
So just like with everything in sports, it's all about money, right? And all about money is all about viewership, and because this is entertainment value. So what's the entertainment value in this? It's going to be up to the fans personally. Zero. If they don't like Hack-a-Shack, if they don't like the shift and all that stuff, they'll get rid of it because it's about.
He said shift.
Yeah, I did say shift. It's all about viewership. Like I said, is it worth watching? As long as the fans don't mind, they should keep it. But I think it would end up banning itself because the quarterbacks are going to continue. If they're getting hurt through this, the teams just aren't going to do it because they don't want their star player getting hurt. All right, a lot of backup quarterbacks are playing right now talking about injuries. Which one of these backup quarterbacks will actually lead his team to the playoffs?
You know, this was it was tough for me. It came down to 2 quarterbacks. But I'm going to go with Joe Flacco in Cleveland. The old man still has it as a game manager. He knows the game, all right? He's not going to do anything stupid and put his team in jeopardy. He'll just throw it away. He didn't complete a high percentage of passes because, hey, man, I just got here. Let me figure it out. But while I'm here, I'm not going to do something stupid. He's got a cannon that still fires. The schedule is very favorable for Cleveland. Plus, the Browns' defense is for real. And it's kind of similar to what those Baltimore teams were like, which he won a Super Bowl with. So I think it's Joe Flacco with Cleveland.
Do I have to choose a backup quarterback that's already starting?
Well, you're predicting a future here? Well,
so I'm going to go with Mike White in Miami.
Oh, God.
Come on, dog. I didn't even want to do the show with this guy anymore.
Honestly, if I go with one that's starting, I'm going to go with Trubisky because Pittsburgh. I'll just take Trubisky.
That's funny, Doug. Maybe this is recency bias, but I got Jake Browning. He looked really good, man. And when this confidence is there, they talk to him, and he says, listen, guys, every time I play, I win. I'm used to winning. I just haven't gotten a shot in the NFL yet. If Jake Browning can just continue playing like he did the other night, they're 6-6. The Bengals got a shot at this. They got weapons on offense. The defense can hold. If Jake Browning can play the role of Joe Burrow, and I know that's asking a lot, they can make the playoffs. All right, if the NFL adopted the college football 4-team playoff system right now, who would you be your 4 teams in the NFL to play for at all?
Love this question. And I sat down and looked at all kinds of metrics, offensive and defensive rankings. Mostly I went with strength of schedule. Who's accomplished the most given who they have played? With that said, in the Rose Bowl, I've got the number 1 seed, San Francisco, with their top 5 offense and top 5 defense, and arguably the best win this season. Their win at Philadelphia, an opposing winning percentage of .531, which is the best amongst NFC contenders. So the top-seeded San Francisco 49ers will take on the 4th seed Jacksonville Jaguars, who are 8-4 with the toughest schedule so far amongst playoff contenders in the AFC. The Sugar Bowl matches up the 2 seed Baltimore. Again, a tough schedule, a number 2 total offense and top 10 defense. They've won 6 of 7 against the 3 seed Kansas City, who gets in over others based on a high strength of schedule played so far.
So your 4 teams are San Francisco.
The ones I just mentioned.
Yeah, I know.
San Francisco versus Jacksonville and Baltimore versus Kansas City.
I've got San Francisco. Because just the way they're playing, they passed the eyeball test, and the records are good enough to get them in the Final Four there.
Eyeball test.
Well, it's part of it for me. We're asking who the best team is.
This is your 4, man.
This is my 4. It's obvious why Doug left this team out because he hates Tua, but Miami belongs in there. Okay, they're clicking on all cylinders now. They've got everybody healthy and ready to go. They absolutely are one of the top 4 teams in football. Baltimore. Yeah, they do it with offense. They do it with defense. I mean, the quarterback is dynamic, but the defense really gets after you. And the 4th team, I wanted to find a way to let the Lions in here, and I was going to put them in over the Eagles, but I can't do it because the Eagles have wins over Kansas City and Miami. The Eagles belong in a Final 4 ahead of our Detroit Lions, but way ahead of Jacksonville. Doug, the quarterback got hurt, so they can't possibly.
It's Doug's 4, man.
I mean, but they can't. The quarterback's hurt. He can't possibly put a team with a quarterback who's hurt in the playoff.
Right. So my 1 seed is the San Francisco 49ers. My 2 seed is the Philadelphia Eagles. My 3 seed is the Baltimore Ravens, and my 4 seed is the Florida State Seminoles.
Nice.
They finally get in for a chance to play, boys. They deserve it. They're undefeated. They need the opportunity. But if you're being serious, my 4th team would be the Chiefs.
There you go.
Close enough to the Seminoles. Right?
That concludes the Y9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy.
Hey, so if you're getting ready for a holiday party, you're going to somebody's house to have some fun, maybe watch a sporting event, perhaps, whatever the case is, don't show up empty-handed. Bring something everyone's going to like. Bring a bottle of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family. You know that it's quality, but how does it taste? Tastes great. It's got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It is smooth as you want it to be. You're going to be coming back for more. So please show up with a bottle of this stuff. Everyone's going to be happy. They're going to drink it any way they want. You want to do shots before the game and toast your friends? Go ahead and do that. You want to drink it neat around the rocks? You can have it that way. Maybe you feel like adding something to it like cola or ginger ale. Mix it up however you want. No one's going to look at you side-eye because at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget. It's fantastic. You can follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. This way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
All right, so we don't have time to really follow up on a lot there from the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy. The reason is not hatred of Tua that I left Miami out. The reason I left Miami out is the same reason I chose the 4 teams. Miami's played the easiest schedule in the NFL. Their strength of schedule is .939. Their strength of victory is .303. Those are the lowest in the NFL. That's why I left them out. Now, is it an anti? I chose the criteria, which is, okay, we have to compare unlike things and teams that maybe didn't play each other, et cetera, et cetera. And what it came down to was, for me, I was going to go with the strength of schedule.
It's totally fair.
Yeah.
I just laugh because we know that you don't like Tua.
I love Tua, and I left Miami out as well, though.
No, I get it. I'm amazed because now they've got people are healthy, and this is a team that can throw up 40 points.
They can throw up.
You know what they are to you, Gator, I think they're Oregon. I think they can score a ton of points, man. And they did the eyeball test, and they look the part.
The difference is Oregon beat really good teams with the exception of Washington. Miami hasn't beaten a good team yet. Like their losses are, they lost to Philadelphia, they lost to Kansas City, and they lost to Buffalo.
Good teams they lose.
Those are good teams. They lost them. Everybody else is way below par with their win-loss percentage.
Their best win?
They're just terrible.
What's their best win? The Chargers?
The Chargers to start the season, they won by 2.
I mean, the Denver win looks better.
Well, the Denver win looks fantastic because they put 70
I was going to say
on them.
Denver because of point differential.
But beyond that, yeah. No, I get it. I totally understand it. I just think that their offense is kind of unstoppable. Now, we'll see what they have coming up. Tennessee and the Jets again, nothing special there. But they play a game against Dallas. The last 3 are tough. Dallas, at Baltimore, and home against Buffalo.
Now, different criteria would have, choosing a different team and a different 4, perhaps. But
here's the thing. I love the question because you're asking to do it differently.
Yep.
The NFL, because there's only 32 teams, it's real simple. It's win-loss record, period. If you went 13-0, guess what? You're a number 1 seed. It's not this whatever you're trying to figure out in college football. So I like using the college football format and trying to force that on the NFL teams because it does force you to go a little bit of a deeper dive.
Okay. I mentioned it earlier. Why? Something I've noticed, and I don't think it's particularly important, but we've talked about the concept of the It Team. The It Team, and I don't know that there's a hard and fast definition of It Team, but what I think the It Team is a trendy newcomer that people are picking and also kind of rooting for is how I would define the It Team. And it's predicated, like I remember a few years ago, Indiana football became everybody's It Team because they had a great COVID year and big things were predicted in 2021. They were the It Team, and it didn't happen for them. But I think it was pretty clear that the Lions were the It Team the entire offseason and into this season. And I will state it again. I don't think it particularly matters. I think you can almost hear the air coming out of the balloon in recent weeks on the Lions being the It Team. I don't think the national media is nearly as on board. I think what the Lions have done in the last month has them trending away. Like the Lions are now the 4th seed to get out of the NFC, and they're a distant. I think it's San Francisco, Philly, Dallas is plus 900. The Lions are plus 1,800 to win the NFC. And again, these things don't really impact reality. I think we have seen our shelf life as the It Team start to fade a little bit, and it's okay. It's okay. It doesn't impact anything, any kind of reality. Just don't expect. I mean, a couple weeks ago, Stephen A. Smith every week ranks the top 5 teams in the NFL, and he basically ranks 5 teams that won yesterday, and then the next week it can be a completely different 5 teams. Like one week to the next, it has no bearing. Detroit isn't showing up on that list, even though they're winning. And they were always near the top. I just think Detroit is, and we're not going to get the national love that we've been getting. Now we're in the prove it stage. It's all about, okay, we see the warts. The warts are being focused on, and we're in the prove it stage.
I still think that they can easily recapture that It Team moniker depending on how they win their next game. If they go to Chicago and the defense does what they're supposed to do, if we see another Jamison Williams highlight and the Lions win by double digits, everyone's going to be back on the Lions train and say, look what they did. Shut down Justin Fields, something that team has not been able to do. And they're scoring at will again, and this is 2 weeks in a row now. We've seen Jamison Williams make big plays, and you can actually say 3 weeks in a row. But Jamo is going to be the reason I think that the Lions can still be part of that discussion because he's going to get more and more involved.
So my criteria, because I was like, how do they become the It Team again, where everybody's jumping back on the bandwagon? And what I'm talking about is national media and lots of love. I think it's going to Dallas and winning. I think if they go to Dallas and win,
that's later in the season. I'm just saying how they can become it right now.
I think winning at Dallas. I don't think a win at Chicago will do it. Because first of all, you know what I think is going to happen? I think Justin Fields is going to run all over him because that's just what Justin Fields does. We read his yards per carry yesterday per each game. And the reason I wanted to do that is to say, when people say running quarterbacks give the Lions trouble, running quarterbacks run on everybody. They give everybody trouble. Your job is to find a way to still win the game. And the Lions have done that against Justin Fields. So 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, I have a different take on the It Team.
Yeah.
They're in our division. It's the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, they feel that way in the last couple weeks. That's for sure.
About love.
Yeah.
And they're already talking about their win percentage and the rest of the games they got left of the season, which they've got a lot of easy matchups.
They've won 3 in a row.
We are all getting tight in town here. We're all worried. And we got to go to Chicago. The balloon is it's so much tension in that balloon right now. It's about to pop. We got to win that game.
And it's funny because we talked about it earlier in the week. A couple weeks ago, it felt like Minnesota was maybe starting to become the It Team, and then they faded. And now Green Bay, and they are new to the scene. They didn't start the season white hot. Nobody hates Jordan Love yet. They got a lot of boxes checked that a lot of love is being shown for the Packers. You're right.
Well, it's a team that's turning things around. Like I said, they got the 3-game win streak. The point differential is in the plus column now. They're at plus 15, which is always a good sign of seeing if a team's good or not. And the fact that they're in the thick of it for the playoff chase right now. I mean, for the last 2 playoff spots, I mean, you got the 4 division winners, and then you got Dallas, right? So that's 5 teams. You got 2 more spots to fill, and there are 4 teams that have 6 wins, and then throw another couple that have 5. That's a lot of teams vying for that spot. We could very well see the Packers playing in the playoffs, and they are the It Team right now.
248-539-9797. Open lines, more of your phone calls and feedback. Coming up next hour, we open up the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day at 11:35. And don't forget, now you're going to eat that in the noon hour. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Glad to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls as we go to Kurt next here on 97.1. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Previously, you were talking about Patrick Kane, and I was feigning interest in a Zoom call, so I couldn't call up. But I got two thoughts. One, I'm concerned because of the former Blackhawks thing, the rivalry thing. It kind of felt like if Mariano Rivera became a Tiger, you'd be excited about that because of who he is, but he's also kind of the enemy because he's the Yankees for so long. That's kind of how I feel about Patrick Kane. I'm excited about that. But the question I have for you guys is, why isn't he going to Grand Rapids and playing a couple of games? Why isn't he kind of doing a rehab start like a guy would in Toledo, just to kind of see how things are really going? I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
It's an interesting question. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's something that just because of being a veteran status that he is, that you don't have to, or is that something that was agreed upon to him coming to the Wings? Is that, hey, I'm coming here. I'm not going to start in Grand Rapids and get warmed up there and then come here. I don't know.
I don't either.
It's a really solid question.
I want to ask you a question, Kurt and Gator, I guess, because here's the potential downside with Kane is it'd be quick. It's easy to turn on that guy, and I want him to be really successful here. But if he comes here and he plays 10 games and has 1 assist, people will turn on him. And I don't mean boo him out of the building. It'll just be like he'll become kind of – people will mock him and get upset and use him as an example of, well, you don't want another Patrick Kane.
I don't think that would be the case. I think if let's say he goes 10 games, has the 1 assist.
Yeah.
I feel like it would just be a failed experiment, and it's like, it's too bad that his career is being shut down because of injury. I think that's the result.
But because he played in Chicago, I don't think there'll be a ton of sympathy for him. But I hope he's successful. I hope he's wildly successful. It's better for everybody involved.
I think it'd kind of be like Miguel at the end of his career. We're kind of like, okay, he's not what he was, but we love him and we're glad to have him. Like if Patrick Kane was going to Chicago,
no way,
we did that.
No way people will love Patrick Kane if we were glad that if he's not producing.
No. I'm saying if he played for Chicago, they would look at him like that.
Okay,
but if a veteran comes to another city, it's like, bro, you got to play, right? I mean, we're not happy to have you just because of your name.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yep. And I think there's a chance. I think there's a really decent chance that this is going to work out pretty well. Why do I believe that? Because I believe what he said. And he didn't have to say that. When he said it, it got me thinking that he really, truly believes it. And I think he's going to come here, and I think he's going to be a useful part.
Well, though he's had the same procedure that other players have had and not been able to come back from, he may be in a better position going into that procedure than other players were. Maybe it wasn't as severe. Maybe just his body is a different type, and it suits him better for chances of success. But it'll all play out in the next couple months.
When you looked into that, Gator, and the other players, I mean, did they have the resume of Patrick Kane? What was their age? All those factors, and advancement in modern medicine from now to when they did it.
Well, I mean, one was Backstrom, and this just happened like a year ago. So similar, but not nearly as. I mean, he's not a future Hall of Famer like Patrick Kane. Jovanovski is different because it was longer ago, but similar stages in the career. And I forget the other 2 players, but they were kind of perhaps inconsequential, to put it nicely, I guess. So there really has been, the theory has been tested all that much because there aren't many people that have had this procedure done. So we'll see. Again, it's just different circumstances for him going into the injury, I guess, or going into the procedure.
248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. What's up, Mike?
Oh, hey. Hi, guys. I'm glad I get a chance to talk to you.
Well, thank you for calling.
I've been one of those old guys that's watching the Lions forever. I was all excited about the season. I still am. Yes, things have gone kind of downhill a little bit. I just wanted to ask a question and see if you guys can help me out. Am I the only guy that thinks that, one, the offensive line is one of the better ones? Defense, not bad. I'm a big Jared Goff fan, but it seems to me like later on in the season, it's taken him longer to find his receivers. He doesn't seem to throw a pass, to me anyway, longer than 20 yards, 25, 30 yards. You got a rocket ship like J-Mo out there, and I really haven't seen him utilize him in the throw that damn thing down the field on first down if you're, close. And it just seems like, I saw J-Mo score that touchdown, but that was on a reverse, wasn't it? And I think both these guys are great, but am I the only one that feels that way?
Well, no, I don't think you're the only one that feels that way. But, I mean, the offensive line, this will be the 8th or 9th different configuration we're seeing with the offensive line to start a game. I mean, there are some really good players on the offensive line, but we haven't seen them play, together for a long stretch of time. The team record is 9-3. So They don't need to be throwing the ball down the field as much. But if you look at it statistically, he doesn't throw the ball down the field that much. He doesn't have many completions where the pass has been thrown beyond 30 yards. In fact, he's got 21 plays this year where they're 30-plus yards or more.
Completed or attempted?
Maybe it might be attempted. But there's only 21 of them for Jared Goff when you compare that to other players, and it's way down the list. But he's number 1 on the list when it comes to, or not number 1, but I think number 4 on the list when it comes to passes that are inside of 20, between 10 yards and 20-plus yards. I guess between 10 and 30 is what it looks like.
What you got to keep in mind here is they have a top 5 offense in the NFL in total offense and a top 5 offense in scoring offense. They also have the most explosive plays in the NFL. They are getting big plays. Are they throwing it over the top necessarily? No. Are you the only one that, quote unquote, sees this? No, but you might be the only one today that calls up to complain about it because the offense is getting the job done. Do they check every single box? Do they do everything great? No, but they're doing enough well. I do not see Jared Goff taking longer time to find his receivers. I saw the last couple of weeks, he got a little careless with the football in terms of ball security and maybe some of his attempted passes, but mostly with ball security. He had one unexplainable interception. He kind of admitted it. But I also saw the offensive line have some struggles in pass protection, which is not the formula that he needs. Everybody has that's been successful in their job, whatever it is, including us. You're successful because of some factors that help you be successful, whatever they may be. And in Jared Goff's case, one of the factors that helps him be successful is that offensive line keeps him clean. Because when he's clean, I think he's outstanding.
It does and it doesn't. It keeps him cleaner in terms of quarterback sacks are concerned. But as far as being knocked down, he's been knocked down more than just about every quarterback in the league. The numbers I have in front of me say he's been knocked down 50 times. That's in addition to the 21 sacks. 50 times, and that is second behind Josh Dobbs, who is knocked down 53 times.
Does it talk about, is that QB hits?
It says knockdowns. Under pressure, I've got stats that say times sacked, times knocked down, then you got times hurried, you got times blitzed.
Okay, let me just say, when Jared Goff is protected, I think Jared Goff is
he's
absolutely one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I think this offensive line has had their bad games where we've seen him not get as protected. But he came out of that Charger game and said, I don't think I got touched today, guys.
No, but the other thing is, what I'm pointing out to this is a compliment to Jared Goff, is that, okay, he's not getting sacked much, but he is getting knocked down. So he's delivering that ball before he gets sacked, and he's completing it at a high percentage. I mean, he's completing 68% of his passes.
Of the starters in the league, he's in the bottom third in terms of sacks, yes. I'd like to see QB hurries, because hurries can impact you as well.
Well, I've got hurries on there, too.
Where is he in hurries?
It doesn't look like it's all that much.
He hasn't been hurried much?
Not really. He's been knocked down, but not hurried much.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. I think you give Jared Goff time, he will dissect you. 248-539-9797. Hey, guys, are you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift for your special lady this year? Then you need to listen up. Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas will make you a holiday hero. You heard me talk about this before, so let me tell you, this product is so good that they sell out every single year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. These pajamas are so soft and silky, and even better than lingerie with a curve-caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you will get a free Naturally Nude nightie for your lady. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift, but you better order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas with a gift that your lady will love? Order Naturally Nude pajamas today, pajamagram.com. That's pajamagram.com. Don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh from 97.1 A Ticket sent you, pajamagram.com. So, Gator, I was eyeing a Christmas wish list, thinking about getting myself something for Christmas.
Was it Red Ryder BB gun?
No, I'm thinking about upgrading the TV.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
When was the last time you bought a TV?
It's probably about 7 years.
Okay.
Yep. And I don't even know if I don't think I'm actually going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But I realized when I started thinking about it last night, I was enjoying thinking about getting a new TV.
It's always fun.
And so I'm like, all right, I'm just going to think about it. But yeah, upgrading the TV, Then you start shifting TVs, like the one in the living room would become the main
Well, I was going to
screen
say,
in the
what
basement.
happens then?
Then the one in the basement gets moved probably up north.
So the new TV, if you got one, would go on the main floor.
Yeah. Although I'm tempted to put it down in the command center, but it won't get as much use. I mean, as much as I like having multiple TVs to watch games, I'm not down there as much as not anywhere close to as much as I am in the living room.
There's no question it goes on the main floor.
Yep.
Gator, you know what Doug's doing? Because he said he's probably not going to get one. He was just thinking about it, and then where, it's nice to think about where it might go.
Yeah.
Things like that, what size.
Yep.
You're dreaming, man. And this is why Gator and I buy the lotto. We like to dream. It's always fun to think about cool stuff that you could use and where would you put it and things like that.
Yeah, because there's a whole succession there. Yeah. If I get a new one, what happens? Where do I put it? Okay, well, it goes there. Well, then what happens to that one? Well, it goes there. Then what happens to that one? And you've kicked it along. You kicked it all down the line where you got a new TV that goes up north.
Yeah, and it's I know you love the 4K.
Yeah.
Yep.
When you get the few events that you can watch in it, yeah.
Is that gonna keep? Are we gonna have everything in 4K eventually, or is that gonna be like 3D TV or the curved screens?
I don't think it'll be like that. I think eventually 4K turns to 5K or whatever the next level is.
But I mean, is everything going to be broadcast in 4K?
I think it'll eventually. Yeah, I would imagine eventually it gets to that point. Like things are in high def now. You still see channels that are in low def.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think eventually it gets to that point.
We do?
Yeah, my cable. I mean, I could watch stuff in low def or high def, depending on what number channel.
But everything's available in high def, right?
Most everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was about to say.
I think it doesn't just kick you right to the high def channel.
It does if there's unless there's not a corroborating high def channel, then you're watching stuff that's in low def.
What are you watching?
I'm just flipping around, man. I watch everything.
How much channel flipping do you do where you find a channel that doesn't
there's only
have
so
high
much
def?
that you can do. I mean, there's like some older stuff that doesn't that it just
That's what I'm asking.
predates it. So whatever.
PBS? Do they have high def? I don't know.
PBS is in high def.
All right then.
Some of it.
I swear to God, you go back and you're watching PBS and they're like World War II in high definition.
I
Like,
know,
how did they do this?
exactly.
How did they do this?
I think I just got hit with blood.
I watch.
I think there are some programs that they just haven't, changed it back to or changed it to high def. I think they just
Nothing that's being currently.
nothing's
Okay,
being
all
current.
right.
No, it's old stuff, of course. Yeah, it's not like I'm watching Yellowstone in low def. I mean,
You flip a lot.
I do flip a lot.
So, Kane, you went in. Was it 72 a 72-inch TV? Is that what it was?
No,
I mean, 82.
82.
If we want to be technically correct.
It was 82 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I merely went with I think 75.
And your pleasure. How much did it go up?
About 82 inches.
What were you watching before?
It was 70 inches before.
So it went up 12 inches.
That's huge. Massive.
Even when it's cold outside, my TV's still 82 inches.
It's still 12 inches bigger.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
so
we have a big wall though. We have high ceilings, so it just kind of fit it better.
So you're talking about the dreaming, and this is why you guys buy lottery tickets. Did you see the story this week about the woman? It was in the Free Press, who's played the Lotto 47 for 20 years with the exact same numbers.
Okay, that's dedication.
I like that.
And she hit.
There you go.
Yeah, now I really like it.
Yep. So she won $1 million playing 2, 5, 8, 10, 17, and 29.
Wow.
Yep.
And did it say how much she's spent over the years?
$2 million.
She opted to receive the one-time lump sum payout of $693,000.
And then gets taxed on that.
Yep. But played the same numbers every year for 20 years.
So she ended up making somewhere about $500,000 on it, between $400,000 and $500,000 total take home after taxes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. So she's done it for 20 years. That's a lot. A lot. When you think about, you play twice a week, Lotto 47? I don't know. If that's
Let's say she played it at least once a week.
All right, so you get. Let's just make it 50 times a year. So
Yep.
it's easy.
Mhm.
So 50 times 20, you got. Is it 1,000?
Is it? How much do these tickets cost? Are these
Lotto
$1
tickets, I
tickets?
don't
Or
know.
these
I think they are. Are they
Lotto
$1?
47?
Yeah, are they $1 or are they $2? Either way, she's coming out.
Yeah,
ahead.
she is.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to put in perspective of what it was before she finally did it, if she did. But yeah, she spent some money on lottery tickets, that's for sure. But she's also, I mean, if she's just doing the same numbers, and we're assuming then that she's not splurging and doing a bunch.
That she's not buying other tickets. Yeah, I still think she's probably coming out ahead, but still,
I would hope so.
Yeah, same numbers. Now
Good for her.
but you don't do that, right? You do easy
No, when
pick?
I go, it's I'll buy easy pick and 5 tickets, 10 tickets, whatever it is.
And you
I go easy pick. I wish I had that dedication, but then you feel like you have to because if you miss,
Yeah,
the
you
one
forget doing it
yeah.
the one time, and you see no.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that would be the torture situation, but commitment paid off. 20 years. She didn't say why. The story, at least in the Free Press, didn't say why she chose these numbers. A lot of times these numbers, I think, have significance in people's lives. Oh, my kid's birthday or...
Right.
But after 20 years, bam.
Let me ask you a question about your TV situation.
Yeah.
The TV in the main room there, is it on a stand or is it on the wall?
It is. We have a giant unit that it sits in the middle.
Okay.
With like cabinets around it.
Would you have to alter that if you got a bigger TV?
Well, there are limitations. Yes, I don't think we can do the full 8.2 that Kang did, but I don't think it would fit. I think I'm not sure. It might only go up to 65 inches.
Does that bother you a little bit?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's bigger than what I have. And to me, it's really about the quality of the upgrade. I want to get 4K up there. I want to be able to.
Sure. Because for me, when I got the new TV a couple years ago, 3 years ago maybe now, I don't have it mounted on the wall. I have it on a TV stand, if you will, which is kind of a piece of furniture, right? And it sits on one that I bought when I first bought the house years ago and had gotten a new TV. Like, hey, I got this 60-inch plasma or whatever it was. And I was all excited about it. And for that, it was great. But for this new TV, the TV kind of hangs over on either side of this. So now I have to find a new TV. I've been looking for years to find a bigger TV stand.
Yeah.
And I was debating whether or not should I just mount it on the wall?
Yes.
But I kind of like having the piece of furniture in the room because that room is so big.
I will tell you, there's one TV setup I don't like.
Oh, there's one I can't stand.
The TV above the fireplace.
Hate it.
It feels like no matter what, the TV's too high.
Well, if you talk to like the TV experts, they say that is too high. It's supposed to be pretty much eye level when you're sitting down. So, I mean, above the fireplace, if you're sitting down, that's way too, even if you
And
almost
then
have to be
they
standing.
tilt it a little bit. And I've never liked that.
I thought about doing that in my house because it's kind of, you have two focal points in the room, right? A
Yeah.
fireplace and a TV if you just combine the two, but I didn't like how high it was, so I went with the other wall.
Yep. It seems like it's cool for like saving space.
Yeah.
But
More seating.
But the reality is, to me, I've always thought that's just going to be too high.
What about a ceiling TV where you're laying in bed and you just look up at the ceiling?
I don't like mine. You know, I don't
Gator?
watch it as much as
You
I
can do
thought I
whatever
would.
you want. I mean, you should do this as the
I
Bachelor.
don't like
with
to
it.
watch TV in my room. I just don't do it.
Maybe because it's not in the ceiling. Maybe you would.
Yeah.
No, now that I got the adjustable bed,
dude,
it's great.
All right,
but
one more TV. Sorry.
Yeah.
Finish your thought.
No, I just say now I got the adjustable bed. I have
65,000?
watched some. Yeah, the BT 6500.
Oh, okay.
I have watched more TV in bed, but I still don't watch much.
How do you guys feel about the TV in the bathroom?
No.
Kang?
So in my bedroom, the ensuite, the toilet, actually, if you leave the door open, you can see the TV. So if there's an emergency situation where I still want to watch,
fantastic.
I just leave
So
the
you can
door
sit there.
open.
We have a TV in the bathroom.
You
My
do?
favorite, I've stayed in like very fortunate to stay in some bowl trips. It seems like you get to stay in nice hotels.
Uh-huh.
One of the hotels we stayed in, I don't know if it was a bowl trip or it might have been Dallas, but
a different kind of bowl trip, if you know what I mean.
No, they had a TV in the bathroom mirror.
Yeah.
That's badass.
I don't like that. We had that one of the trips we went to Florida for spring training. We had that one of the places we stayed.
We did, yeah.
And I did not like it.
Yeah, I loved it. Loved it. But now we're getting carried away. I got to hit the lotto. I got to start. Is this why I got to play the lotto?
Yes. All you need to do is convince the wife. And then you got it.
Yeah, we're probably not getting a TV.
If she ever says, we could use a new TV, then you're like, yep. Well,
I'll be like, who are you? And what have you done with my wife? That would be, what wife says that?
Loving wives.
Yeah. Okay, we got the big old tub of pretzels question of the day at 11:35. Hey, a lion did something I think we've all done. We'll get to that in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder, we got some Lions tickets that we are giving away today with a Carson Anderson quiz question. The quiz question will be something said on the show. Very easy answer, typically. Very easy answer. And we'll ask the question today at 1:41. So keep listening between now and 1:41. If you are the first one with the correct answer to said question, you will win a pair of tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game on Saturday, December 16th. Night game flexed when the Lions take on the Broncos. So make sure you keep listening. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Sterling Heights on Mound Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 5 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. Some feedback coming in regarding the Lions. We were talking earlier this hour how they were the NFL's It Team, a newcomer that people were picking to do big things that it felt like everybody was even rooting for, which I think checks the boxes to become the It Team. And you can almost sense that that's changing, that it's starting to lose some steam. And not that it really matters, okay? But you can tell in the coverage of this team, it's kind of changed tenor. From an unnamed texter, Thanksgiving was the moment the beer goggles came off and the 2 a.m. bar lights came on for the national media and this Lions team. Regarding Patrick Kane, Kane will be successful because of his style of play. He's never been fast or agile. He's been a magician with the puck and postseason player his whole career. That's from an unnamed texter.
I got a little update on the Red Wings from Ken Cal. It says, per Derek Lalone, JT Compher is out. He's on a day-to-day status right now. Justin Hall is back in. Husso will be in net. Ansar Khan says that Lalone says that Compher is day-to-day. Plan is to limit Kane's minutes in his first game, but if he's feeling good and gets on a roll, he might get into that 16, 17, 18-minute range.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Cameron in Colorado writes, Doug and Gator, do you know The Undertaker had the same type of procedure as Kane and came back to wrestle for several years in the WWE? Also, Kane had used the same surgeon as The Undertaker. What are your thoughts? Undertaker looked pretty good after returning.
First of all, very difficult to follow if you're a wrestling fan because Undertaker and Kane were brothers. So that's tough.
Much confusion.
Yes. Patrick Kane, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I guess it gives me. I don't know when Undertaker had that procedure, how many more matches he had after it, but that guy was a brilliant performer in terms of professional wrestling, and you're obviously taking bumps as a professional wrestler, on par with getting banged around as a hockey player. In some cases, even worse.
Yeah,
and he's bigger.
My first thing is, why are we comparing a wrestling entertainer to a professional athlete? But you are more knowledgeable in what these guys do.
How about a stuntman to a professional athlete?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it is. And when you're 6'10" and 325 pounds, and you're falling down.
I hope this is relevant information.
I think it is.
All right, let's open up Big Old Tub Pretzels in a minute. These are random questions that listeners send over that frequently have nothing to do with sports. If you have one that you want to get in, text us right now at 248-539-9797. We're here to help solve your problems. We're here to settle debates between friends. 248-539-9797.
Or just answer stupid questions.
Or just answer stupid questions.
Love stupid questions.
Yep.
All right, first one. Here we go, guys. If you fart at a urinal and people are around, do you have to say something?
Okay. First of all,
farts are always funny.
Always.
I mean, we all do this more than 50% of the time, right? Ladies might not know this. At the urinal, it's pretty easy to...
Oh, you don't hold it? You don't treat it like the studio?
No. The need at the urinal goes up.
Oh, yeah.
I'll walk into the restroom.
Yeah, like everything gets released from your body.
I'll walk into the restroom and I'm explaining this. I don't know if our female friends know this. I'll walk into a restroom with no need to pass gas. Walk up to a urinal and then be like, oh, well, there you go.
No, I
gotta go.
I let some sweetness go.
Yes. Do I say something?
So the question is, do you have to say something if other people are there?
I don't think you do.
I don't think you have to, but I think you're obligated to at least go, oh.
Make a noise other than from your butt?
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. I think it happens all the time.
Dude, I want to be in there when Gator lets one fly
I know,
now.
Gator. Is that what you do? Like, let's say you're at a Piston game. Oh, no one's at a Piston game. Let's say you're at a Lions game, and then you say something to everybody. Hey, yeah, that was me.
I don't know if I think I'd be more inclined to comment on somebody who farted as opposed to on my own. Like I may make a something like that. But if someone lets one go, like,
what
wow,
do you say?
Look at that.
There you go.
Nice.
You feel
Usually,
better?
you know what I think I would say is nice.
Nice
Nice one, man. Good out.
I don't think you're obligated to say something. No,
Okay,
I don't think
so-
you're obligated.
Gator, you just say make a noise or do something.
Yeah, do something. Acknowledge the fact
All
that
right.
something that just funny just happened.
All right, here we go. Another one.
Yes.
My God, why another one?
Not another fart question.
No, it's another urinal question.
Oh, wow.
Bathroom time.
All right, when peeing at a urinal, do you stare straight down at the wall or up at the ceiling?
Never at the ceiling. I start straight down, and then it just ends up being straight ahead. Let's see which way the stream is going. Make sure we got it corrected, and here we go.
Now that you've mentioned this, I've done all three, and I have no idea why. I'm going to start paying attention to where I'm looking. I know I'm not looking east or west.
Looked up at the ceiling?
I have looked up at the ceiling.
I think I have too.
I've never looked east. You know, the rule is you don't look east or west.
Yeah,
No,
You look-
eyes on your own.
Yeah, but have I? And I don't know why. I'm now very curious as to why I've done
I'm fascinated why you guys have looked up at the ceiling.
that. I don't know.
Are they counting something?
I think it's if at some point you're there so long you start looking at something else.
Kind of wishing a fart would come along.
Hey,
Rodney Dangerfield.
There you go.
Hey, I tell you.
All right, let's take one more.
All right.
A non-urinal question,
Yeah, please. I hope so. Oh, okay. Here we go. You get transported into the future, 10 years, for 5 minutes. You get to Google search one thing. What is it? Oh, I like this.
This is
All right,
great.
10 years from now, you get 5 minutes to Google search one thing. Is it do the Lions win the Super Bowl, or is it
It's
sports
probably-
related, or is it something else?
Might be no, it's not sports related at
No?
all. No,
Okay.
it's my own financial benefit. I'm thinking it's either going to be the stock market, or
You could
is
bet on the Super Bowl.
or is it going to be? Yeah, but I don't have enough
I'm
money.
going
to
all
bet.
Biff.
I'm
from Back to the Future.
Well, I'm probably going to go like greatest Powerball payouts.
I would only
do what?
Well, if I can go back into time and
to find the number.
Yeah, if I'm looking ahead, so I know what it is. So I just bet those, and I know the date of when the
here's
800, the 1.7 billion Powerball hit, and only one person, or
Here's
didn't
the
hit.
thing, though, is that by coming back to our time, my actions will impact the future. I've thought about this. So what I would do is I would Google search tonight's Red Wings San Jose game. Who won tonight's Red Wings San Jose game? Then I'd come back and try not to impact anything and put it all on one game tonight. Because if I do like the Super Bowl, like we talked to Jared Goff, and it's what's that butterfly theory?
Yeah, the butterfly effect.
Yeah. By us talking to Jared Goff, somehow, some way, we could impact what Jared Goff does next. So I want to do something where I have the least amount of impact and the most time to capitalize on a bet tonight, put it all on the Red Wings. Or Patrick Kane to score, or whatever, something from tonight's game. Although I'd be tempted to find out what my kids are doing. I'd be... It might say the kids are living large because Dad put $10 million down on a random Red Wing game in December of 2023.
No, it'd probably be stock market or Powerball thing.
What would you do? What would you Google search?
Yeah, probably be. See, if you bring the selfish point of view into it, then everything's all about money, and I kind of wish it wasn't. Like, I wish this question said you can't profit off of this.
Yeah.
Like, what would you Google search just to find out? But yeah, if it's profiting, I'm gonna make a big bet, man.
There you go. All right. If you have any questions you want us to answer, Send them over at 248-539-9797. Kane collects them and puts them in the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day. Got some Lions stuff we will get to in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, my favorite place to go is without question 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. Why? Million reasons why. There's not a bad seat in the house. You get flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. The best wings in town. They got the NFL Sunday ticket. They got the football shuttle. It's back for all those home games. You can save the hassle of driving and parking and book your seat right now. And the specials. Like I say, they're all day, every day. For all Michigan and Michigan State basketball games, you get $4 drafts and Miller Lite and Coors Light. For Detroit football games and all Sunday football games, $4 drafts and Miller Lite. For Detroit hockey and basketball games, you get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And this is awesome because they've also got lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Plus, go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. This way you get to see all the great contests that they have. If you're having a holiday party, book your party right now at 24 Seconds. Plus, they got gift cards available. We've done that here at the station. That's pretty great. And if you need a party or any event catered, let 24 Seconds Bar do all the work. Every seat's great. It's right in the heart of downtown Berkeley where the service is fantastic. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, Gator. I'm going to ask you a question. How much should we care about Pro Bowl voting?
I don't.
You don't care at all.
The Pro Bowl is a joke of what
it's
it
now
used
the Pro
to be.
Bowl. It's now the Pro Bowl games, right?
Yeah, it's
flag football and obstacle courses and dodgeball and et cetera, et cetera.
And what quarter bounce and
Yep.
Anchorman.
Yep.
But I joke, but it's not a thing anymore, really. I mean, it's recognition, I guess, but beyond that, it's not even a game.
Okay, so where do you think? And now the voting is just listed. It's not by conference, I guess, although it's hard to follow on the NFL's website. What do you think our guy Goff would deserve to be in this year's Pro Bowl voting?
In the NFC?
No. Like I said, the whole league.
Oh, sorry.
They
The
bundle
whole
them
thing?
together. Yeah, they bundle them together.
I mean, certainly in the top 10, but let's see. I'm just thinking of quarterbacks that I think were in that same group there. Yeah, C.J. Stroud, Tua, Dak, Purdy, Mahomes, Herbert, Lamar Jackson. I don't know. Probably 8th.
Yeah, he ranks 9th in Pro Bowl voting. And some others for the Lions. There's a bunch of guys that are tied for 4th, or that are in 4th, excuse me. Penei Sewell's the 4th tackle. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the 4th wide receiver.
Yeah, he's had a great year so far.
Frank Ragnow is the 4th center. And Sam Laporta is the 4th tight end.
Yeah, Laporte has had a phenomenal year.
And I look at all this, and I think you can make an argument that Goff, based on this year, should be higher if it's based on this year. But I think the rest of it, there's some quite a bit of respect there for the Lions. But again, I don't know how much people should quote unquote care about Pro Bowl voting anymore. Voting for All-Star games and getting mad about voting for All-Star games and what fans are voting you is always sort of, to me, been a little bit foolish. Voting for this All-Star game, it's a weird deal, right? I mean, we're voting for the flag football quarterback, and who's going to, try and, going to be the best at the egg toss. What are we voting for?
Who's in the three-legged race?
Yeah.
We should vote for them to be in Squid Games.
Well, that would be interesting. That would be very
Goff's mobility might be a problem.
I think Goff's savvy would go a long way.
They could. Yeah.
I think savvy would go a long way.
Sure.
I'm watching the Squid Game right now, the game show. And
not the original.
For those
TV.
that have seen it, I would be fascinated to know how Goff, because Goff's a smart guy, how he'd handle picking up the phone at the end of episode 2. But anyway, that's only for people who've seen it. It's not really a spoiler either. So do we try to? I don't even know if we try to flood the ballot box for our guy, right? I mean, sometimes that's a classic radio stunt.
I think it used to. You have to ask a player, I guess, of how much it means to you now, because back in the day it meant free trip to Hawaii, and then it became trip to Florida or wherever. They changed it from Hawaii and moved it back inland.
Yep.
And now it's not even. It's. I don't want to say it's a joke. It's a different kind of competition. So I don't know if players even care about it anymore. I mean, players didn't care too much about it, as recent as like 20 years ago. I feel like that's when I don't know what the year it kind of jumped the shark, but it definitely jumped the shark at one point.
And people just stopped playing.
Yeah.
They stopped playing football.
And then I think when who is it? The running back Edwards, when he tore up his knee.
Yeah, and the beach.
On the beach.
Yeah, the beach football game.
I think that's when players said, no contact, no nothing. I'm not risking anything.
Yeah. Look, there's Aiden Hutchinson's 7th, by the way, in voting for edge rushers.
Surprised he's that high. It's not had a statistically great season.
No, I think it's kind of acknowledged. I mean, I don't know. This is fan voting, so
Yeah,
I don't know what the fans. I would think the players,
contest,
the players would vote.
I think the Detroit fans have done very well to keep their players up here.
Mm-hmm.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, the guys are in the top 4. I think people know the name Penei Sewell because of how high he was drafted.
Yep.
I'm surprised about Ragnow that he's that high because you're talking about fan recognition. St. Brown doesn't surprise me because fantasy football, this guy's been a stud week in, week out. You know what you're getting.
I think this is the year that it feels like St. Brown is moved into that upper echelon of receivers and will be thought of that way and rated that way.
Yeah. Well, he's got the sixth most receiving yards in the NFL at this point.
The most amazing thing out of everything that's happened this year is our tight end is the fourth in Pro Bowl voting and deserves it.
Yeah.
I mean, he is pushing into that elite where I wouldn't be surprised if they start saying he becomes the it tight end, where people say, yeah, the league belongs to Travis Kelce at the position, but you know who you need to keep an eye on?
So the three guys ahead of him, is it Kelce, Kittle, and Hawkinson?
I don't know. Kang, you saw the story, and it didn't have...
The two ahead were Kelce and Kittle.
So he was third.
No, there's another one, but I only saw the two ahead. Like they only had they broke down the NFC and AFC leaders.
I would think it would be Hawkinson.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
But don't know.
But Laporta is, given the season that he is having, it wouldn't be a shocker if he gets into this conversation pretty quickly of the best tight ends in the league. I don't think he's there yet. I think he's got to do it sustainable period of time. But
well, he's had a heck of a season to this point. 679 yards on the year with 5 games to go. I don't expect him to get to 1,000 yards, but that would be unbelievable if he did. But, 900 plus, I think, is absolutely within range.
Yep.
64 catches on the year with 5 games to go. I mean, north of 80 catches. I think that's realistic, but could it get to 90? Sure. 100? Probably not.
It's interesting because he's clearly... I mean, I asked Goff about this earlier in the week. I feel like now they have 2 guys that on 3rd and 7, Jared's menu added an extra item. It used to be Amon-Ra. Now between Amon-Ra and Laporta, he's got 2 weapons that need to be accounted for on must-haves. And that's one of the greatest parts about the way that game ended is he went to Josh Reynolds
and
at
in
the end of the game.
That's not even who he went to.
No, but I think what's going to happen is it's going to create opportunities for others. Usually teams could have been just focused on ASB. Now they got to try and take away 2 of these reliable, high-end, if you put it in my catch radius, I am going to catch it receivers.
Well, you look at this year, there's 2 new additions, basically, when you look at Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, J-Mo played a little bit last year, but let's be really didn't play much and then missed the first few games this year. So this year they come into it, and whenever J-Mo comes in, what does J-Mo do? He stretches the field. The safety absolutely pays attention to him and walks over to where he's at. I mean, that it allows for players like St. Brown to come underneath, and even he's going to throw to him, he's still going to get open because the safety's going to look over on top. Now that Laporta has established himself as being this go-to guy as well, and you've got Jamison Williams moving the safeties all over the place, you're finding one-on-one coverage. And Sam Laporta is going to win the one-on-one coverage.
Yep.
He just should. It's a matchup nightmare for teams. And I love what they've got with this offense. And, I really do think they're only scratching the surface of what's possible. In the next couple of years, are these guys all working together? When you see that Jamison Williams gets targeted 8 times in a game, because that's just what's going to happen. And the Sam Laporta is going to be the same way. They could really, really turn this thing into an offensive juggernaut.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines. Got a Lions question we'll get to, a story to tell at least, next hour. And another edition of Are You Going to Eat That here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Gator, you mentioned during the break, there's a report out there that it's possible that Michigan and Jim Harbaugh are going to get a contract extension. I'm a little sketchy on the source of this. I do think it's something that's being worked on. I think there's a lot of caveats that both sides want added to protect their own interests. And the details this has been going on for a while.
We've got an ongoing NCAA investigation. I would imagine that's something that.
I think that Michigan's looking for some assurances there that, Harbaugh's camp doesn't seem to be too particularly concerned about because they don't believe it'll lead back to him, but that doesn't mean he might not be facing another suspension. I did talk to somebody that said even if he is facing another suspension, that doesn't mean they won't want him to be their coach long term. There's also some discussion of Sharon Moore being named a coach in waiting, so that if and when Jim Harbaugh decides to hang them up or move on, that Sharon Moore just takes over. And this is something that I fully endorse and think is a great idea. I think transitions like that makes it easier to recruit because.
Well, it certainly does.
Yeah.
But, how long do you put the coach in waiting tag on somebody?
Right. How long does he
I
want
would
to wait?
imagine that, Sharon Moore would have plenty of offers.
Did that? If you got to pay him.
Well, yeah.
Pay him that make him want to stay. Didn't this happen with Will Muschamp? He was named the coach in waiting, maybe at Texas, and ended up not waiting.
I forget. I know this has definitely happened before.
Yeah,
the coach in waiting thing, but yeah,
and I think maybe one of the. Damn it! I didn't mean to do this, but it wasn't Matt Painter, the coach in waiting at Purdue
Here we go.
for Gene Cady.
Sure, it was. Like you don't know.
I think he was.
Yeah, I think he was.
Anyway.
I mean, your love for the Purdue basketball program is nowhere near the love for the Purdue football program.
No, it's not. It's not a love. It's just an acknowledgement. I see what's going on down there. So anyway, something to keep an eye on. 248-539-9797.
You misspoke earlier, by the way. When
About?
you said you talked about it teams. You said, remember back in the COVID, the it team in the Big Ten was Indiana. You had the right state. You just got the school. But you meant to say Purdue. I understand.
It really was Indiana, but let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jim. Hi, Jim.
Penix.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
So with the Lions, man, and I agree 100% with what we were talking about earlier about, Laporta and St. Brown and J-Mo and a really great set up to scheme a lot of open plays. My concern or my question mark is, in my opinion, really is, if not for Ben Johnson, does Coach Campbell, does he have what it takes to keep that offense looking the same way with whatever the next OC is?
Well, he started it.
But did he really,
Yeah.
Gator? I mean, with Ben there, that he's the one that's scheming up these ideas. He's the one that's creating these plays to get Amon-Ra wide open into the middle, and he's the one running this offensive plan, right? Is Jared Goff going to look the same when somebody else is calling the plays, and what does that look like in the future? And that's what I'm concerned about. And is there any way we're going to be able to retain Ben when the season's over?
So, look, nobody wants to lose Ben Johnson. Is there going to be a way to retain him if the jobs that he gets offered aren't jobs that he wants? He's kind of already shown that he's going to be a little bit picky with this. I don't know if he turned down. He didn't let the Carolina thing go very far.
Right.
Yeah. With that said, I mean, it's not like Ben Johnson's doing this over in the corner and not sharing his notes. It's not like Ben Johnson has has no communication with the rest of the offensive staff. So Dan Campbell, was Anthony Lynn that he replaced as offensive coordinator and he took over calling plays. And I think that
the offense made a tremendous jump.
I think there is a chance that the that the Lions are already, I think there's a strong chance that they've already got their next offensive coordinator picked out. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's somebody in-house that is trending. But you'd rather have Ben Johnson than not. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But you can't keep.
But you think there's a contingency plan in place already, and there's already a attrition plan moving forward?
I think they probably have an idea as to who they want to interview, who would keep the train on the tracks. Because I don't think they'd be looking at this thing and saying, "Hey, how about an offensive overhaul?" No, they want somebody that understands the principles of what works and what's working here with this group of offensive players, and move on from there.
I think you said it right. Nobody wants to lose Ben Johnson, but it's inevitable. I mean, he's a great offensive mind, and some team's going to want him as a head coach, and eventually he's going to find the right fit that he's going to jump for, and he will. And the Lions will be fine. They'll be fine. They've worked with this offense now for 2.5 years with Dan Campbell when he took things over, and then brought along Ben Johnson, so they know what they're doing. I don't worry about that at all. And like you said, probably solution is in-house. Somebody's been here and gets a promotion. When that happens, will that happen next year? Don't know. It's up to Ben Johnson what he wants to do.
I guess the only thing that I would counter a little bit is I'm not sure they'll be fine, but I also don't think they'll be dumb. I think Ben Johnson's a special offensive coordinator, and I hope that they will be fine. But I don't suspect they're going to do anything radically stupid here in this next hire.
Well, I don't know how special he is or how special any offensive coordinator really is. I think when you have an offensive line that's really good and you can protect the quarterback, you can do anything.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to stay is they need to maintain an offensive line that protects a quarterback.
Okay, so one of the stories that came out yesterday was that the Lions, it's trending that they will get back Alex Anzalone in the middle of that defense this week. He had a hand issue. Was it a thumb? His thumb was moving around.
He said he hurt his thumb in the fourth quarter of the game on Thanksgiving. Didn't know when. He just noticed that his thumb kept sliding around, and he kept popping it back into place, and it would slide out. That's the way he described it. He gets it checked out, and they decide that they're going to perform some surgery to keep it in place.
This does not sound comfortable.
It doesn't at all. And yet he was talking about the article I was reading in the Free Press this morning made it seem like it was just matter of fact. Like, yeah, so I did the surgery, did that, and now now I'm good to go. It's going to be about pain tolerance, and he's got a small cast on it, and how is it going to affect him? I suspect it won't affect him much at all.
So what's funny is he fully experienced he was basically lived the fan experience.
Yes.
On a couple of fronts. Let's start with this one. This is a story in today's Free Press. He said as he was watching the game, he went on social media, which is something that I'm sure NFL players never do when they're playing in the games.
Right.
And when he went on social media during the game that he wasn't playing in, he saw fans complaining about the defense.
Yep.
Would you advise against this if you were a friend or an agent of Alex Anzalone?
100% I would advise against it.
Yeah.
Nothing good comes out of it. And yet what he took out of it was some people made some points. We give up too many points and we're not good enough in the red zone. Now, I don't know if he meant that we're not good enough defensively in the red zone, which is what I took it to mean.
Yep.
And I would agree. Sure. Okay.
I just can't picture an NFL player that is basically just out for the week, sitting on his couch, doom scrolling Twitter while their team is. I don't know
why you would. Yeah. The other part about being a fan is as he's watching the game at home and he's got a newborn baby. Congratulations to Alex Anzalone and his wife and the family there. The wife was duties with the newborn, but he's got a young son, and apparently he had to deal with something with a young son, so he gets up and walks away from the TV, and he said he forgot to hit pause on the TV. So we've all been in the bubble before. So he stepped away from it for a while, I guess, and when he came back, he realized he forgot to hit pause, so he goes back and hits rewind and kind of puts his hand over his eyes and covers his eyes so he doesn't see the score because he didn't want to know the score. He just wanted to go back to the part that he missed.
Of all of the bubble behaviors, the blind rewind I've done.
Oh, yeah, I've done that.
Like when I'm taping a game and I come home and I flip the TV on and the game's on and I don't want to know what's happening. Yep. And there's a couple things I've done. One is just hit rewind. The other's change a channel immediately. But the silly stuff you do where you cover your eyes, Alex Anzalone was doing that.
Yes.
He was living a parallel life with the rest of us. He knows what it's like to be a hardcore fan. And he stayed in the bubble and was watching the Lions game on tape delay.
So after reading this article, and it gives you all these things about him, right? And by the way, the toughness part of it, yeah, I just kept sliding in and out his thumb. I came away like loving this guy even more.
Mm-hmm.
He has been a very pleasant surprise to me. Like I didn't expect much out of him when he came here. I thought, okay, they're bringing some guy from New Orleans that they know. He's got the wild hair, got it. You know, he can make some plays. It was okay. And then he got better. And then now he's good. Like really, I think he's really good for this team.
Here's the thing that I want to bring up at 248-539-9797. We've talked about Goff and we've talked about Anzalone. Both of them early in their time in Detroit, people weren't convinced. I would say that they have won over most of the fan base. Yeah. One on offense, one on defense. And maybe they're just the obvious answers and the only answers. But is there any other Lion that has won you over? That you didn't trust, you weren't a fan, you thought that person was going to have to be replaced, but in the end, you're like, you know what? They've won me over. Goff and Anzalone are the obvious 1A and 1B at the top of the list, but is there anybody else that you can say you were skeptical of, but now they've won you over? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. Who has won you over? Got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up a little bit later on this hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Think about that. Any winning $5 money line bet, let's take a huge favorite. $5. You get $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. That's breaking news.
That's amazing news. I didn't realize that. We have it on authority.
Yep.
If you download the Odyssey app today, Odyssey, A-U-D-A-C-Y, Odyssey, the Odyssey app. If you download the Odyssey app,
yep.
We talk all the time. You can listen to us anywhere, right?
Yeah. Well, United States and Canada.
And apparently the North Pole.
We just got word.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Somebody from the North Pole was here.
Going to protect the anonymity.
Yep.
But S. Claus apparently.
Well, he was here with his wife.
Yes. Mrs. S. Claus.
Yep. And she mentioned she streams on the app.
This is amazing news.
Yep, it's great. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Bryant. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Bryant?
How's it going, guys?
We're good.
Hey, man, I think the guy for the Lions that has kind of surprised me a bit this season, or maybe has some more appreciation, I think it's been Josh Reynolds. I always kind of tapered off a little bit towards the second half of the season here, but early on, I mean, this guy was just making big catch after big catch. He talked about every catch he had for a while was either like a touchdown or a first down pass. And I think he's kind of kept them in a lot of games and saved them in some pretty tough spots this year.
It really is amazing. He's got 28 receptions on the year, and 24 of them are for first downs.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And while I was kind of thinking about it, too, on hold here, I think the other guy that's been big, too, has been Graham Glasgow. I think he signed a one-year contract, but with the injuries they had in the offensive line, like, where would they be without him right now, especially filling in at center when Ragnow's been down?
So as far as, the Josh Reynolds take, the one thing that has become clear is that Goff has his guys, like the people he trusts and the people that he has definite as a chemistry with. And there's no doubt that Josh Reynolds, he was one of the first, his guys. I mean, that was a guy that was a cast-off, was available to everybody, and the Lions snatched him up. He just got released by Tennessee, and the Lions signed him. And he's been more than good for them. And he's not been great.
Game, Goff's getting under pressure. They need a first down. He doesn't have any catches all game, and he gets the catch for the first down to seal for him. So he hasn't been amazing all season, but he just has those plays where, like, man, he seems to be in the right spot at the right time. And to your point, he's a guy that Goff can trust in those big moments to come through.
Yep. Hey, Brian, thanks for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We're talking about guys that have won you over with the Alex Anzalone story today in the Free Press. Gator was just mentioning, and he's kind of the defensive version of Goff, where everybody was like, I don't have big expectations for this guy, or why'd they resign him? Well, guess what? Anzalone's won people over. Goff has won people over. And those might be the most obvious ones. Who else has won you over? 248-539-9797.
Just one other note on Josh Reynolds and how key he has been for the Lions. He is second on the team behind Amon-Ra St. Brown with 14 plays of 20 yards or more. St. Brown is 16. He has 14. Half of his receptions have gone for 20 yards or more.
I would not have known that. That's pretty impressive.
Leads the team with a 16.1 yards per reception average.
Wow.
It's been great.
Ira, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Ira.
Hey, guys. Huge fan of the show. I've been listening for a long time now.
From the North Pole?
Hey, so shout out to the Alex Anzalone fans. Fanzalone myself. But I think a signing that has definitely proved to be great for us is the Demo signing. I was a little skeptical at first. I was kind of a huge Jamal Williams, and I like Swift a lot. But he's definitely shown me that he can kind of fill that role. Both of their roles, actually. He's been great off the screen, too. So between the tackles and the screen game, I think he's definitely proved to us that he can be the guy for a while.
Yeah, he hasn't had as many receptions, but he does get the job done when he catches out of the backfield. But as a runner, he's averaging 4.7 yards a carry. He's got over 700 yards rushing already, and he's a guy who's splitting carries with Jahmyr Gibbs. The duo has been great, but if you just focus on Montgomery, he's been fantastic with 10 touchdowns already. And like I said, the 4.7 yards per carry, that's huge when you compare that to what they had last year. They had a good running game last year. It's taken it to a different level this year.
Ira, are you a big listener of this show by chance?
Yeah, I am. I listen every day, man.
So in the off season, when I was like giddy about them getting David Montgomery, did you just think I was a fool?
No, I think you were skeptical, but I think that all of us have watched him, coming from the Bears. We've seen what his potential was last year. And, the last couple of years, he's definitely been that hard-nosed runner. Even in Chicago, he was the same. But, I think every fan had their doubts with because I think everyone fell in love with Jamal Williams last year. So, having him signed was definitely a skeptical topic.
It wasn't for me. I was a huge fan.
Not for me. I thought that was an upgrade.
Yeah.
I thought Montgomery had nothing to run behind in Chicago. I can't wait to see what he can do with this line because I saw what Jamal Williams did, which averaged 3.9, 4.0, whatever it was a carry, but he had 17 touchdowns. He was automatic in the short yardage situations, and that's what you wanted. We've gotten that from Montgomery, but more. 4.7.
248-539-9797. Andy, you're next. What's up, Andy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Thank
Mine
you.
was J-Mo. Yeah, mine was J-Mo. The way this stuff first started, when they first drafted him, I went and watched some highlights of him in college. I thought, man, this guy's fast. This is going to be great. And then, all the crap started happening, and, he's in Vegas after getting caught gambling. I'm thinking, oh, man, come on. But now when you watch him, you can tell he's generally into being a football player. He's into being a Lion. He's blocking, and his speed is just, that double reverse last week was just, I had to have my wife watch. I'm like, come here, watch this. She went, wow, he's fast. I said, yes, he is.
When the Lions went and drafted players, and they always said they want guys that love football, right? I think Jameson Williams just loves the game. I think he's having a ton of fun, and you could see it in the way he reacted when he scored the touchdown and diving into the end zone like that. He's just having fun.
I don't want to do that very often.
No, I don't want to see it anymore. But I appreciate the fact that he loves the game.
Yeah, I really. And I'm looking forward to watching this game this weekend.
Andy, you know what? Yeah. For our perspective, you know what's fun? Not having to do is Jameson Williams a problem show? We haven't had to do that in a long time. I suspect that we won't. I think that there was a little bit of some youth, some immaturity maybe that has come out, and that is not that unusual for a kid his age. Having kids that exact age and seeing them going, God, they're really good kids, but man, that's ridiculous. So I have a degree of patience for a 20, 21-year-old. But at the end of the day, he is proving it on the field by embracing the little things that win you over in this town. I think almost all sports markets are the same. But I think we do something in Detroit which is different, is we will take the minutia, the role player, the tiny things, and we will blow them up and make them, those people that do them, into stars. And which is why the grind line was a huge star, why Ben Wallace worked here, why we can, take a player like Corey Schlesinger and he becomes a cult hero. Like a middle linebacker might be the most popular Lion outside of Barry, I guess, and Chris Spielman. But you really do, we take non-traditional roles. So when we see Jameson Williams, who's playing a traditional position that gets a lot of hype, but he's doing things like blocking, that's how Detroit falls in love with you. And I think we do that more than other towns. And he really, really has embraced that aspect of the game, to say the least. Hey, just a reminder, we're giving away Lions tickets at 141 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Listen for your chance to win. It's the Middle Light Tap Room for the game on Saturday the 16th. They take on Denver. First one with the correct answer to usually a very easy question, something said on this show, on these airwaves. First one with the correct answer gets the Lions tickets to the Denver game in the Middle Light Tap Room. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Sterling Heights on Mount Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at B-Dubs with Wojo and Rieger from 5 to 8. Another chance to win, courtesy of Middle Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 the ticket. All right, so John Bacon, part of that, there's a lot of Michigan stuff, is reporting that Michigan AD Ward Manuel, Michigan's leaders and lawyers are finalizing Harbaugh's contract, 5 years, $55 million, which will make him the highest paid coach in the Big Ten, as promised weeks ago. The ball is now in Harbaugh's court. That is from a pretty decent source, I would say. We talked about this earlier this hour. I do know in talking to people at Michigan, there are some assurances on the Michigan side, and certainly Jim Harbaugh with success on the field, but they are making sure that they don't get into any situation that they don't want to. They want assurances. Both sides want assurances, and they're just finalizing those. The Sharon Moore being the coach in waiting, there's no reporting on that yet. That has been rumored to be the case.
Well, this would be the time that Michigan has the power to pressure Harbaugh. You get now before the championship game, and there's going to be NFL jobs opening up left and right shortly, and that his name is already being mentioned in some circles, whether it's Chicago or the Chargers or wherever. So it makes sense for Michigan to say, all right, we want an answer now. Or we're giving you this extension, and there have to be contingencies. Clearly, there have to be something there, some protection.
I think both sides have their list of things that they want shored up. But yep, we'll keep you updated on that. But we shall see. In the meantime, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Now, I'm going to be easily influenced today, Doug, because I'm hungry.
Yep.
And as I walked past, during this break, I was walking past Cookies Costa's in today for Rico, I believe, and he was talking with Kenny, and Cookies was having a sub sandwich. Now, I'm hungry, and I'm like, that looks really good. I've never had one of those from that place. I may have to do that on the way home, so maybe I can be swayed.
All right, well, I'll start with some drinks.
Okay, I like drinks.
Or do you want me to start with food? I can start with food.
Okay, I like food.
We've talked about the Brown Dog restaurant in Northville and their unique ice cream flavors. They've got one winter ice cream out called Yellow Snow.
Well,
Gator?
Is it urine-flavored snow?
Are you going to eat that?
Daddy's got to know what's the flavor.
All right.
You can't.
I want you to commit before I tell you what the flavor is.
I'm likely to try it, yes.
It's marshmallow ice cream with swirled lemon and almonds.
No.
Too late, man.
I said likely. I didn't say I would. I said likely.
A gator will not eat yellow snow.
No, that sounds... Look, I'm not a big fan of marshmallows. And what was it with the...
Almonds and lemon.
Lemons and almond don't seem like they'd go together. I like lemon flavored. I don't really like almonds. But I like almond flavor. I don't like almond texture.
Kang, would you eat yellow snow?
I would eat this version of yellow snow. Because I find like ice cream is a weird thing, Gator. You and I watch a ton of Food Network.
Yeah.
And when they get forced to make like some kind of different ice cream, you'd be surprised at what goes well in ice cream. So I think I'll give it a shot. Like butter pecan, I know that's a nut, right? That's in ice cream. So I'd give it a shot.
I would not. I don't think lemon ice cream sounds good at all, personally. But
you don't like lemon flavored?
In certain things, I do.
Okay.
Like seltzers. Outside of that, I don't like a whole lot of lemon. But like lemon and lime, those seltzers, I like those. All right. The Free Press did a story about trying not to pack on too many LBs during the holidays.
Okay.
And they included a low-calorie snack, a lower-calorie snack.
All right.
This is the no-bake peanut butter almond oatmeal snack bite, Gator.
A lot going in there.
This is 1 cup of old-fashioned rolled oats, a half cup of flaked almonds, 1 cup of dried sweetened cranberries, 3 tablespoons of ground flaxseed, 1 tablespoon of chia seed, 3 tablespoons of maple syrup, and 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Gator, the no-bake peanut butter almond oatmeal snack that sounds like the greatest holiday snack ever. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Did I miss the part where there was peanut butter in there?
Apparently isn't.
So how can you call it a peanut butter and there's no peanut
It'd be like almond butter, you know that. This type of snack.
Did I mess up the recipe or something? I'm gonna have to go back and look.
This is a Doug Karsh special.
This kind of is.
Look, I
There
would
must be
try it.
peanut butter in it.
I'd try it because I like oats. I like vanilla. I like the
I think this
maple
would
syrup.
be wildly disappointing for you, Gator.
Cranberries. I don't know if I need the dried cranberries in there. Like if
I'm
it were
sorry.
raisins, I might go.
apologize. There is a 2/3 of a cup of creamy peanut butter in it.
Yeah, no, I'd try this.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm in for sure. Kang?
No. Anything Doug likes, I don't like.
That's not always true.
Food-wise.
This is how Kang is approaching it.
It's probably a safe place to be, though.
I'd try that.
Yeah, I'd try it too.
Yeah.
Next up, Miller.
Our friends at Miller Brewing Company?
Our friends at Miller Brewing Company. Miller High Life has a seasonal merchandise release.
Miller High Life does?
Miller High Life has a seasonal merchandise release,
All right.
including the Merry Highlight, which is a Christmas tree-shaped neon light that you can purchase starting December 8th. That's tomorrow. Aside from bringing a holiday glow to your space, it will also deliver aroma. The light is infused with a dive bar scent to evoke the feeling of being on your favorite stool at your favorite dive bar. Gator, do you want the Miller High Life Christmas tree-shaped neon light with a dive bar scent?
I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of this thing.
It's a small thing, like you said, on a table. It's like this big.
Like a lava lamp size?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
You would go with the dive bar scent?
What does dive bar scent
Well,
smell
yeah,
like?
what, dive bar scent. That's part of it.
Well, that's the point. That's the whole point.
I didn't hear. I thought you were just saying it was like an ornament.
No, it's a dive bar scent it gives off.
No, I don't need my house to smell like stale beer. Like my house doesn't need to smell like a frat house.
Peanut shells.
Yeah, I don't need any of that.
Can you?
Santa Claus after his shift.
Oh,
Right? I mean, like this is
shots fired. What are you doing?
And 42 kids sit on my lap. 12 of them peed on me.
So
it's a dive bar. Santa's not going to a dive bar.
He might be.
Santa's getting a hot toddy at home.
I like it's the dive bar scent. Can I handle that?
I love the dive bar scent in the dive bar.
Yeah.
I don't
not
want to
at
take it home
right?
with me.
Yeah.
All I can think about is our trip to Traverse City when we stopped off at Kalkaska and went to that dive bar. You want that smell?
No, I do not.
No. So
God, that was fun. Jello shots that were made in 19
did not want the Jello shot.
something. All right, Miller High Life also is combining with Leinenkugels for their Cheers Strawberry Lager. It's a limited edition beer for the holidays. German malts inspired by the German brewing traditions of both beers. The malts combine the complex yet subtle toasty and biscuity notes characteristic of the best champagnes. 2 hop varieties provide white wine and strawberry jam-like profile with refreshingly sweet finish reminiscent of Leinenkugel's summer favorites like Summer Shandy and Juicy Peach. Gator, the Miller High Life Leinenkugel Cheers Strawberry Lager Fusion Beer. Would you try it?
You pretty much have me at Leinenkugel's. I like how they take chances and they try stuff. Some things work, some things don't work. For the most part, it does. And I'm a huge fan of the Summer Shandy. Love the Summer Shandy. And then the peach one that they have, surprisingly good. I wasn't expecting much. I'm like, that's actually very good.
Okay.
So this, strawberry, but it's more like, this is like strawberry and champagne, kind of. I'm very curious. I'd like to try this.
I actually think I would try it as well. Kang?
3 for 3, Doug. See, now that's something you like that
There
or
you
might
go.
try that I would try too.
There you go. All right, final thing here. McCormick.
Oh, the spice people?
Yep. They've named their 2024 flavor of the year. The spice they have chosen is tamarind.
I was going to say, is it tamarind?
Why would you guess that?
Because I would. Because it's like the new hotness.
Is it?
Tamarind's like this new, because it's got health benefits. And
Is it dating a Kelsey?
it's Taylor Spice. It's a different kind of spice.
Yeah.
Tamarind.
No, it's the new hotness, man.
It's a tart fruit that's essentially part of the carefully balanced sweet, sour, spicy, and salty flavor combo found in Thai cuisine. It's a limited time. Tamarind will have, they were producing recipes for tamarind chicken burgers, tamarind fries, and even tamarind milkshakes.
Yeah.
Gator, tamarind.
Yeah, it's an additive or something it's yeah, absolutely.
You're going to go for the McCormick Spice of the Year. It's been named the Spice of the Year.
People's Spice of the Year.
Yeah, would you try it? I'm telling you, there's health benefits.
I do think I might, yeah.
Time Magazine Spice of the Year.
I like Thai cuisine.
Sports Illustrated Spice of the Year.
It's always been one of my favorite spices.
Tamarind really rocking up the Spice of the Year awards.
Moving past paprika. All right. Kang, you try something with tamarind in it?
Yeah, of course.
Tamarind milkshake sounds a little dicey.
Well, I've heard tamarind ice cream is pretty good.
Well, there you go. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Carson Anderson, open lines next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, guys, you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift for your special lady?
Get some tamarind.
Listen up. Pajama
Spice
Grips.
it up.
Famous naturally new pajamas. Oh, we'll spice it up. We'll make you a holiday hero. You've heard me talk about this, and let me tell you, this product is so good. They sell out every year. Naturally new pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. These pajamas are so soft and silky. So soft and silky. They're hit every time. They have a curve caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order your naturally new pajamas today, you will get a lot, including a free naturally new nightie for your lady. That's a $75 value on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. But you got to order now before they sell out. Listen, we know how good it feels to win. So why not win this Christmas with a gift that your lady's sure to love? Order at pajamagram.com. That's pajamagram.com. Make sure to tell them Doug Karsh from 97.1 A Ticket sent you. Pajamagram.com. So, Car Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I don't know if an NBA coach saved me from being old guy, but maybe. I mean, it's going to happen. Hope everybody, if you're not old, hope that you get to grow old. That should be a goal, growing old. But as your history gets longer, you'll find yourself saying and doing things that people will say, you sound old. And it happened to me a year ago, but now an NBA coach, I think, has kind of backed me up on this. But we'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. Did you see that James Houston spoke?
I did.
Yep. And really is enthusiastic about the possibility of being back for the playoffs. You know, you try and think, okay, we talked yesterday about if this was the defense, can the Lions win the Super Bowl? And they've got these two potentially huge variables looming. One is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and the other is James Houston. Honestly, if they both return to the field and both quickly get up to last year's form, look the F out.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we talk about turnovers, how this team needs to find a way. They're never going to be an elite defense, most likely, but they got to find a way. And by that, I mean this season. Hopefully moving forward, they will get better and better. But you start getting into the what can help them. C.J. Gardner-Johnson led the NFL in interceptions last year. Timely turnovers. Okay, you're not going to lead the league in pass defense or lead the league in rush defense or lead the league in scoring defense, but creating timely turnovers. And here's the other thing. What helps with turnovers? Pass rush.
Yeah.
Pass rush in so many ways. The genesis of many fumble or interception in the pass game are a result of a pass rush. Look no further than the last play for Ohio State in the Michigan game. Yes, Rod Moore picked it off. That ball fluttered down the middle of the field because Jalen Harrell hit the quarterback as he delivered. But there's millions of examples of that. That's just a recent one that comes to mind. Quarterbacks also get rid of the ball quicker than they want to when they think they're going to get hit. Quarterbacks also have to throw off platform when they're under duress, which leads to wayward throws, which leads to more interceptions. Plus, pass rush, strip sack is a huge producer of turnovers. So, oddly, what this defense desperately needs is waiting in the wings. But being able to suit up for a game doesn't mean you're ready to impact the game. And that's why it's important to try and get James Houston and C.J. Gardner-Johnson back before the playoffs.
Yes.
To get them snaps, to get them reps, to get them more opportunity to get into game shape. Because it's a weird deal. We all see the deficiencies. We all know the deficiencies. And the solution is right now in the trainer's room.
Well, I feel like with James Houston that we're days away from hearing that he has returned to practice and that he's been activated from the injury list and that they'll start his window for when he can return. I'm excited for that because I agree with you. It's going to take some time. First of all, he's got to get back into football shape, which is only going to happen through practicing, and that'll take a couple weeks. And then at that point, you're going to have 2, maybe 3 games left in the season, and it will take at least one of those before you feel like he's up to speed and really in football shape because he's got actual snaps. Just look at, Bruce Irvin, for instance. He made an impact last week, but he had been practicing with the team for several weeks before he got his chance, and he only played 11 snaps. Now, he was on the injury report yesterday, but that's a guy who's been in the league forever, and they still took their time with getting him ready. I really hope that he's ready to go and fully up to speed by the time they play Dallas.
Bruce Irvin?
Yeah. No, not Bruce Irvin, but
James Houston.
Yeah.
Well, they've got this game against Chicago this weekend, which is a weird one because I think Detroit collectively is fearful of Chicago because Chicago's got...
Well, they almost beat us last time.
Well, and they've almost beaten Detroit 2 of the last 3. The game in Chicago last year came down to the end as well. Detroit won the blowout at home. But Chicago's got this weapon that is so coveted by so many fans, and that is a running quarterback. And there's running quarterbacks, there's elusive quarterbacks, and then there's pocket passers. And I'm not saying I don't like running quarterbacks, but I think it's one of the most overrated aspects of that position. It's nice when you have it, but I would rather have, an accurate, quick processor of information, strong-armed quarterback before I'd want a quarterback that can run. But because Detroit, our fan base and a lot of fan bases are just collectively, I don't want to say scared, but kind of scared of the running quarterback. I don't know. I feel like Detroit's going into this game as a toss-up. If they get through it, then they got the stretch run with Denver, at Minnesota, at Dallas, Minnesota. It feels like they will be tested quite a bit before the playoffs. I mean, especially that game at Dallas. I don't know what to make of Minnesota right now.
I don't either. That game at Dallas, if they have James Houston back for a couple weeks, Bruce Irvin up to speed, and CJ Gardner-Johnson back, it'll be a better test of what this team is. The thing with Minnesota, both of those games, there's 2 of them, obviously, and by the time they play them, Minnesota's going to have their full complement of wide receivers, and they're scary good.
Mm-hmm.
So who's going to be throwing them the ball? Don't know. I don't know who's going to be throwing them the football. And it may not matter because maybe neither quarterback is any good to throw it, but they did have their little flare-up, and they had teams on notice, and then now they're on a 2-game losing streak. But, yeah, Denver's another team that came out of nowhere and started playing good football. Maybe that should have been expected because it just takes a while. They've got the coach. They've got a very talented quarterback who we all kind of wrote off after last year because he had such a horrible season in Russell Wilson. But Russ is back to playing pretty good football again, and we know Dallas is good. They are going to be tested, and the Bears game is a test. It's a test for the defense because of what happened last time.
I don't want to get too chesty like Doug, but looking ahead a little bit, assuming the Lions are able to win the division, host a playoff game, getting guys back like Houston and CJ Gardner-Johnson, because I think we all agree, on paper, the Eagles and Niners, they have a more talented roster. I'd love for the Lions to face them at full strength. They kind of need it, right?
Yeah,
because they're undermanned. If you just on paper, at least. I mean, you can ask anyone outside of Detroit that would say that. So to have CJ Gardner-Johnson, a James Houston, which I don't know what kind of James Houston is coming back, but I know that this defensive line needs help. If Bruce Irvin can provide a spark, I would just love to see a full Detroit Lions team go against the big boys, even Dallas.
Yeah, look, here's what I want to know. I want to know that when Houston comes back, that he and Irvin are simply upgrades over what we've seen to this point. At the very least, just be upgrades over what we've seen with Harris and the Acquires. Be better than that. And if both of those guys are better than that, then you might have something with the pass rush. And I'm hoping that Gardner-Johnson is able to come back. We haven't heard as much about him lately, and he was posting videos a few weeks ago, but we haven't really heard anything about him. Maybe that's the next one we're going to hear about, that, hey, he's ready to return to practice as well. But we know that if he's healthy, that should kind of settle things down a little bit in the secondary, maybe spice things up because of his ability to sniff out where the ball is.
It's promising, and you just hope that you don't suffer any other severe injuries between now and then, but that's just part of the game, man. I mean, we're used to experiencing it from the bottom, but now we're experiencing it from the top and trying to be at full strength, if you will, going into the postseason, or as close to it as you could possibly be. 248-539-9797. All right, an NBA coach backed me up on something, and I'm happy about it. We'll get to that today at 102. I've noticed a bit of a trend as it pertains to the Lions in the NFL. That coming up as well here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, we go to a lot of games, see a lot of sites, a lot of venues. Last winter, I went to a Phoenix Suns basketball game. I was out there. Daughter had a college visit to Arizona State, amongst other reasons. So we went and visited Arizona State. Wow. It's quite the campus. But while we were there, we went to a Phoenix Suns basketball game. It was easily the loudest piped-in stadium arena I'd ever been in. And by piped in, I mean it wasn't fans going nuts being loud. It was like being at a club.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was a time where when the game was going on, there was no music. There was no, it was just the game.
Right.
But this was the loudest I've ever been in. To the point where my daughter was sitting next to me and I'm like yelling at her so she can hear me. And I'm like, it's too much. It's sensory overload. Did
you complain to Ishbia?
I did not make any complaints to anyone. I just chalked it up a little bit to going, okay, this is the new way games
turn it down.
Well, it wasn't just the music either. It was the lights and the during play, the scoreboard flashing stuff and the arena, the
bottle service.
It was
the
all
Kardashians.
It was all too much, all this.
Yeah.
But I've never complained about an arena since or before. I just was like, this was too much. And now Steve Kerr has said it. Kang, where'd you see this?
Yeah, he said it a week or two ago or so, and he was the Warriors had just lost to the Phoenix Suns, and in the post game presser, he complained about the thumping techno club music. That's what he called it. He's like, he was, and as soon as he said, I go, wait a second. Doug went to a Phoenix Sun game and said to me, like, hey man, I don't want to complain, but it was.
I don't want to be like, I'm like, all right, I got it. Old guy, got it. But I've gone to games in other arenas since in LCA, and never once have I experienced what I did at the Phoenix game, where I'm just like, my God, man.
This is what Steve Kerr said. You know, you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club out there. What are we doing? I'm being dead serious. I couldn't hear anything. It's thumping techno club music. Can we just have a basketball game anymore? What the hell? Sorry for the rant.
It's funny because, I mean, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Yeah, where the game was being played without any music. And now I think if you don't play music, it doesn't need to be that. But could you imagine going to an NBA game now and there being no music?
No, it's been like this forever, though.
It'd be weird.
No, but there was always the charge, defense. But now it's.
But I feel like the music has been there for 20 years.
Yeah,
it's been there for a long time.
15, 20 years maybe.
Steve Kerr's complaining about it now?
Maybe it's just worse in Phoenix.
I will argue that it's worse in Phoenix than any other arena I've ever been in.
It might be, but Kerr likes to complain.
Well, Steve Kerr's been, I'm pretty sure he's been to every arena in the league at this point. But so I felt like it must be something in Phoenix where he had to say something. I mean, were your kids jamming out, Doug?
I even think my daughter was a little annoyed. Like, yeah, it's a lot. And I'm gonna guess that the feedback they're getting is people probably love it in Phoenix. And maybe Kerr is just morphing into old guy, but I really think Kerr he doesn't do this at every arena, right? He just said it about this one.
Yeah, like I said, I think Kerr likes to complain.
Am I sensing? Did I not know you didn't like Steve Kerr?
I kind of soured on Steve Kerr lately.
McVay, Kerr.
What is it with Kerr?
I don't know. He's just always talking.
You mean when people ask him questions, he's always answering them?
Yeah. He just goes off and just, I don't know, just coach the team, dude. That's what your job is. Just do it.
His point is he was struggling coaching the team because of the.
Oh, that's too bad. I feel bad for Golden State. I feel bad for Golden State.
The funniest thing about this is,
I understand.
If I were to pick one person that would hate that arena the most, it would be you. I think you would hate that arena.
I may not like it, but I don't have to side with Steve Kerr on it. I'll side with you on it. I'll trust you. I trust your
Steve Kerr sides with me.
Steve Kerr.
Did you know this about Gator?
I had no idea. I had no idea.
Bubbling to the surface is a dislike for Steve Kerr.
It's not this. It's always been something there, Gator.
I don't know. May have been something there back in his college days annoyed me, and then his pro days annoyed me.
I had no clue.
Now he's a head coach. Gets all this credit. It's amazing. You've got the best players in basketball, and you've had success. Unbelievable.
People think Phil Jackson was a great coach.
I know.
Do you not like Phil Jackson?
What? Never liked Phil Jackson. How could I like? I'm a Pistons fan. How could I have like? How could I have liked Phil Jackson?
What about Pop?
I kind of like Pop. I don't mind Pop.
Pop talks a lot.
Pop does talk a lot, but Pop's kind of funny. There are times that Pop bothers me. When Pop freezes out, people that are asking him, like when they're doing the halftime question or whatever, and he was doing that.
He freezes everybody out.
Yeah, that pissed me off. I'm like, you'd be better than that. You know, people they're asking you because you're this insightful guy. Answer the question. But I don't mind Pop. I don't like that stuff about him, but everything else is good. Look, the guy is flat out winner.
Yes.
Yep. And also has benefited greatly from having some of the luckiest draft position in the history of mankind.
Unbelievable when they won the lottery, and we took a look at the history of the San Antonio Spurs in the lottery, and they aren't there much, but when they're there, they win.
Yeah.
They win it.
Okay.
Here we have a team with 2 wins. The over-under the rest of the season might be 4.5 total. Like, they could go, this could be the worst team in the history of the NBA. And we're not winning the lottery. We already know that.
Was he the coach of San Antonio before they drafted Tim Duncan?
No. I don't think so.
So he walked into that situation, or was he there and they had David Robinson? Robinson gets hurt. Obviously, they get the top pick in the draft. And because he got hurt. Look who they got, Tim Duncan.
I don't know if he was the coach, but obviously he coached Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker forever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got Kawhi. And then they got Wembanyama. Good players. Good players.
Good players. Look, part of it's his coaching up. I don't know if people expected Ginobili and Parker to be as good as they were. We're off on a tangent here.
Yes, we are. Gator hates Steve Kerr. 248-539-9797. He was the coach with Tim Duncan. He took over in 1996. Tim Duncan's first year was 1997.
Oh, what a way to break in when you get the top pick in the draft. And, oh, by the way, your center who got hurt to allow you to that, he's healthy now.
Yeah.
Damn it.
And then they win another lottery this year.
Yep.
My God, man. All right, well, with that said, Steve Kerr thinks Phoenix's arena is too loud. Feedback coming in regarding the Lions, and we were talking about which Lions have won you over. From an unnamed texter, I love Khalif Raymond. Guy has just as much big play potential as any other player on the team and flies way under the radar, which we'd get him more involved. I think he meant wish we'd get him more involved.
Well, he's the second leading receiver on the team, for whatever that's worth. 47 catches, 616 yards. No touchdowns for Leaf yet.
Ryan in Pinckney says, David Montgomery. I swear I thought it wasn't going to work out. Boy, was I wrong. Definitely Jamison Williams is starting to win me over, but oh my God, Laporta. I thought it was a terrible early pick, but I'm so glad they did it. We have a new star in the making.
I'm sorry, I was looking at last year's stats. Khalif Raymond is 26 catches for 372 yards and does have a touchdown.
Unnamed texter. When Jahmyr Gibbs was drafted, I was pretty upset about it, but after seeing the first few games, I got excited, and now through 13 games, I believe he's going to be very special in Detroit.
Well, he's had a year so far that is just literally a few yards behind what DeAndre Swift did all of last year in 14 games, and he's done it in 10 games for Jahmyr Gibbs. So it's pretty impressive what he's done. And then you look at what DeAndre Swift has done this year, which is nice. Gibbs isn't far behind that either. In fact, they have the same amount of touchdowns and total yardage. I think he's within 100 yards, and again, has only played 10 games.
Here's a great one. When we drafted Penei Sewell, I wanted the Lions to trade Taylor Decker. Couldn't imagine that line being as good the last couple of years without him.
Because it wouldn't be.
And then this one, I expected we get this from an unnamed texter. Dan Campbell is the one that won me over.
Yeah, I think it. I I think he's pretty much won over everybody at this point, or do you think there's still some stragglers out there that, and we do get the calls once in a while, people are upset with him with the gambling during the game, the gamble calls, but
yep.
I think he's won most everybody over.
NBA, it's fantastic. Scott writes in, I think Steve Kerr just created a new NBA slogan. NBA, what are we doing? 248-539-9797.
He's great for the league.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, I finished something last night, Gator, and I don't know if you've watched it yet. I hope you have, but
okay.
Finished watching a show. We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. I finally finished Bye Bye Barry last night. the Barry Sanders documentary on Amazon Prime. Have you watched it?
No.
Okay. Kang, have you watched Bye Bye Barry?
Yeah, I watched it the first day it came out.
I will tell you, it is an exceptionally well done documentary. I've had a couple of Amazon Prime documentaries I've watched where I was like, I was not like, because I like watching documentaries.
Yeah.
And I wasn't like blown away. This one was, to me, by far and away their best work. They have, I don't know if I should say everything because somebody would call up and tell me something I forgot, but here's what they have. They've gone out and they've got like Stoney talking about it in 1994. You know, they've got Jamie Samuelson talking about Barry Sanders early in his career. I guess it wasn't Stoney in 94. It was when he retired. But the point is they went into archives and found stuff. They've got play-by-play from his entire career.
With Mark Champion.
And mix in Dick Stockton and, you know.
So they collaborated with the NFL to be able to get some of this stuff and the Detroit Lions.
They really did a hell of a job.
Well,
and Barry talking, Barry's, the level, how uncomfortable he was in front of the camera. Like they found some video that I'd never seen before. It doesn't mean that others hadn't. But like the night he got drafted, ESPN sent a young reporter named Dan Patrick to Wichita to wait and interview Barry. And Dan was like, I was waiting forever. And I was actually getting a little irritated because he said he'd talk to us and then he disappeared. And then when Barry shows up, young Barry Sanders, at one point actually kind of rips on Dan Patrick. He's like, yeah, people call me shy. I'm not shy. I just don't really think I need to do this. But what I'm discovering is some people only want you to get what they can out of you. They're using you to get. And I'm like, Dan Patrick's sitting right there holding the mic. And I'm like,
hey.
I was like, wow. I don't remember this sort of
salty,
borderline salty interaction, but there's so much in it that's so good. Lomas Brown, Kevin Glover, Champion, of course, vintage Mark Champion, play-by-play. Brandy's in there. There's so many shots of the Silverdome that'll take you back with the yellow big boy cups.
Oh, you only played in the Silverdome.
But I'm just saying, they've got so many fan shots. It's so cool. It will take you back.
Well, I will watch it. I haven't watched, and I'm glad you're saying this because it reminds me I need to watch this. My concern about it, and I'll get over it, is that I kind of know what the ending is going to be with this whole thing because it's not a real big secret why he retired. I mean, he's basically just, fell out of love with the game, but I'm glad to hear that they did collaborative efforts with the NFL and the Lions because that's otherwise your documentary is going to be crap. I've watched a ton of documentaries. I love watching documentaries, whether it's sports or history or whatever. But if you don't have footage, if you don't have access to the footage that matters, like if you're talking about some great incident that happened and you've got nothing on it,
you're doing like showing still photographs,
right?
Or I've seen 30 for 30 do this. They've got animation,
or animation or reenactments.
It's
not the same.
No, they did a fantastic job with Bye Bye Barry, and so it's on Amazon Prime. I couldn't recommend it more. Kang, your thoughts?
Yeah, they did a great job. There was one thing that I thought was missing, though, Doug.
Which is? I knew there'd be something.
They didn't answer one pretty big question that I still want to know. And it's not, why did you retire? It's, why did you retire when you did?
Mm. Yeah, the eve of training camp.
Yes. Now, that's a big deal because they had to go into the season with, I think, Ron Rivers or whoever it was. I forget.
Greg Hill, I
Greg
believe.
Hill. No, they went and got Greg Hill, I think, at some point. But
I think it was Ron Rivers.
So basically, the very specific about waiting the entire offseason.
Yes.
I think he sort of answered that, but we'll let people watch it for themselves. I don't want to, spoil
I don't
it.
want to ruin it, but
yeah. But there was a lot of stuff with Barry's sons at the end too, which was really cool. And
that was cool. I forgot that he had went to London. I was really young when this whole thing happened.
The Oklahoma State footage, the high school footage. I mean, they dug into archives and they got rights to stuff, and so I give them a ton of credit. I think, Gator, you will love it because it will totally take you back. And it's funny because I want to put it on over the holiday break when all the kids are at home and just have them watch it just because just the Barry highlights alone.
Barry highlights are amazing.
They're still fun to watch.
His statistics are amazing. We talked with Jared Goff about Jake Browning and his 92 touchdown passes in high school. That's insane, right?
Yep.
Barry Sanders ran for over 2,600 yards his last year at Oklahoma State. 2,600 and had like 30 touchdowns or something, like 35 touchdowns, whatever it was. That's unbelievable playing in that conference back then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're playing Oklahoma and Nebraska, when Oklahoma and Nebraska were Oklahoma and Nebraska, you know, that was not an easy task. He was extraordinary, obviously. Yeah, but it's just, I mean, statistically, he's fun to look at.
Tons of video and interviews with his dad.
I thought that was the best part for me, Doug. The relationship between him and his dad.
Clearly love, but his dad, that's some tough love.
It's just, it was they obviously loved each other, but it was a different type of relationship. And I got to tell you, I think, Doug, you love this documentary so much because Barry Sanders is the type of player that you love.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did he not care about awards and records, obviously, he didn't want them. Like he was almost like, I'm only getting yards because I have to. It's my job, but otherwise I wouldn't want anyone to know how much I rushed for. He seriously did not want awards. He didn't want the spotlight on him. He just wanted to do his job and go home.
You know, that first season, from moment one that he gets into the end zone, he just hands the football over. There's no dance or anything like that. And then you get towards the end of that season, and he's got a chance to win the rushing championship, the rushing title, take it over from Christian Okoye, and he's like, yeah, it's okay. I don't need to. Like, what?
He did that in high school, too.
Didn't know he did it in high school. He did the same thing in high school.
Amazing.
Let's go to Bosco. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Bosco?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're
Big
good.
fan.
Well, thank you for listening.
Hey, so I just want to touch real quick. I watched Bye Bye Barry with my wife. My wife is not a football fan, not an athlete whatsoever. By the time we were done watching Bye Bye Barry, she literally looked at me and she's like, can you please buy me a jersey for this guy? I was like, are you serious? She's like, dude, I love this guy. What? And as Kane was touching on it, why did you leave at that time? We never got that answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything. I kind of feel like he sort of answered it, but that's why and this applies to people who didn't see him play live. I want my kids to watch it because they're going to be entertained as hell just watching him run. I mean, they have all his best runs, and they have explanations on some of them in there, so it's just cool. Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys, listen to you all the time. Love the show.
Thank you.
So thanks for being there. Just a quick comment. First of all, yes, fantastic. So well done. And I'm almost 60, so I was blessed to be there for almost all 10 years and watch it live. So I was very, very blessed. My wife is not a football fan. She sat down and watched this with me and was enthralled. Watched every bit of it, loved it, and is now a Barry fan, and just really was amazed at his ability to move. And this is from a person who just doesn't even sit with me all the time and watch it, but she sits with me out of the kindness of her heart. But this was one she wanted to watch.
She actually
so it
dug
was extremely well done. Just loved it, and I'm just so pleased with it. And
we lost you, Mike.
Treat.
What's that, Mike? Last part?
Well, I just said, Doug, it's a treat, and I want you guys to watch it again. And the second time's even better than the first time.
I'm halfway through it a second time because I finished watching and then I started it with my wife again. The kids are going to watch it. It will appeal to you even if you did not see him play live. Let's go to Dennis. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, so a couple things I wanted to say on that. One, my wife was the same way. Like, she was just all in it. And the whole time, all she kept saying is, wow, his dad is just a jerk. Just what a jerk. The Hall of Fame induction and all that. Just what he said, calling him the third best running back, just so disrespectful to and just terrible. But the other thing was, because I don't want to say too much to those who haven't seen it, when he said he was sorry to the fans, I cried. It meant a lot. It meant he knew that was the wrong way to go out, but he respected the fans. and cared enough to finally say that. And I thought it was a big deal to a lot of us.
Well, I understood Barry a lot more and why he did it the way he did it when you have the entire documentary talking about how little he wanted the spotlight. It was just not his thing. Thank you for calling. Thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. I think his dad, I think that relationship, I think they understood one another. I don't think Barry seems to have fond memories of his dad, seems to have loved his father. But it was, he said some things.
I mean, I haven't seen it yet, but I know what I've heard his father say in the past, and it was, like Jim Brown was the guy, and I think Walter Payton was the other one that he
No.
Or was it Jim Brown and who?
Jim Brown was 1. Barry was 3.
Oh, and he was
his
2.
dad, William, was 2.
So, and maybe it just ends up being like a running bit with him that he always had to say that. But I mean, you can understand. Jim Brown was unbelievable. I mean,
and Barry said as much. All right, don't forget we're giving away Lions tickets today at 141 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Hopefully you'll be listening and have been listening. That way you'll know the answer to the question. Again, that's today at 141 or thereabouts for the game against Denver on Saturday the 16th. That is coming up on 97.1 The Ticket. Ready to go?
I am.
Gator, you receive for the NFL version.
All right, Gator, you ready, man?
I am ready.
All right, ready. It's
All
your
right.
favorite player. All right, Zach Wilson. He's back, baby. He's back as that starting quarterback for the New York.
Ready to go?
I am.
Gator, you receive for the NFL version.
All right, Gator, you ready, man?
I am ready.
All right, ready. It's your
All right.
favorite player. All right, Zach Wilson. He's back, baby. He's back as that starting quarterback for the New York Jets. What the hell is going on over there? And was this the right move to bring him back?
I mean, it was the wrong move to do what they've done. So is it right for them to bring it back? Yeah, it is. He's their best option. I mean, that's what it is, flatly. He's the best option. It's amazing that they didn't see this in practice when you compare him to Tim Boyle or Trevor Siemian. I mean, it's ridiculous. This situation out there is just laughable at this point. I mean, is Aaron Rodgers really going to come back? I mean, why would you come back to this mess and risk, hey, I just want to come back and show everybody my Achilles is good? Wait till next year, dude. This team is in trouble. But, yeah, it makes all the sense in the world to go back to Zach Wilson.
None of this matters. Once Aaron Rodgers got hurt, seriously, everything that's happened since the fourth play of the season, none of it matters. Wilson's not part of the future. Trevor Siemian isn't the answer. Brent Rippon isn't the answer. They went all in for Aaron Rodgers, and they have to play the games because they were scheduled. But in reality, none of this matters. Wilson's not going to be there very long,
and yet
none of it matters.
And yet this is a team that beat Philadelphia and the Bills.
They got good defense, man.
Well, when they want to be.
Here, personally, I thought they should have never gone away from Wilson, but that just tells you how little confidence they had in Zach Wilson. They see him every day, Gator. They see him in practice, and they were like, we can't win with this guy. Bring in Tim Boyle just to give us a different look, whatever. Obviously, Tim Boyle was not the answer. That guy is worse than Zach Wilson, so they had to bring back Zach Wilson. And for Zach Wilson, it may not matter for the Jets, Doug, you're right, but for Zach Wilson, you want to be in this league, you need to start working on things and getting better to prove that you at least can be a backup.
Well, and they did get a couple linemen back, which should, in theory, help them out, but they didn't let Zach Wilson play in the game where they had the fresh line.
All right, recently, Roger Goodell just said he's convinced the NFL will become a global sport in 5 to 10 years. Sorry, Gator. But what does this mean, Doug?
Well, they're probably going to Brazil or Spain next year, but I will make a shoot-the-boot guarantee. By 2033, I guarantee we'll have a Super Bowl in London. And it'll be the precursor to Mark Davis moving his Vegas Raider team to London. Because that's what the Raiders do. They just move around. Then they'll go back to Oakland 10 years after that. But it's the precursor to putting a team in London, is the Super Bowl shoot-the-boot guarantee next 10 years.
Well, what it means is that they're going to have multiple teams in Europe. And, yes, there will be a team in London, but it'll be the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to go over there. But they'll have other teams there as well. What I'm curious about is, will the league – are they going to expand, or are they merely going to send teams over there? I think that they're going to do both, frankly, and I think we're going to have multiple teams within the next 10 years, multiple teams playing in Europe. You're going to have Germany and England and perhaps Spain.
So I'm going to push back on actually having a team internationally. I don't think they're going to have a team internationally. I think what he means by global is, you were right on one thing, Doug. They're definitely having a Super Bowl overseas, whether it's London, any Germany, whether it's South America, they're going to have an international Super Bowl. That's happening. I think the more global thing means that there's going to be like a bunch of games during the regular season where teams are playing in London and Germany. That's what I think it means. I think he's going to go after the NBA model, where still the core of the league is here in the U.S., and I know they branch out to Toronto and Vancouver, but it's going to be in the U.S. They're just going to be playing a ton more games internationally, and especially the Super Bowl. They just want to grow it as far as TV viewership wise. Oh, my man, it's going over the top there, yeah. The Patriots-Steelers game is this weekend, and the game has an over-under total of 30. It's the lowest total since 1993. You taking the over or the under?
This is amazing. An NFL game where the over-under is 30. I mean, how many Iowa players are in this game? I'll take the under. Here's why. You got Zappy and the offense going against TJ Watt. Good luck with that. And then you got Trubisky taking on a team that's not the Lions. Good luck with that. I'll take the under.
I'm taking the over. because there'll be multiple pick sixes, scoops and scores. Offense is going to be a mess. Defense scores at least 2 touchdowns. I'll take the over.
I got the under, and I got the Steelers winning 16-10. This is, I mean, you mentioned backup quarterbacks here, Zappe and Trubisky. The defenses are actually really good. I don't know if they're good enough to score, Doug, but I got the Steelers at 16-10. All right, Jason Kelsey said it on his podcast this week with his brother. He's over the tush-push talk. He can't take it anymore. He doesn't even care if they ban it. One last time, because he says they'll be effective no matter what. They got a good offensive line. They'll just do another quarterback sneak. But this is the last time. Should they ban it or not?
So if I wanted to watch rugby, I would choose to watch rugby. I hate this play. It is the most aesthetically unentertaining play in football. So please ban it. It's just this massive humanity. You can't see the ball. I don't love the quarterback sneak anyway, but I'm not talking about banning that. I'm just talking about banning the tush push. I don't watch rugby, and I don't want to watch rugby. So why are we putting this rugby play in football? Ban it.
Hey, everybody wanted more offense. What better way to get more offense to continue drives on 4th and 1 or 3rd and short? What better way to get more offense at the goal line? You do the tush push and you get the automatic 6 points. You want to stop it, then stop it defensively. Find a way to do it. Now, if you were to ban it, then you better ban the lineman from moving downfield when some runner has kind of stalled his run and they get to hit him from behind. Then you got to outlaw that as well. But no, leave it in. Who cares? It's fine.
So just like with everything in sports, it's all about money, right? And all about money is all about viewership, and because this is entertainment value. So what's the entertainment value in this? It's going to be up to the fan. Personally, if they don't like Hack a Shack, if they don't like the shift and all that stuff, they'll get rid of it because it's
shift.
about.
He said shift.
Yeah, I did say shift. It's all about viewership. Like I said, is it worth watching? As long as the fans don't mind, they should keep it. But I think it would end up banning itself because the quarterbacks are going to continue. If they're getting hurt through this, the teams just aren't going to do it because they don't want their star player getting hurt. All right, a lot of backup quarterbacks are playing right now talking about injuries. Which one of these backup quarterbacks will actually lead his team to the playoffs?
You know, this was it was tough for me. It came down to 2 quarterbacks. But I'm going to go with Joe Flacco in Cleveland. The old man still has it as a game manager. He knows the game, all right? He's not going to do anything stupid and put his team in jeopardy. He'll just throw it away. He didn't complete a high percentage of passes because, hey, man, I just got here. Let me figure it out. But while I'm here, I'm not going to do something stupid. He's got a cannon that still fires. The schedule is very favorable for Cleveland. Plus, the Browns' defense is for real. And it's kind of similar to what those Baltimore teams were like, which he won a Super Bowl with. So I think it's Joe Flacco with Cleveland.
Do I have to choose a backup quarterback that's already starting?
Well, you're predicting a future here? Well,
So I'm going
I'm curious.
to go with Mike White in Miami.
Oh, God.
Come on, dog. I didn't even want to do the show with this guy anymore.
Honestly, if I go with one that's starting, I'm going to go with Trubisky because Pittsburgh. I'll just take Trubisky.
That's funny, Doug. Maybe this is recency bias, but I got Jake Browning. He looked really good, man. And when his confidence is there, they talk to him, and he says, listen, guys, every time I play, I win. I'm used to winning. I just haven't gotten a shot in the NFL yet. If Jake Browning can just continue playing like he did the other night, they're 6-6. The Bengals got a shot at this. They got weapons on offense. The defense can hold. If Jake Browning can play the role of Joe Burrow, and I know that's asking a lot, they can make the playoffs. All right, if the NFL adopted the college football 4-team playoff system, right now, who would you be your 4 teams in the NFL to play for it all?
Love this question. And I sat down and looked at all kinds of metrics, offensive and defensive rankings. Mostly I went with strength of schedule. Who's accomplished the most given who they have played? With that said, in the Rose Bowl, I've got the number 1 seed, San Francisco, with their top 5 offense and top 5 defense, and arguably the best win this season. Their win at Philadelphia, and an opposing winning percentage of .531, which is the best amongst NFC contenders. So the top-seeded San Francisco 49ers will take on the 4th seed Jacksonville Jaguars, who are 8-4 with the toughest schedule so far amongst playoff contenders in the AFC. The Sugar Bowl matches up the 2 seed Baltimore, again, a tough schedule, a number 2 total offense and top 10 defense. They've won 6 of 7 against the 3 seed Kansas City, who gets in over others based on a high strength of schedule played so far.
So your 4 teams are San Francisco.
The ones I just mentioned.
Yeah, I know.
San Francisco versus Jacksonville and Baltimore versus Kansas City.
I've got San Francisco because just the way they're playing, they passed the eyeball test and the records are good enough to get them in the Final Four there.
Eyeball test.
Well, it's part of it for me. You know, we're asking who the best team is.
This is your 4, man.
This is my 4. It's obvious why Doug left this team out because he hates Tua, but Miami belongs in there. Okay, they're clicking on all cylinders now. They've got everybody healthy and ready to go. They absolutely are one of the top 4 teams in football. Baltimore, yeah, they do it with offense. They do it with defense. I mean, the quarterback is dynamic, but the defense really gets after you. And the 4th team, I wanted to find a way to let the Lions in here, and I was going to put them in over
Lions
the
tickets
Eagles,
for the game
but
against Denver coming up on December 16th.
The Eagles have
That's a week
wins
from
over
Saturday.
Kansas City
Saturday night affair. Got flex
and
there.
Miami.
First one with the correct
Eagles
answer to the
belong in
following
Final
question. You
Four
got the pair of tickets.
ahead of our Detroit
Thank you
Lions.
all for listening all show long. Why did Kang say he sometimes leaves the door to the bathroom open? Why did Kang say he sometimes leaves the door to the bathroom open? First correct answer at 248-539-9797. You get the tickets. Lions and Broncos Miller Lite Tap Room. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Sterling Heights on Mound Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 5 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Hey, as weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. Think about it. Just find a heavy favorite. Put $5 down on them. And when you win, you get $150. Bonus bet. Money line. It's pretty easy. App is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
But way ahead of Jacksonville. Doug, you know, the quarterback got hurt, so they can't possibly.
That's Doug's 4, man.
I mean, but they can't. The quarterback's hurt. He can't possibly put a team with a quarterback who's hurt in the playoff.
Right. So my one seed is the San Francisco 49ers. My 2 seed is the Philadelphia Eagles. My 3 seed is the Baltimore Ravens, and my 4 seed is the Florida State Seminoles.
Nice.
They finally get in for a chance to play, boys. They deserve it. They're undefeated. They need the opportunity. But if you're being serious, my 4th team would be the Chiefs.
There you go.
Close enough to the Seminoles. Right?
That concludes the Y9 Omaha 4-down. Charles in Royal Oak, congratulations. You won the Lions tickets. You know that sometimes Kane leaves the bathroom door open if he's having a sit down and he wants to see the TV.
Got the TV, clear view.
I like to multitask.
Congratulations, Charles. You're going to see the Lions and the Broncos a week from Saturday. If you don't win, Buffalo Wild Wings tonight. Which Buffalo B-Dubs is it? Mound Road. Beat Sterling Heights, Mound Road tonight. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bridge. You're next on 97 to take it. What's up, Bridge?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, my son got tickets to the world premiere of Bye Bye Barry. And that was a absolutely great experience. And you're right about the documentary. It was absolutely done really world class. And what it left me was the sad feeling that, because they did bring it up a few times in the documentary, that was a generational talent that was wasted because the Lions couldn't get anywhere, even with him there.
You know, it's funny because you're right. He starts talking about, and again, no spoilers, although everybody knows the story, but he starts talking about how they kept losing talented players, and the ones that really hurt him. Look, I knew that Lomas Brown was a great player, but I didn't realize how important like Kevin Glover was to him, and to just sort of some of the acknowledgement of some of that stuff and some of the names that they mentioned, and they felt like they had the team and they lost the team.
Yeah, and then the guys getting hurt. The two guys that their careers ended.
Yep.
And but the documentary itself was really, really very well done. And then at this premiere, Barry Sanders, of course, was there, and he spoke on the stage, and the Amazon guy spoke, and Gibbs and Montgomery were among the VIPs, and my grandson got their autographs, so he was thrilled.
That's cool. Yeah, you're right. So the one thing that was interesting too, and I was glad they included, was the day that Barry went over 2,000 yards, the same day that they beat the Jets to clinch the playoff. That day always had a Paul cast over it because of the Reggie Brown injury.
Yeah.
And they sort of did all the celebration, and then they said, but. And the but was losing Reggie Brown, and where he almost lost his life.
Yeah, that was a scary, scary day indeed.
And when we were, were you at that game?
I was not. I was doing I was in the studio doing stuff for the broadcast.
I was at that game sitting in the stands.
Yeah.
And the overall fear of what we were witnessing, when you see players running to get a stretcher.
Yeah, Johnny Morton and Herman Moore ran and got the stretcher and ran it onto the field.
You suddenly don't care at all about this incredibly important milestone in football game. And trying to get back into it was tough.
Well, and to have it happen against the Jets team that had gone through the Dennis Byrd experience not long before that was very similar. So that was really scary stuff. Yeah.
But it's a great documentary, and I highly recommend it. Amazon Prime finally finished it. And I can't say enough about, not only if you never saw him play, it's still worth watching to realize how different this guy was than the standard football player on the field, and how different this guy was off the field. He was a total unicorn. So fun times indeed, watching him run. But it is also, I'm sitting here watching this, thinking of in the context of this year's team. It reminded me not to count on anything.
Well, yeah. I mean, if anything, it's part of Barry's story. Not only was it that, game with what happened with Reggie Brown, but I mean, you had that great team they had that last won a playoff game, but it was decimated because of the injuries to Mike Utley and the death of Eric Andelsek. I mean, that offensive line was set up to be great for years and years. You already had two Pro Bowlers with Lomas and Kevin Glover, and then you had two rising star linemen that both, obviously ended their careers.
So you get to the point where it feels like we're at the beginning of this great climb.
Don't take it for
granted.
But
you do not take it for granted.
No.
You do not take anything for granted. So do do hope that this one turns out better for the team long term.
Yes. Well, it feels like that we're on the, we're getting at the base level of goodness.
Yep.
And it should be, there's a window that should be open for years.
So here's Jim Costa.
What's going on, guys?
How we doing?
Good.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Things been good?
It's been a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, why you been hiding, man? What's up?
I haven't been hiding from you guys.
Sure?
Love you guys.
Sounds like you've been hiding.
You been good?
Yeah, great.
What's new? What's anything exciting?
With my life?
Yeah.
Were you out of town? You went somewhere
Yeah,
tropical?
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Took a little Thanksgiving vacay to the Dominican Republic.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, can't you see the tan?
The DR. Yeah, it looks like you missed out on that part.
That old SBF 1000 will do
another swingers trip?
I'm sorry, what?
Was it another swingers trip for you?
I've never taken a
I
swingers
don't know. You went on an
trip,
adult
Gator.
cruise before.
Dude, I saw the pictures of what you were wearing, that outfit you were wearing that last.
the cruise?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cabana fit.
Yeah, did you take that with you?
I did not.
No.
Do you have a new one?
I don't. If you're looking for Christmas gift ideas, Gator, though, I think that might be the
There we go.
right
Let's go.
direction. There you go.
Here, Jimmy styled up. Nice.
That's right.
So it's going to be a Costa show. What do we got coming up today?
I'm in for Rico. So Mike is lingering in the hallway. Are we sure the Pistons aren't going 2-80?
No.
Are we absolutely sure that they're going to win another game this season?
We asked the question at the beginning of the show. Are they the worst Detroit sports team you've ever seen? And I still think it's better to be young and this bad. Like, they still have so many young pieces, and they don't cost as much. There's not a lot of cumbersome contracts. I still think there's talent there.
So what we want to do is I'm curious which camp you fall into. Are you more invested because of the losing streak, kind of like the car crash you can't look away from,
Mm-hmm.
or are you repulsed? Like, you can't watch this. It's gotten that bad.
I'll answer it for myself.
Yeah.
I'm repulsed at this point. I get the car crash thing. Is like, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss when they finally win. I don't even care. It's like, just please God win. But
It's theater of the absurd, and it's gotten to the point where even Wojo is weighing in. He has a column today, and we're going to take some choice verbiage from that and pass that along to people too.
I decided last night, I'm like, okay, this is the game. And I got $1 that says so.
you put your money where your mouth was, and you lost $1.
I sure as F did.
I'm sorry, Doug.
They had the 8-point lead that evaporated in about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can't expect to contain Bane.
The
right?
other Bane.
Yeah, right. The other
Yeah.
Bane. He's not even.
Have a great show. Always good to see Jim Costa. Gator,
Doug?
Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Stay
We'll see you
safe.
soon.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. The Red Wings are red hot. They've won 3 straight games and 6 of 7 overall. And tonight, they add a future Hall of Famer to the lineup. Patrick Kane will make his Detroit debut, that is, against the Sharks tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Kane says gaining chemistry with the Wings will take some time, but he's very happy to be fully healthy. The Wings enter tonight just 1 point behind the second-place Panthers in the Atlantic. JT Compher will miss the game with an injury. Puck drop at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. New Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith has added 6 assistants to his staff, all of them coming over from Oregon State. That includes offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren and secondary coach Blue Adams. We'll get another look today at the Lions injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow out yesterday, but Alex Anzalone did return. Detroit a 3-point favorite. And the Pistons' losing streak has reached 18 games after last night's loss to Memphis. There's still a ways, though, to go to slump to the NBA record. That's 28 games set by the Sixers. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes, we are, Donovan. I got to tell you something. I don't know that I've ever been more excited to start a show. No, it has nothing to do with Rico being on vacation. I thought Rico was fabulous yesterday. I will tell you, this is going to be, David, you know the commercials? And they show you the starving child from some far-flung nation, and they're like, hey, for 10 cents a day, you can feed little Bobby?
Yeah.
That's essentially Jim Costa. People, your responsibility is this. You have to make this topic work, or Jim will starve.
Wait, what?
As a show. No, I have never seen you, me, Kenny, collectively. I don't know if we've ever been more excited to do this topic because every syllable of our show meeting, the topic grew. The life force grew. It's not a matter of if it can work, it has to work, or we wasted so much time and research and oxygen.
I still get to eat dinner, though, right? Like
no,
even if nobody calls.
No.
Like,
if this doesn't work, you get locked in a janitorial closet. This is exciting. Are you ready? I want you to lay this out.
How you living, Mike?
Hold on. I got you. Awesome. Because Pistons lost again. Awesome. Couldn't be better.
We've reached that point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where the losing is the story?
Yes.
Where you're more invested in the car crash than if they would win 1 or 2 of these games?
Yes.
Like we are drawn to just how comically absurd 18 straight losses. And Mike, they're not facing everybody at their best. They faced half an NBA team last night and still lost by double digits.
It was awesome. So lay it out. Because when the coroner tells you they've ID'd the body, it's over.
When Wojo is telling you change is needed, it's long overdue.
Read it.
So we have some excerpts from Wojo's column in the Detroit News. The column headlined, Piston Misery Hits New Lows. Major changes have to happen.
This is a guy who Brady Hoke had already taken the San Diego State job, and he finally got around to saying Brady Hoke should be fired. This is the last guy in the world who will ever demand change.
Wojo's column. The Pistons roster is so disjointed, so haphazardly built that this is what you get. This is what Troy Weaver slapped together in his 4th season as GM. Barring a sudden turnaround, it should be his last season. Tom Gores, if he's still paying attention, must consider a regime change just a few years after Weaver started with such promise. The roster makeup devoid of a true point guard, dead-eye shooters, scoring wings devoid of any defensive disposition. Wojo took a hammer. came out and said it's pathetic to say, but they could flirt with the NBA's all-time worst record of 9-73.
Think about what he just wrote there. One moment, Jim. Isolate this. Wojo, a man whose next big opinion will be his first. In writing, not an utterance on a radio show where he's said such things as this. No, in writing, with a serious tone, turned it into an editor that the Pistons could flirt with the NBA record for the worst record ever.
He's not wrong. And he goes on to say the Pistons franchise used to be the ultimate team, a collection of interchangeable pieces that won the hard way, even the right way. It seems a long time ago because it was an entire generation ago.
So what's the question? What do you want?
I got one more where he compares them to lawn furniture or living room furniture. He says the Pistons today look like out-of-place pieces like patio furniture strewn across the living room. Strewn, a good writer word.
Good word.
He says individually they have talent from Cade to Duren to Ivy to Thompson, but collectively they're non-functioning. So I want to know, are you like a sicko like me and like Mike, where you're more drawn to this sideshow car crash that you can't keep your eyes off of? Or are you like David, who's rubbing his eyes over there, disgusted, repulsed by the product?
I think
to
that's
where you
just
won't
because
even
he
watch.
ate 30 spicy nuggets.
Oh, it isn't because of that.
Okay.
It's because what the Pistons do to my insides. They're turning right now. I can't keep watching them. Can't keep
The
doing
Pistons have irritated David's colon.
So which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. You're more invested like a sicko, or you're repulsed, you can't stomach them.
Let me offer you this, because it's an add-on to what Jim's doing. If you are a Piston fan, you do not get a choice anymore. If you root for them to win, you're a moron. You have arrived at rarefied air. Everyone collectively in this town must, mandatory, must root for this team to lose until or unless Tom Gores wakes up and cleans house. And let me be even more clear. It does not end with Troy Weaver. I want Arn Tellem in a space cannon to the moon. Tom Gores needs basically to deliver an Aaron Rodgers olive oil enema to this franchise. If you don't know who to hire, here's a hint. You don't. Go to Adam Silver with the help me, I'm poor routine, and they'll help you hire someone. But right here, Cookies, you know what I want for New Year's? 2-30.
It's possible. It's more than possible.
This team sits at 2-19. The record of the opponents they will face over the next 10 games is 106-83. I'm spitballing here, but I think the only team with an under 500 record is the Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
You will play Orlando tomorrow. You will play Philly twice next week. You will play Indiana. Guys, the worst starts in NBA history, we've talked about it. 2-28 is the worst start in the history of this league. 2-28. We can get there. We can do this. And I think it's mandatory because you need to shame whatever Tom Gores is. You need to shame him to a point. They have to do something.
And guys, if you think, well, they're going to catch someone on a bad night, they can't possibly keep losing.
That was last night.
It's also several of the games they've already played over the last month and a half. Mike,
Wizards.
The Wizards, just a bad basketball team. But even when they face the Hawks, no Trae Young. When they face the Cavaliers, no Mitchell. When they face the Suns, no Beal or Booker. Like, they've already faced everybody at their worst, depleted, missing 1 or 2 stars. And it doesn't matter because they're going to blow it in the fourth quarter again.
Desmond Bane put 50 on you last night. Desmond Bane.
Yeah, and Monty Williams, we haven't even brought him up yet, but these weird 11-man rotations. Keeping Jaden Ivey on the bench the entire opening quarter of the game, going large stretches without Cade or Bogdanovich on the floor, not one of either on the floor.
At what point in the postgame are you going to turn into Brockmeyer and just lose your mind? Like, I'm waiting for it. I want a full Hank Azaria, you and a loud blazer, just drinking and hurling F-bombs on the postgame. Can you do that for us?
I don't think I can do the last part, but the rest of it, sure.
I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. Jim and I are on the same page here. This is must-see TV, and I am in the active rooting position of they must lose. They must. But, David, you have a different take. You're not there yet. You're actually just saying, I'm pretending they don't exist.
I am pretending they don't exist, and I cannot root for losing. I just can't, because I don't think the change is going to happen. I don't think no matter how many games they lose.
It's the quickest path to change.
I get it, but when is it going to happen? Are we going to have to go 2-80 for it to happen?
No, hold on, David. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. We just need to lose the next game. That's it.
One game at a time.
One quarter at a time, one half at a time.
One turnover at a time.
One day at a time. David, the point I'm making is no team in NBA history has gone winless in back-to-back months. Now, we've already accomplished no-win November. We are approaching mid-December. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they will be at December 15th, 16th, winless. David, if you don't win a basketball, they are 4-45 in their last 49 basketball games in year 4 of a rebuild. If you are 2-30 on New Year's Day, you don't think Johnny Goodtimes, and I ain't talking about this one, I'm talking about T-shirt Tom. You don't think you'd be forced to do something?
I don't trust that it will happen. And
then we go on a march to be 2-40. But you as a fan, if you care about this town, all of you tell me how much you care about this city, how much pride you have. Detroit versus everybody. Right now, it is all of us versus this team. They must lose. In the words of Al Davis, they must go down, and they must go down hard. They have to keep losing.
Just lose, baby, lose.
Just lose, baby.
They're well on their way. They don't need our help.
Yes, they do.
They are well on their way.
They need the power of prayer.
I may have to add that.
Hold on. You want to go to the dark side for a minute with me?
Yeah, sure, why not?
David, would you pray for 2-30?
Don't do this, David.
Would you ask your Lord above? It doesn't take a lot of effort, God. This team already sucks on their own accord. But if there's even a 1% chance that divine intervention could get them to 2-30, I'm not asking you to pray for Tom Gores to make a decision. David, would you just have a quick word with JC and just, hey, if you're not too busy with like world hunger or other things.
Or peace.
Could you just make sure a free throw rim's out? Maybe a bad traveling call. Maybe a tweaked ankle. Nothing serious. Would you pray for 2-30 if I told you Arn and Troy Weaver were putting a U-Haul?
I need JC to tell me that they're putting a U-Haul, and then I'll see. I'll go from there.
How does that work? Can you take us into the inner monologue with God?
I don't know. I just got to pray for it.
It's like when they mic up the coaches in the timeout. Here's David mic'd up.
Detroit deserves winning. And if losing is what gets it done, then yes.
Would you say that holding a rosary? Please.
No.
Please.
I just hold my phone.
Listen,
is that good enough?
People, whether you're religious or not, we need karma. We need vibes. We need prayer. Jim and I are united like a radio version of Voltron. We have arrived at must-lose TV. That you tune into the games because they're so bad, they're so egregious. It's such a folly. You can't turn away.
Like, Mike, if they won one of every 5 or 6 games,
I'd be mad. I've arrived at I want 2-30.
Right.
And I want to frame it and put it in my office.
Right. My point is one of every 5 or 6 isn't a story.
No.
This level of terrible is a story.
Yes. The goal of this is I want Adam Silver to step in. respectfully, back-to-back seasons of the Dallas Mavericks in 93 and 94 of 2-28, you become a parody. Donald Sterling, you sent me something last night, full credit. I have been comping Tom Gores to Donald Sterling in many ways, but the winning percentages of Donald Sterling's stewardship of the Clippers and Tom Gores' stewardship of the Pistons is identical. 371. Courtesy of the Jim Costa Stats Incorporated.
If you want a comparison, Dolan's record with the Knicks is even better than both of them. And he is one of the most panned, hated, failed owners in all of sports.
Writer word, reviled.
Sure.
248-539-9797. Get involved. I got one open phone line. Grab it. David is actively praying right now. We're on a drive, people. You know what I want for Christmas? 2-30. Someone wake up Tom. Maybe he's got the blackout shades. He's got the little sleep mask on. We need his butler to go in there and go, Mr. Gores, you have a phone call. And it's the city of Detroit. Like, enough. You made your money. Sell the team. Let's start over. But I'm all in. I can't get enough. Don't worry about the clock. It's like a speed limit. It's suggestive. It's nothing else.
We're having fun.
America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim located at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest games, the best viewing experience. We'll be out there for March Madness. Cookies is going to be floating on a swan. Cabana outfits, live podcasts, and probably going 0-8 in the March Madness. It's going to be great. Stadium Swim. Get there. 6 pools, 3 levels. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. All right, David on the ticket text. I was asking David if there was an SGP for when you need your owner to sell. You know, a same-game prayer. He told me no such things exist. You just bow your head and ask. So, David, whenever you're ready.
Not doing this.
Okay.
I'm not doing it.
Ticket text, and then I'm proud of you guys. And it speaks to what this show's about, man. It's passion. Jim and I are passionate about this. And I think when a team openly shows their ass to a city, you should take offense to that, whether you're a fan of the sport or not, because reality, when that team's good, you don't even have to care about basketball, but you cared about the 04 Pistons. You cared about the bad boys. When the Wings are good and you're not a hockey fan and you're shoot the puck guy or you're asking them to roll 4 lines, you cared about the Wings. These teams have a civic duty to at some point be good and at no point embarrass us. Ticket text, and we go to your calls.
Never thought I would be this guy, but I will watch till they win. It's like a train wreck. You can't look away from, and we have become that team that everyone does their load management on. It's terrible in my Barkley voice. That is Tim in Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather Hatchet pray for Kane to regrow a new hip. The Pistons are a soul-sucking, ball-breaking waste of time and energy. Let them rot, from Ryan.
Oh, we've got thoughts on Mr. Kane and his debut tonight, and we're going to talk about him in the 3 o'clock hour. Go ahead, David.
Didn't watch the game, but saw the halftime score where they were leading and actively was rooting for them to choke in the second half and lose. Let's go. 2-80. Here we come. Jeremy in a truck.
Let's just start with 2-25. Just start out where you earn the second worst record in the history of basketball. Through 30 games.
Well, they're chasing history. Longest losing streak is 28. And now that's over 2 seasons. They could do it in 1.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about historic performance from our Pistons.
That's so pathetic.
4-45 their last 49 basketball games. That's impossible.
My. This is fun. I hate to admit this, but serious conversations need to be had about Cade, averaging nearly 5 turnovers per game this season and 4 turnovers per game in his 100-game career.
Has no help. Guys, you don't want to hear it. I get it. You know, Evan Jenkins, big basketball fan here at the station. Well, he's not exciting. I don't care what style of ball you play. You know who's not exciting? Chris Paul. He has no help. If you look at his assist totals, but then the amount of assists he's leaving on the table because he doesn't play with functioning humans who can hit a jump shot, Cade should have almost 6 more assists a night based on league average shooting percentages. That means I pass the ball to Kenny, and Kenny, like a sewer, shoots 11% from deep. Well, league average, hey, guy ought to be able to make 3.5 of those out of 10. His teammates make 1.
Well, that's where we get back to roster construction, where your GM has collected centers like it's 1985, and lo and behold, there's no spacing. And then at the end of the game, he's pressing. He is pressing at the end of these games. And then I think the opposite. Then he tries to let off the gas because he is pressing, and then no one will take a shot, and they can't hit anything.
How do you ever have a lineup that doesn't have Cade and Bogdanovich, at least one of them, in it? How can you play with both of them? That's where, Monty, you got to stagger your minutes.
Well, how much of this comes back to, remember that weird time before they hired a coach where it seemed like Troy had his list of candidates and Monty wasn't one of them, and then Gore's impassioned speech that we didn't get all the details of? This is not a marriage. This is a forced marriage. This is an arranged marriage between these two. It feels like Troy's like, I gave you all the pieces, and Monty's like, these pieces don't fit.
Pieces? I tell you what he gave him, but it would cost me my gig. He gave him a bag of duty. All right, to the people. This is uplifting. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Oh, Mikey, Cookies, thank you so much for taking my call. Hope y'all are doing well.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm a little upset, Mike, because, man, you just always seem to hit the nail on the head because you stole a bit of my thunder. But, as I told you several calls ago, I have become a disciple of Mike Valeni after the years of suffering, specifically under this franchise. And I am 100% rooting not only for the Pistons to eclipse the 30-game losing streak, 30 consecutive losses. I'm hoping that I'm praying. We need David's divine intervention here.
Yes.
I'm praying that they shatter that all-time record for losses. I truly believe that is the only way things will ever change with this team. And just give me a moment. I don't want to ramble too long,
You're
fellas,
good.
before you
You're good.
respond. But
You're good.
there's some precedent here, okay? We look back at the Tigers, 90s, early 2000s. Horrible franchise, right? Year in and year out, losing over 100 games. Finally, everything boils over in 03. They set the American League record for losses, or tie it, I should say, 119. Finally, Illich gets off his ass, goes out, makes a splash acquisition in Pudge Rodriguez. 3 years later, they're in the World Series. I get it. They didn't win a title, but it spawned the most competitive decade of Tigers baseball over, I don't know, the past half century after laying dormant for 20 years. Even the Lions, you know. Now, granted, they didn't accomplish anything because William Clay Ford was just that inept of an owner. I mean, Tom Gores is probably related one way or another. But years under Matt Millen, they were terrible. Mm-hmm. You know, they were 3-13 years, 4-12, 2-14, and then finally everything boiled over in 2008. They complete the first winless 16-game season in the NFL, and 3 years later, they shattered the odds and made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, Brian,
now,
what you're saying, though, we can condense it.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying ownership has to become embarrassed in order to act. That's all I'm advocating for.
100%, because we need Adam Silver to bail them out. And this is just the final point I want to add. Let me preface it by saying this is how much I appreciate the two of you and Rico when he's on the show for actually covering this team appropriately. The entire media in this town, I feel, is 100% culpable in the Pistons' incompetence, because everybody, whether it's Bally Sports, whether it's the studio analysts, whether it's George and Greg, whether it's the beat writers, everyone and anyone associated with this team that has so much as a pen and paper carrying around with them has virtually acted as just a branch of PR. So there's never any pressure on this organization to make any changes, because, you know, the media is the sole medium through which fans' frustrations can truly be heard.
Well, Brian, I think what you're talking about is it has to be
in Philly.
No, it would never fly in Philly. Brian, to your point, it has to be undeniably bad. And that's what we're rooting for, is undeniably bad. You lose one of every 5 or 6. It's just that young, plucky team figuring stuff out, and nobody's going to say anything. He's right, Mike. Where is the beat writer writing the column, "This thing doesn't work, someone should be fired"?
Oh, let me help you.
It's undeniable, though. Even if they're not going to write it, you can't hide it.
Hey, here's another one. See, but this is the problem I have, and again, people are going to get upset. But you know what? George is a legend. Gregory has called the games for how long? Here's the deal. You have a responsibility. You're not getting fired if you criticize them, because do you know the firestorm that would happen if George Blaha was let go for being critical of this team, or if Gregory? No, but the difference is, this is the easy, well, you know, we got to watch some great players tonight. Do you know I actually heard that line last week when LeBron was dropping his plums on you? Well, what a blessing we got to see LeBron. I'm like, you know what? Chair, spine.
It's amazing how he's still playing at a high level at this age.
I honestly was sitting there and I had a Donovan moment. You can't say that. 248-539-9797. People, passion is here. I love it. I love it. This is exciting. Jim Costa's excited. We're excited. Lots to do. And don't worry. Patrick Kane debut tonight. We got Red Wings to talk about. Does the best team in this town reside on ice? We'll ask those intrepid questions as the show goes along. But first, let me read you some copious copy here. Let's talk about Paulson's audio video, the holiday sale. While you're watching the Pistons lose and hopefully set history, what about a beautiful new television? I mean, Paulson's with their $1,000 off Sony laser projectors, deals galore on televisions during their year-end sale, even 20% off Sonos soundbars. So everything from the chair drop to George calling Friday night's game, like Game 7 of the ECF, is crystal clear. It's Paulson's audio video, paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, and it is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, we'll get to the Wings at 3 o'clock. We'll have a football today for you as well. But we're rapping about the Pistons. They have become one of these stories, certainly in this town, and they're becoming a story in America. 19 straight losses. It is a complete embarrassment. And last night, I mean, it's the Grizzlies, down Marcus Smart, down Ja Morant, and you lose by 15. Desmond Bane with a 50-burger? You're 4-45 your last 49 games. Your owner has the same winning percentage as Donald Sterling. The only thing missing right now would be like some chick in an oversized visor. Shout out V. Stiviano if you're still amongst the living. The point I'm making is, when is enough enough? That if I can't get rid of the owner, can the owner clean out this franchise? Goodbye to Arn Tellem and Eric. And goodbye to Troy Weaver. We're just going to try again. Next 10 games, opponent's record 106-83. So Cookies and I have asked you, have you gone to the dark side? And now you have to root for losing. You have to root to be 2-30 on New Year's Day.
Last caller nailed it. You have to shame ownership into acting. And he had two great examples. 03 Tigers, quick turnaround shortly thereafter. 08 Lions. Back in the postseason shortly thereafter. You have to shame these teams into removing the Matt Millen character from your organization.
Is Tom Gores aware the team played last night? See, that's the level I'm at. You think it's hyperbole?
No, it's not.
Being a smart ass. No, I'm being serious.
No. But for people,
do you think Tom Gores knows who Paolo Banchero is? Do you think he knows they play the Magic tomorrow?
Mike.
I don't.
If anybody, that's Mike doing his thing. Wojo, in his column today, has a line, owner Tom Gores, comma, if he's still paying attention, comma, Wojo.
That's this.
Wojo going, is the bat signal up in the air? Does your owner care?
It's real, people. David, you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just mad at myself. That's all.
Why?
Yeah.
Because let me bring you behind the glass. During the off season, me and Kenny Cott, we had a bet amongst friends which team was going to make the playoffs first, the Wings or the Pistons. Have you seen what's going on in this town? Come on, man. Do better, Pistons.
You just pay up now.
Oh, yeah. Yup. He can have every lunch for the rest of the year.
Here's David's current emotional state. And Kenny. Oh, my. Let's go to the people. Let's go to DJ 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, dog, my dog? You all right?
Yeah, I'm going to be better. You need to be the jinx like you are to the Lions. I need you to start showing up at Piston games and keep this train rolling.
Hey, dog, I am 1,000% with you. Like, so here's the thing, and this is what I told the screener, man. Like, the owner's not going nowhere. That's the Billionaires Club. But the last caller, and you nailed it as well. You just got to keep going through GMs, man, until you get it. And the only way that's going to happen is we have to be all-time upon all-time bad. So I definitely am at the point to where I even took the Pistons off my DVR. A couple of years ago, I used to DVR them so I could come home and watch the games and watch K. I took them off. Like, I can't even bear through this. So we definitely got to get the tanking going, Mike, because it's bad. And let me say one thing, too, Mike. I am a K fan, but I will say I think K needs some help, man. You know, hoop is my thing. I call about the Lions, but I really love this hoop. I think K is cold, but K really does still seem like to me like he's the dude who would be perfect next to a superstar. He would be the Joe Dumars to a dude. He seems more like that to me than the Isaiah, which is not a bad thing, but that's just what I see.
DJ, do you worry they're ruining him? Like, what I mean by that is he's pressing so much and there's so many turnovers and he doesn't have that guy you're talking about to help outlet. I worry that a guy who came in with good head on his shoulders is going to suffer a ton of losing, and they are going to potentially ruin this guy.
I will say mentally, absolutely mentally, man. If you're any type of competitor, that can wear him. But I don't think it'll necessarily ruin K, because K seems like a basketball pure. You don't hear a lot of stuff. He seems like he's a hooper.
That's fair.
So I think K is going to be K regardless. But what we are doing is what I heard Mike say the other day. We're just signing a ticket for him to get the max extension and get out of here through his agent, because I don't even see K as being the dude to say it. I think he'll have his agency.
100%.
That's my opinion.
I mean, here's the thing, guys. I am not a blind Cade defender. What I am saying is I think I've watched enough of the league to tell you. You have a hard time doing evaluations on 99% of players when there is no help around. Now, if you're telling me, well, Cade's just not LeBron James. Winner, big opinion. Cade is not Michael Jordan. Well, congrats. But my point is, when you have nothing around you, when the pieces that while individually, like if I hear another person burp this takeout, well, they've got Ivy and Duran and Doo-to-Doo, and you're like, okay, individually, those are names that might make sense.
Mm-hmm.
They don't fit together.
It's not a roster that fits as a team.
It's just, I don't know how you're evaluating it. I don't. Unless you're just turning on Cade because he's the most recognizable name. But I said it yesterday, Jim. If I were this kid's representation, I'd be ready to sign that rookie extension this summer and then pull a Ben Simmons. Cade. Hey, what's that over there, Cade? Out for the year. Trade me. Like that's what I would do. Ben Simmons laid the roadmap. Hell, Zion laid the roadmap. I'm never healthy. I'm busy stooping. Give me my extension. Like, I would never allow Cade to stay here. Ever.
You're saying if you were his agent.
Correct. Yeah. Or just me as a radio host. I feel like I need to help this kid. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Guys, how are you?
Good, buddy.
So I think I have a fix for everybody on both sides. I think we can embarrass ownership. We can win at the same time. Just hear me out and picture this. The lights go down. Love Me Sexy comes on, and our head coach and starting forward at 6'5", Jackie Moon, comes trotting out on the court with our assistant coach and starting point guard, Ed Monix, at a towering 5'11". The Flint Tropics wanted to get into the NBA to begin with. We just flip them over to the Pistons. I mean, you got Coffee Black, you got BB Ellis, Twiggy Munson.
Jay, I have said it only half kidding, but I could save Tom Gores a lot of NetJet flights. He could just stay in L.A. I'll give him the team. He can move it to Vegas. I'll start over.
There you go.
I would start over. It wouldn't be the Flint Tropics. But, yes, I understand your sentiment. There's nothing here, Jay. There's nothing here.
Nope.
Troy Weaver has built a house on sand. There's nothing to build from. You know what we're going to be doing in the spring besides talking about a Red Wings playoff drive? Besides talking NFL draft? I'm probably going to be talking about trading everyone. And that's not sports radio blather. It's there's nothing here. I have no assets. I have no draft capital. I have nothing. And the losing only devalues what I have. You are starting from scratch. That's all. Jim, tell me I'm nuts.
No, you're right. I mean,
who's the sacred cow?
You have a former number one pick who I think is going to be a multi-time All-Star. I do. But, Mike, I am worried about him. Without any floor spacing, with all the losing, it takes its toll. And you're right, it devalues him in the eyes of the rest of the league, too.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen.
What's up?
Hard to follow that last caller.
I know.
But I'm gonna hope to get 3 points in real quick. And the first, I feel like we gotta give Troy Weaver a little bit more time. And here's the reason I say this. If you guys remember, the Philadelphia 76ers in 2015, 2016 were abysmal. They were absolutely abysmal. They were terrible. And they turned that into Markelle Fultz. They turned that into Nerlens Noel, Jahlil Okafor. And lo and behold, Joel.
I think his phone just died. I can't believe it. I wanted to hear where he was
going. He was
going
to say Joel Embiid.
Okay.
Nope. Okay.
His phone died. I just couldn't hear anything he was saying.
Exactly how I feel.
But you can't compare it to Philly, who was operating an analytics-driven, purposeful tanking platform
You
where
gotta
they were
understand.
also drafting players they weren't going to have access to for 2 years, like Dario Saric, like Joel Embiid with his feet problems. Come on, guys.
You got to understand, the Sixers were trying to lose games.
Right.
The Pistons, ready for the punchline, guys? They're trying to win games. They're actually trying, and they're as bad as a team, actively losing on purpose.
What was the quote? They're not in panic mode yet?
Oh, that quote sent Rico to the moon. Rico to the moon. We'll go on the board. We'll get more of your calls. And yes, we do have to bring up the Red Wings. Cookies has an angle on it. I'm excited. And again, I think I can give you a legitimate hope for Patrick Kane. I'll explain it. You can tell me I'm undervaluing him, overvaluing him. We'll have some fun. Hungry Howie's Pizza. Listen, Kenny's excited tonight. You got Kane's debut. Sharks are in town. It's an auto win. Kenny's going to dial up a little mac and cheese pizza from Hungry Howie's. It's the cot, the Kenny cot, $10.99. $2 more. You add buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon to that pizza. And if you're more of a traditionalist, which I certainly am, the mix and match menu, $6.99. Get dinner on the table. Settle in for a little Red Wings hockey tonight. And do it with Hungry Howie's. The offer won't last forever. The mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only. So head over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today. All right, we are rocking and rolling. We're setting history. I mean, we're pumped up. The Wings are going to make the playoffs, but the Pistons are on track to make history. They have lost their 19th in a row. Last night was a game you had to win. You let Desmond Bain. I'll let you Google Desmond Bain. No one knows who he is. I guarantee you Tom Gores doesn't know who Desmond Bain is. He thinks he's starting a Batman movie. And that guy dropped 50 on you last night.
Do you realize there were people who, hey, maybe tonight's the night for the Pistons, and they lost by double digits at home?
That was me. I really thought last night was the night they'd win.
I thought that was the Wizards game. I thought it was when Trae Young wasn't playing for the Hawks or when Mitchell wasn't playing for the Cavs. The point is, Mike, they are that bad. Just when you think like they can't. Come on, they can't really lose another. They will,
but
and they
now
will
it's
continue.
Gone to you have to root for losing because the losing equals change.
Yes,
we can't keep doing this.
You have to shame the change,
right? And again, Red Wings have gotten it turned around. I think the Tigers. Am I disappointed thus far with the offseason? Yes. However, I think they're going to be a factor deep into August in this pennant chase next year. And the Lions, it speaks for themselves. Then there's that. There's the Pistons. Because there's being bad with hope. The Detroit Pistons. That's right. That's what we have. The commissioner can't even pronounce our team right.
It's a collection of picks, but not a team.
Except we don't even have those. You know, that's the best part. Look at Troy Weaver's war chest. Pull that up.
So you're saying future picks? Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't have extras.
So you've accumulated like the Utah Jazz. Danny Ainge showed up. And produced like 17 first-round picks.
Mike, I'm not saying future. This current roster has 5 players drafted in the top 5.
And I would say only one of them currently.
No, that's the point, is the general manager who was selecting these players, trading for these players. He's made 8 first-round picks. Does this look like there's any cohesiveness, that there was any semblance of thought put into how player A would interact with player B and player C?
Say it again. Troy Weaver's made 8
first-round picks. Now, one's not here anymore. Sadiq Bey was traded for, drumroll, James Wiseman.
Which I never understood. Okay. Oh, that sums that up. All right. More of your calls. We're mixing in the Red Wings as well. On the board, though, because the system that's not a system is back. People, we were moments away from sounding like that guy. The system that's not a system but plays like a system was a late U of D collapse from being 4-0 on the new year. Last night I gave you 3 picks. If you want to hear what the complete system that's not a system but plays like a system is, download Cash the Ticket. It's simple. We gave you Dartmouth, runaway winner. We gave you Northern Iowa, winner. And we gave you U of D, a winless U of D favored by 1 over 6-2 Ball State. They were up 8 at the half, up 5 with 4 minutes to go, lose by 2. But a 2-1 night. Hey, if you could go 2-1 every night, you wouldn't work for a living. So very nice. Tonight, there's nothing. College basketball decided we're the NHL. We're going to play 2 games. So I got nothing for you after I gave you 3 picks last night. But I know Jim. He's got a first 5-inning line on Korean baseball. It's going to be exciting. What do you got for everybody? The first day Jim ever did an afternoon show. Dave, you remember this? He comes in here, he goes, hey, guys, I got first 5 innings on the Orioles today.
And did it hit?
Yes.
And did it hit? Of course it hit.
First pitch to be a strike.
Kenny, might I interest you in some hockey tonight?
I would love some hockey tonight, Jim.
Sharks plus Zadina.
No,
we were messing around pre-show. I said Zadina first goal of the game plus 4,000 Spite Store special. But if you want something more practical, how about Robbie Fabry on the top line tonight? Everybody focusing on Kane and DeBrincat, but extra minutes for Fabry. He's been red hot. Plus 200 to score against a bad Sharks team.
Yeah, those odds confuse me because he's been electric lately. He's been red hot. Did you see that goal against the Blackhawks where he just dekes the guy out of his shoes? That was awesome. He's red hot. I like that pick a lot. His knife shoes.
So Fabry plus a Wings victory.
Oh, if you want to combo them?
Have to.
Okay.
The Wings will not lose tonight. Can't happen.
Not to the Sharks. Not with
not on
Patrick
the night.
Kane.
Patrick Kane and his bionic hip debut. No way. Come on. Sharks already won a game this week. They can't win two.
Yeah, they hit their quota.
They hit their
It's
quota.
in the bylaws.
It's the bylaws of the league.
They're a little bit better than the Pistons. A little bit better than the Pistons.
Fabry plus 200 to score a goal while Jim's tabulating a same-game parlay. Kenny, what do we got?
I like the Flames at home tonight, plus 115. They're catching the Hurricanes on a back-to-back, and the Hurricanes looked like trash in Canada yesterday. They lost like 7-0 or so. I don't know. I turned the game off. But, yeah, Flames plus 115 at home.
So you go Flames, Fabry, Wings together. Put them all together. We're feeling good. David, what do you have for the people? Anything in the NBA tonight?
No, not in the NBA. I'm going to the NFL because I have to watch my team tonight, so
Hold
I
on.
need something to
Ready?
help me watch.
This is the lowest total
Correct.
since 1993 in the National Football League.
Correct.
You want to give that total on?
Yeah, it is 30.5, and I'm going under for that game tonight.
Look at Jim's face.
I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong there, Jim?
Is Iowa playing?
Jim's face when the edible hits.
Yeah, I'm going under 30.5.
Did your Steelers become the Iowa Hawkeyes? What is that total?
We have no quarterback. Well, we didn't have one, but
We
now
have
we
Mitch
really
Trubisky.
have no. Yeah, okay.
MVP Mitch.
He's better than Deacon Hill. That's a Deacon Hill over-under.
That's what's going to happen tonight. We'll win 13-3, maybe 10-3.
But here's the other thing. The total the other night, I told you I wouldn't play under in the Jags game. It would be over or nothing. It soared over. The question would be, could primetime totals go over in the same week?
No.
Considering the unders have been clobbering.
No, because you need to get help from the other team tonight, which is the Patriots. They can't score. That's the problem.
I've heard that.
So even if the Steelers go crazy and get 24, you get nothing from the other team.
Field goals for all.
Yeah.
David, you're probably right.
So under 30.5, Steelers -6, and Jalen Warren over 52.5 rushing yards, plus 420.
Aren't you glad you spent a first-round pick on a back? The better back is the guy you found at the Home Depot.
Fun times.
Hey, Fabry, Wings, what is it?
250.
Kenny, do you bless it?
The Wings are scoring a lot of goals. I think they lead the East in goals scored.
So Kenny wants the over the Wings and Fabry.
No, I don't want the over because
Okay.
the Sharks are really bad.
Okay, I'm just making sure. All right, your phone calls, and we're going to mix the Wings into it on a Thursday, 97.1. See, people, it leads right into this. You're new to this. Now, I don't know. If you're just joining FanDuel, I don't know where you've been, but if you're new, take your $5, money line Wings tonight, get 150 in free bets. Then you, too, can partake in such gross things as under 30.5 on a Thursday night. Spreads, props, totals. No book has more markets than FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Lock it in. FanDuel, the official partner of 97.1. Got to be 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Red Wings are red hot. They've won 3 straight games and 6 of 7 overall. And tonight, they add a future Hall of Famer to the lineup. Patrick Kane will make his Detroit debut against the Sharks tonight at Little Caesars Arena. He says gaining chemistry with the Wings will take some time, but he's happy to be fully healthy. The Wings enter tonight just 1 point behind the second-place Panthers. JT Compher will miss the game with an injury. Puck drop at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. New Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith has added 6 assistants to his staff, all of them from Oregon State. That includes offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren and secondary coach Blue Adams. We'll get another look today at the Lions injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow out yesterday, but Alex Anzalone did return. Detroit a 3-point favorite. And the Pistons' losing streak has now stretched to 18 games after last night's loss to Memphis. There is still a ways to go, though, to slump to the NBA record. That's 28 games set by the Sixers. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, Rico with the day off. Mr. Costa has joined us. Electric Pistons talk to start the show. We are going to get to your phone calls. Really appreciate you guys showing some passion about a 2-19 basketball team. But look, Luke Sloan just sat here and said, well, there's a ways to go. There's not really a ways to go. You've lost 19 games in a row. Think about this. This team, if you look at the schedule, may not win until New Year's. So we were asking if that's making you more inclined to watch them to force a change. But positivity is in the air. Patrick Kane makes his debut tonight for the Wings. And I want to know, Jim, if I am setting an appropriate hope for Patrick Kane. First of all, anyone who's thinking you're getting the Chelsea Dagger edition of Patrick Kane from 10 years ago. Right. Gotta know. That's not what we signed. But he's going to get some serious ice time with DeBrincat. He's going to be used on the power play. I said, in my mind, the goal was 95 points for the Wings. They're currently pacing at about 105. But if 95 points is the goal, do you know what I'm hoping that Patrick Kane can represent? Can he make this team 5% better?
So 5 points, give or take.
Call it 4.
Great.
Can he make this team just a little better? So we are not a maybe playoff team or a fringy playoff team. No. The Wings are. Basically, I have said Kane is the type of insurance, veteran leadership, veteran insurance, low cost, low risk, that you need in order to take the next step. I just want to know if that is a fair thing for me, for Wings fans to hope for.
Insurance? Sure.
4 points better.
Yeah. The other team he was considering was the Florida Panthers. Let's take a peek at the standings right now. Who's within a point of the Red Wings?
He's just ahead of them.
Yeah. Well, they won last night, so it's going back and forth.
My bad.
My point is, if you're keeping him away from an in-division Stanley Cup contender, and he's a second-line boost for your team, bumps some good options down to the third line. Kenny, we're one step away from what? Rolling 4 lines.
That's right. That's
gotta get bigger on the blue line, Kenny.
What you just said about Florida, that's almost worth the tiny contract we gave him, is just so they
Keep
don't
away.
have him.
Yeah. Maybe it's 4 points to the Wings, 5 points that Florida doesn't get. That
Those
stuff matters.
Euros are kind of soft, Kenny.
Those Russians, I tell you, they're
We
all
need
flash.
a little
figure skaters, if you ask me.
We need a little puck luck, Kenny. I'm just rolling out some of the 05 lines from the callers.
Got to get pucks deep.
You got to toss it into the corner,
Get
dig it
pucks
out.
deep, dump and chase. Let's go.
All right, Kenny.
But I think that's fair. And Kenny, if you want to get all bricked up for tonight, have you looked at the first power play, which features both Kane, DeBrincat, Larkin, Gostisbehere, and Perron? How tight are you right now?
Oh, you don't want to know. Wow. That's a hell of a first power play unit. That's a real first power play unit, one that this city hasn't had in a long, long time.
So here's the question. I want the hockey elite to join the basketball elite. Hockey elite, if you're out there, what is your expectation for Patrick Kane as a Red Wing? And is ours, can he be a piece of insurance, a guy that helps solidify, a guy that can make you not exponentially better, but just a little bit, incrementally better, to where we can go into the trade deadline to make the exponential move.
$10 million in cap space still sitting there for Yzerman to do something.
On the blue line, of course. This is the second highest scoring team in the East.
No. Number one.
Number one now?
Number one in the East in scoring.
Need a little help on the blue. As some of the callers like to say back in the day, we got to get bigger on the blue line.
Yeah, we can't do this thing where we go up 4-0 and then allow 3 goals immediately.
And
like
you're
what happened in
sweating a
Buffalo.
2-man advantage late.
But that is the big difference is last year, they didn't have the offense to get up 2 or 3 goals, to build up a lead in the first or the second period.
So look.
It's a difference maker.
Now, I think also, is it wrong for me to say, in a small way, you've made another investment into DeBrincat?
Yes.
I mean, Kane and him had a big-time relationship where, hey, maybe if it's power play alone, think about what you might be able. Can you squeeze 5% more there? Like, I just liked it. It's the type of move that says, hey, it's time. It's not irresponsible. It's low risk.
Put it opposite of the team we opened the show with.
I know.
These teams are on multi-year timelines, and it takes a little longer in hockey, and they've had a little longer. But look what's going on with the Pistons. Did they go out and add a DeBrincat? Think about this. Yzerman gave up a first-round pick. Do we have anybody in this city ready to give a first-round pick up to try to win? Yzerman did it. The Pistons have been sitting around. No free agent signings. Yzerman adds not only DeBrincat in the offseason via trade, Comfer, Gostisbehere, a goaltender in Alex Lyon who's standing on his head. They're making real moves.
Fun fact, I'm pretty sure DeBrincat would shoot the same percentage from 3 as Asur Thompson. 11%. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be worse. But your point is well taken.
Yeah. Is that his actual 3-point percentage?
11%. Now, again, I can visualize a world where Asur Thompson can be a real player. But how do you draft that player and put him on this roster and then play him with Killian Hayes? How? I'm not hijacking this Wings thing at all.
No, we're blending the two. You guys are welcome to weigh in. I mean, that's the beauty of this. We have the despair of one team.
Right. And the delight of the other.
Yes.
So you pick what you want to call in with. And guys, no one's sitting here acting like Kane's going to get major ice time right away. This is something that over time, can his presence here make you a couple points better to where by the deadline, Steve is left with no choice. You have the cap space, you have the capital, you have the record. You can make a real investment and pay a real price, mind you, to bring in a big-time defenseman.
The discussion about Kane, he said he couldn't skate leg over leg because of the hip injury. He was like a straight leg skater last year. His anticipation is that he will be better than he was last season and more like the form of 2 years ago. Just so people have an idea of what that looks like, Patrick Kane 2 seasons ago, 92 points in 78 games, more than a point per game guy. Even if you only get 80% of that, Mike, that's more than worth a point or two in the standings.
Christ, they take half of it.
Right.
So that's where we're at. Would love to hear from you. And we'll get to your calls right now. And if you're dialing in about the Pistons, are you rooting for losing? Have you reached that point? My answer is you have to. You have to.
Yep.
And for the Wings, I think it's an exciting time. I know the hardcore hockey elite have waited so long. You deserve every bit of this. But if you're not a hockey fan, I'll continue to tell you, give the Wings some of your time. Just give them a chance. They're fun. They're fast. They're exciting. And they're good. Like, it's not just hee-hees and ha-has. Guys, they're good. They win. I think they are a playoff team. And it's worth, in the winter months, I don't know if you're aware of this, Lions only play on Sundays. Like, you're going to be looking for a little something else to do. Give the Wings a chance. You don't have to be Kenny. You know, you don't have to be Don Cherry. You can still enjoy hockey on a fringe basis.
Tuesday night, Thursday night.
Just something.
Yeah, Saturday, no more college football.
If you're like me, you haven't had college football all fall.
Oh, you don't do this.
Thanks a lot. To the people, let's party. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you, Steve?
Hey, I just wanted to call, and nobody's really referencing Cade's defense. I don't know if you've ever watched him, but he can't stay in front of any point guard, basically, in the league. So I don't know if he's not playing his natural position, which would probably be a small forward, but he definitely can't stay in front of any guard, which puts the bigs in a bad place because they have to help. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I don't know. Defensively, we can't stop anybody.
So what's the solution?
So I don't know. Obviously, we don't have a natural point guard so basically our roster sucks. So we don't have a natural point guard that we could take Cade off the ball, move him to maybe a natural position so we can guard that position. And I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I'm not the GM.
Yeah, that's the key.
GM obviously is not there. Nowhere to be found. And the roster he put together obviously isn't working.
You know what's interesting, Steve? You're highlighting something that, think about this. What is the Pistons' identity 4 years into a rebuild?
Exactly.
What is the identity? Correct. It's not defense, as you're saying.
That's what they wanted to sell you in the summer.
Right. But it's
all
not
over the place.
It's not defense. It's not scoring, right? It's not high flying. It's not.
They're not a jump shooting team.
They're not a 3-point bomb away team. Like, Steve, that's how you know it's done.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
It completely.
And then, I mean, if we had a 3-and-D guy, that would help. But like you said, nobody can shoot threes on this squad. You know what I mean? And Cade struggles because obviously they're throwing 2 and 3 people at him when he's driving or when he's whatever he's doing with the ball. So, you know, they're not really worried about anybody else. So that puts him in a bad place offensively. And then defensively, like I said, I mean, I don't know. If I remember correctly, in when he played at Oklahoma, he wasn't known for his defense.
Listen. I am not going to sit here and tell you that he is going to make an all-NBA defensive team. Mm-mm. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and tell you that he's completely helpless and he's Trae Young. Steve, they don't have pieces. They don't have a unit that works together.
And he said that. Mike, do you realize you said Thompson shooting 11% from 3?
Yeah.
DeBrincat's shot percentage is 16% in the NHL, meaning when DeBrincat shoots any puck at a goaltender, it has a better chance of going in the net than when Thompson shoots a 3. That is absurd.
Yes, that's what someone sent in. Mitch in Chicago. Mike at 13 goals and 79 shots in the year. DeBrincat is technically a better shooter than Thompson. Oh, my.
Unbelievable.
Is this the part where I say I rest my case?
Oh, my God.
And that's not an attack on Asura Thompson. I'm making a point to you that if you are a team that lacks shooting, I question the wisdom of drafting this type of player there because all you're doing is exacerbating the problem. Oh, but he's a good defensive player. Okay. This is not 1990. I don't have Jeff Van Gundy hanging off of Alonzo Mourning's legs in a 70-67 game. The average NBA team is taking 35 three-pointers a night. That's all. All right. Exciting stuff. Moran Buick GMC. They want to make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Moran will make sure you're ready to hit the road to see the fam around the holidays. Jim will be heading out to the family barn for Christmas. It's going to be exciting. The Acadia seating up to 7. Moran Buick GMC. The 23 Acadia, $267 a month. The 23 GMC Sierra double cab, they got you covered. 24 months, $344 a month. And if something's off with the current car, you take it in for certified service. Moran Buick GMC. And unlike other dealers, Moran gives you that free loaner when you get that certified service appointment. It's fast, it's easy, it's MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David, check in on the ticket text briefly. Then callers. Hockey elite are involved. Passionate fans are involved because the Pistons are besmirching the name of our fair town. There's just so much to discuss. Rico day off. Cookie's in a power shirt. It's an exciting time to be here. Kenny got a haircut. I mean, we're people's pets' heads are falling off. It's an unbelievable time.
Can you tell Kenny is ready for the wing debut of Patrick Kane?
He got a haircut for the occasion. He's going to hand Kane a little bouquet of roses tonight.
Got to look good at the LCA, you know.
Oh,
are you going
man.
tonight? Thinking about it. In the hopper.
Oh, he might be there.
Under
people.
consideration.
In the house.
Oh my God.
His son has to introduce him to Patrick Kane tonight. So
I want to be the guy that hits the goal horn before the game. Can we set that up?
How do we make that happen?
Because they brought back the Joe Louis goal horn.
I'm aware.
Everybody, there's always a celebrity Detroit person that presses the button before.
Do you want that to happen?
I would love for that to happen. My buddy last game we went to, he was like, why the hell aren't you pressing the button? I'm like, I don't know. That's a great question.
Do you want that to happen?
I would love for that to happen.
Are you asking me to make that happen?
I'm not asking you to make that happen. I just thought of it off the top of my
So
head.
I'll return to the original question. Do you want it to happen?
I would love for that to happen. Mike, will you please make that happen?
I got you. Or as Michigan fans like to say, bet. I got you.
Bring everyone together.
That's right. It's like Farm Aid, but different. It's a big charity. Can't wait till they're all singing We Are the World when Jim signs his contract. David, ticket text, please.
I am a huge Patrick Kane fan. I don't expect him to be at his MVP player level. Bring some consistency, though, to the offense. Definitely a plus. Hopefully we keep him for the rest of his career.
But which might be 6 months.
I think Kane's got 15 to 20 goals in him.
Oh, my.
Whoa.
Wowzers.
Patrick Kane is a guy with great vision, and his scoring will be down, but he can make those eye-seeing plays. J.N. Canton.
I like the emphasis on that word.
Yeah.
Well done.
Mm-hmm. I expect Kane to put some decent points on the board, help DeBrincat score even more, and help develop the young guys.
Look, it's good to have leadership. You're in a stretch drive. You get a guy who's won multiple Stanley Cups. You get a guy who understands what it takes. I like the move. I have limited expectations. Make the team a couple points better. And put us in a position where Yzerman, if the right deal's there, as Kenny always likes to say, get a little bigger on the blue line.
Yeah, speaking of that, someone says, I'm very excited about Kane. You could say I'm bricked up on the blue line.
That's right, huh?
This next text is signed by Kenny Cott. It says, It says Kane sucks. It was a horrible signing.
I never said that. I just said I wasn't jumping up and down, people. For Christ's sake.
Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tony, what's up, buddy?
Hi, how you guys doing? First time caller, long time listener.
Welcome, Tony.
So I have a thing about with the Pistons. So with the Pistons, like, I just don't get it why Tom Gores won't do anything. Like, we're just bad. Like, we're just, like, so bad to the point where I was looking at the box score, like, I'm like, we really let Desmond Bane drop almost 50 on us.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's to the point where I don't even think he knows that this, like y'all said, I don't even think he knows that this season really started. I think he's somewhere in Narnia somewhere. Like, we just don't know.
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Yeah, you know what, Tony? I think it's one of those deals where it's put up or shut up time. If you own this team, if you're presiding over this product, and you don't do anything, it says a lot about you.
You have a duty. Like, I have no problem when owners make their money, do their thing. But you've signed a contract with the community. Mm-hmm. And when you get a deal to build the practice facility, or you get a sweetheart tax abatement, or you get public dollar, whatever it is, you owe the community that at a minimum you're not going to be embarrassing. But you have to show us you care.
That's the thing. It's you hire a guy, you give him a few years, he makes his picks, it doesn't work out, you step in and you remove him. There's no shame if you do something, if you act. But if you don't, if you sit by and watch this get worse and worse and worse, we have no choice but to root for the losing. Because that becomes the only thing we can hang over your head is this degree of shame, potentially historic losing, Mike.
Well, and that's the key to me. It's 15 years without a playoff win. His stewardship of this team is a .371 win percentage. It's the same as Donald Sterling with the Clippers. Donald Sterling is not only reviled, but he was also noted as being arguably the worst owner in the history of the league. Well, Tom Gores, you're there. You're there. And look, I've said it. Maybe you think it's hyperbole. You can call me out, Jim. But Adam Silver has got to step in. He's got to step in and go, look, we're thinking about expanding this league to Vegas and Montreal and these other places. Detroit is not the Charlotte Hornets. The Pistons at multiple times have been the iconic franchise in the league. You are embarrassing everyone. And if I were the other owners, if you sold the Pistons today, they're selling for the better part of, if not in totality, $1.5 billion. All right, Tommy, take your payout. Go make money in the interesting ways you make it. Get the hell out of here. Enough. Jim, I think that's the only way you're ever going to see him get rid of this thing. Only way.
You don't think there gets to a point where they lose 25 in a row, 30 in a row, 50 in a row, 70 in a row?
Does he strike you as a man who has shame? Let me help you.
Should I answer that?
Probably best that you don't. And with that, we return to the phone lines. I'd like to bump a member of the hockey elite to the front.
Please. Positivity, Mike.
No, this is important. We only get a call from this man. He is royalty in the hockey community. Garrett in Lake Orion joins us.
Oh, Michael. Hello. That makes me feel so much better. I was waiting for the regal sounds to play from the Greater Life Church.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I don't have a trumpet or an organ for you, but welcome.
Hey, by the way, speaking of, I know we talk about Kenny going down and pulling the thing on. How about Costa goes down in that shirt you're talking about, hits the buzzer before a game one day? Make it happen, Mike. Come
we
on.
Can make this happen. No one's asked me to make this happen. We can do this.
No, listen. I would that would be full on entertainment, but it's truly scintillating entertainment for the program. Anyways, wanted to mention a
Costa
couple
in a Cabana outfit hitting the goal horn pregame.
In a Red Wings Cabana outfit? Yes, that'd be fantastic.
There we go.
Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals.
It'd be fantastic, Michael. Anyways, I appreciate it, as always, gentlemen, for letting me on the air. A few things I want to touch on here real quick. So, Patrick Kane, I actually am going to be down there tonight. I actually think that this will help the team out in two ways. I think one, it'll help out even more for the depth, but I actually think the Wings haven't been the strongest even strength this year. I think they ranked middle of the pack, maybe a little bit lower. I'm going to geek out on you here, Michael, a little bit. X goals for is a stat, basically like in baseball, I have runs created plus. The Wings, even strength kind of fall a little bit below average league wide. I think he's going to help a little bit in that regard. Now, am I expecting him to take them from like 95 points to winning the division? Absolutely not. And I was telling people I knew, I said they were probably going to, back their way into a playoff spot, maybe be a wild card team. Now I'm expecting them to finish in the top three within the Atlantic division. Probably be around that 100-point mark. If you look at what he did last year, about same sample size and everything like that in Chicago before he got traded, he was right around almost a 0.75 points per game player. So say he plays 55 games, will be around 40 points. I think it'll definitely be a major help, a major boost. And like you mentioned, Mike, I think a veteran presence like him is going to be pretty critical actually for this.
It matters.
Younger core going up.
No, Garrett, it matters. It all matters. And look, long term, I want to get to the trade deadline where Yzerman knows this team is legit and knows that it's not going to be a mistake if the right deal presented itself. Look, they've got the cap space, so you might be able to get a lot while giving up a little. Teams do not have room to take on money. But if there's go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, and to touch on that point, I think you're right, but I also think that I want to pump the brakes a little bit on that. So Kane's a great signing, but unless there's that top-end goalie or that really good number 2, number 3 defenseman that I think Yzerman sees that can be a long-term
agree totally.
Figure,
then you're not going to do anything.
I'm not sure.
No, and I agree. No, understand. Garrett, this is going to be a phrase we're going to use in the new year, my brother. We are big game hunting. Big game hunting. Kenny will procure the list. I want only the best. We are going to be Robin Leach. It's going to be Lifestyles of the Big Blue Line and Famous. We are going to only go out and get studs. No middling nonsense. What?
The creme de la creme.
The creme de la creme. That's it. And if that's not available, take it back. I don't want it. Let's carry on. Paulson's Big sale. Hey, you want to watch Patrick Kane? You want to watch the Wings on a playoff chase? That's right. Paulson's Audio Video. Their year-end sale. Deals galore. Sonos soundbars, 20% off. $1,000 off Sony laser projectors. 25% off Paradigm speakers and a whole lot more. You don't remember anything. You don't even like me, but you hear me. Just remember their prices are lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy, and they will show you right in the store. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Northwest corner of 12 Mile Road in Halstead. Paulson's Audio Video. Go to paulsonsav.com. Holiday gift guide and more. It's Paulson's. People have never been prouder, I got to tell you. Full lines, Wings, Pistons, the hockey elite, the angry masses of this town uniting to talk
Tale of two
sports.
cities.
It is. Wings, it's all good vibes. It's all coming together, Pepper. And the Pistons, well, it's okay then. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Michael, thanks for taking my phone call. There's a couple things I want to get to you. Kane, okay, I'll say something quick about Kane. That could be the deal of the decade if Kane is even 80% of Kane, 75% of Kane, okay? Not only for what he brings to the ice, but what he brings to the locker room and the young guys on your club. Now, after saying that, that's all I'll say about Kane. The Pistons, man, them dudes don't know how to play basketball. 90% of playing basketball is playing without the ball. They don't know how to play without the ball, period. Okay? They don't know how to move as a unit to defend. They don't know how to help a guy who's in trouble with the ball. They don't know how to – and that's Monty's fault. They pay him to teach those guys how to play. They don't know how to play. All of them, none of them are under 20 or over 25. They don't know how to play.
Do you think they'd have a better record if Dwayne Casey was still coaching this year?
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Teach them how to play.
You know what I mean? Like, Mike, I'm not sitting here arguing that Dwayne Casey should have kept his job, but I think they might have won a couple more games if Dwayne Casey was still the guy.
These guys, when we drafted these guys, everybody agreed that these guys had talent and we should be okay. No, we're not. They all came out of – look, it took us 5 years to put Killian Hayes on the floor after drafting the dude at 17 years old. Come on, guys.
Ed, here's what I'll tell you. Exactly. No, here's what I will tell you, Eddie. David, you're wrong for that. You are wrong for that. I've been saying it for weeks, and I stand by it. Monty Williams looks like a man with immense buyer's remorse. I didn't need the money this bad. And look, it's easy to say when a team's terrible, well, the coach is doing a bad job. I mean, look, there have been end of game situations that have not made sense.
Rotations.
And yes, and Jim, lineups where you're going, wait, do you seriously have,
Mike, there was a game last week where he said, we got to do a better job spacing the floor with Cade and Ivy. Who's we? You set the lineups. Who's we? You're we. And again, Mike, maybe it's a lesson when someone tells you they're burned out and they need a year off. Don't hand them a blank check and force them to coach anyway.
Oh my gosh, that was fabulous. No, and you're not wrong.
Who's we?
We've established the question at hand. I don't really have the answer for you. I just told you he looks like a guy who could have been doing TV and making $6 million. He could be in Scottsdale hanging out right now.
Yeah.
He's here and he goes, what have I done?
Well, and he also wasn't shy about telling us at the press conference.
Which is still one of the most uncomfortable press conferences you will hear. Let's go over to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey, so you know what? It really irks me when people stick up for Cade. I mean, you just look at everything. I mean, he's a clear 41% shooter, which, first of all, would place him among the bottom-feeding backups at the guard position. And when the game's on the line, he's even worse. The real stars of this league, in the last 6 minutes of the game, they say, get out of my way. I don't need any help. I'm taking over this game. Cade, he can't get anything done. He turns into Fade Cunningham in those last 6 minutes.
Can I offer you something without you getting angry at me? I am not sitting here telling you I'm totally happy right now with him either. But when I say they don't have any spacing and Cade has nowhere to operate, don't you think that is an actual reason, not an excuse? His numbers look the way they look. He can't get anywhere because there's no threat. Everyone can
Mike.
sag and can just guard the paint and keep him out of it. Go ahead. The two of yous can yell at me.
Well, he misses wide open threes down the stretch. He's just the opposite of the guy you want with the ball. And let me share some. Your next break, go look at last year's Pistons box scores. The 12 games they played with Cade, they got blown out by 20, 30 points on pretty much a nightly basis. The day he went out for the season, they started playing competitive basketball. Go look at it.
Joe.
Their losses were close, 1 point. They were better off with Hamidou Diallo, who's not even in the league. He's in the G League.
Joe, I want to be fair about this. Cade's rookie season, at the end of that first season, he was a revelation. 5 out spacing, closing games, he looked like the dude. What's happened since? A losing culture, less of a floor spacing to operate in, and the numbers, I'm not going to deny what Joe says. I'll pile on, Joe, I'll help you out. Cade in the fourth quarter this year, 30% from the floor, 20% from three. He's attempted the third most fourth quarter shots in the league.
Because they have nobody else.
Because they have nobody else. So he's forcing it. He's pressing it. He's turning into a player who's making bad decisions and forming bad habits. I don't know if all of that's on him. That was quick. Appreciate that.
David, please, one more time.
It didn't take long. Thanks, Johnny.
So it's not excuse making. And maybe Cade's not going to be a top 10 player in this league. You have every right to say it.
Yeah.
But when it's this dysfunctional and it's these pieces, how can okay, you could take a Ja Morant and you could put him on this team. And if Killian Hayes and Azur Thompson and
Isaiah
James
Stewart
are on that floor at the same time, do you know who's not getting to the rim nearly as much? Who's we? I'm sorry. David, you truly are doing the Lord's work. 248-539-9797 at exactly. David, I'll tell you right now, I really don't care. One of these drops has to come off this board, and I'm going to need that for next week. Absolutely tremendous. As the weather gets colder, NFL heats up FanDuel right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets, any winning $5 money line bet. $150 if your team wins. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel? No better time to get in on the action. They got it all. More markets to bet in, spreads, props, over-unders, you name it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right. Official partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. You got to be 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
We got some good conversation going today. Tale of two cities. Really the same city, but different teams. Pistons, historic losing stretch. Red Wings, debut for Patrick Kane tonight. Playoff push is on. We're going to keep getting calls and texts, mixing you guys in. It's Thursday, though. We got Derek Stevens, D Las Vegas, joining us. And Derek, I want to start with Thursday Night Football tonight. Lowest total we've had in the NFL in years. Break down this one from a betting standpoint.
Yeah, what's going on, Jim?
Hey,
we
buddy.
opened it. We opened the Steelers at 6 and the total of 31, and they've been betting the Patriots and they've been betting the under. So we're currently hanging a 5 on the Steelers with the total of 30 here at the D Las Vegas, utilizing Circus Sports. So yeah, a 30, pretty low number.
What goes into it? Because I know neither team has a quarterback that can complete a pass beyond 10 yards, but break down how a number gets this low.
Well, I mean, when you take a look at, the injuries that Pittsburgh had, the ability to potentially score and how epically bad the Patriots are. I mean, think about this. There are props out there saying you can get plus $4 on no score after the first quarter. I think there's a little value there. If the score is 0-0, you can get plus 400. Makes a little sense. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much offense here or successful offense here in any way. This total is so low, you've got to evaluate what's the probability of defensive and special teams scores.
Now it does sound like an Iowa football game. I love me the value, Derek. You know that. So, yeah, keep an eye on it, right? You said that would be zeros for a quarter or the rest of the way?
It's zeros at the end of the first quarter.
Wow.
Plus 400.
Wow. Okay. Let me ask you how you guys deal with bowl season, because it's upon us not this week, but the very next week. And I got to just tell you, Mike and I trying to handicap games on the podcast, how do you deal with all the opt-outs, the transfer portal, the unknown that is bowl season?
Yeah, here's the reality behind it is thank goodness we've got a new scenario next year, because the way it gets handicapped is limited now. It's the same thing that you and Mike are talking about. It's very difficult. The handle on bowl games is way down. Most of these bowls lose a lot of money. Most of the schools can't fill their ticket allotments. So it's just something that's no longer in favor. I mean, effectively, you got an Orange Bowl that's worth looking at, and then you've got, the semifinals on January 1st. But after that, every bowl game is questionable. I mean, USC should be a big game. No, Williams is out. Just all the opt-outs make these games damn near impossible to handicap. It's harder to handicap this than it is the NBA with load management, and that's a disaster for the NBA.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way of putting it. You think the NBA, you guys have an easier time night in and night out dealing with coach decision, DNPs, and load management. The Bulls, it makes sense. The Bulls, there's just more unknown.
There's so much. There's so many games. There's too many games. No one knows. So I mean, I think the days of betting these bowl games, and creating this happy holiday season for all of us that love football, starting around December the 20th. It's just hard to get down and focus in on some of these games.
Well, so the playoff ones are a little easier because you do expect everybody at full strength. Michigan, Alabama. I saw lines opening about 2.5 in favor of Michigan. I know there's been some movement. Where are you guys at with that game?
Yeah, we opened Michigan at 2 and 45.5 with Circus Sports. We immediately went to a 2.5, went back down to a 2, and it got driven down. It went down to pick, actually.
Whoa!
And now it's back up to a 2. We've had tremendous betting volume on this game from the moment it was posted. From a total perspective, we posted at 45.5. And initially they bet it up to 46, but now we're sitting on a 45. So it's a pretty solid number right now. Michigan at 2 and 45.
What about the Lions this week? We're talking Derek Stevens, the D Las Vegas. You guys Tell me what the thought process is with the number and where the action is.
Well, we opened, after coming off of last week, where the Lions were a strong favorite of the betting public, and they covered. I mean, they covered this 5-point cover last week against New Orleans was something, and it was an exciting game. So I'm expecting that come game time we're going to see a little more Detroit money. Initially, we posted Detroit a 4-point favorite on the road at Soldier Field, and it got bet down. So right now we're at a 3.5 is kind of where we're at. We've also had the total bet down. I think there's obviously you see this sometimes a little bit earlier in the week where there's some concern on weather, predominantly on what the wind will be like. So we're at a 43. So got bet down from 45 to 43 with Circus Sports here at the D.
Are certain teams in the cold weather better bets to go under? So what I mean by that is that there's a thought Jared Goff in the elements, or maybe different teams that throw the ball more, rely on throwing the ball more. Do those teams get heavier weighted when they play outdoors by you guys?
Yeah, they would, but the one thing that's worth noting is that's really built into the initial line. The thing that the risk room and the traders can't build into the line early is what will the updated weather reports create. I think temperature is the least important of the variables. Then precipitation. It could be important, but a little less important than wind. Wind is clearly the biggest impact meteorological element.
I love that you guys have to have basically part-time meteorologist degrees on staff to juggle some of this. I don't know, there's some wind coming in from the northeast. Gonna have to factor that in, but that stuff all adds up. Derek Stevens, we appreciate some of your time, and we'll check in next week. All right.
Hey, sounds great. Go Lions. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good stuff as always. Is Derek Stevens. Coming up next, we're going to get back into those Piston phone calls. People passionate. Some people rooting for the losing at this point to enact real change. And yeah, we'll talk about the change on the ice. Patrick Kane, winged wheel, debut tonight. It's all coming up 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. Walk in anytime and get your hair game ready. It's wicked awesome. The Red Wings have won 3 straight games and 6 of 7 overall. And tonight, they add a future Hall of Famer to their lineup. Patrick Kane will make his Detroit debut against the Sharks tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Kane says he's fully healthy, but it's going to take some time to get used to his new teammates. The Wings enter tonight just 1 point behind the second-place Panthers. JT Compher will miss the game with an injury. Puck drop at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Lions have officially released their injury report from practice today. Frank Ragnow is once again out, but Alex Anzalone practiced for the second straight day. Detroit, 3-point favorites at the Bears on Sunday. New Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith has added 6 assistant coaches to its staff, all of them coming over from Oregon State. That includes offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren and secondary coach Blue Adams. And the Pistons' losing streak has reached 18 games after last night's loss to Memphis. They still have a ways to go, though, to slump to the all-time NBA record. That's 28 straight losses set by the Sixers. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Asking the real questions today. Who's we? We are Detroit sports fans with 2 very different franchises. The Pistons and the Red Wings, and both of them at the center of the conversation today. We are dealing with a basketball team that has lost 18 in a row with no end in sight. People said, hey, last night the Grizzlies, that's half an NBA team. It's a home game for the Pistons. It's now or never. I did the Pistons pregame a couple weeks ago against the Wizards, and my whole thing was, tonight's the night. It wasn't. It's never their night. They lose every night. They may lose every game. I know that sounds silly. You're going to tell me, Jim, they're going to play a team without their best player, resting a star. Nope, that's already happened about half a dozen times on this losing streak. There is no end in sight. The end is when the owner steps in and fires the front office. Because in their mind, there's no panic. But if you're watching this game, you probably think differently. And we've been talking to Pistons fans throughout the show. The basic question is this. Are you like me, more invested? It sounds counterintuitive. More invested because of the specter that is this losing streak. The absurdity, the history of it, the sheer shock of it. You are gawking at a car crash on the highway. You can't look away. That's me. But you also have people who are not shy to tell you that they are repulsed by this product, that they can't stomach another minute of that, where you're up in the fourth quarter and the entire team collectively looks at one another and says, now what? I can't watch this. So the question is, are you in the camp of, wow, I'm more invested than I've been in years, or I'm repulsed, I can't stomach a second of it? I find myself in the camp of, can't turn away, and I am rooting for losses. I think it's how you shame ownership into change. As Wojo wrote in his column today, and you know it's something if Wojo's stepping in and saying change is necessary. He writes, if Gores is paying attention, implying that maybe the owner needs to have his nose rubbed in it a little bit to see change. So that's there if you're fired up, if you have thoughts on the Pistons who lost again last night and what felt like a real opportunity to snap this losing streak only to lose by double digits. If that's too negative, if you are saying, Jim, this city has a real team challenging for the playoffs. 2 of them, really. Why don't we spend more time talking about them? Well, tomorrow's Football Friday. We're going to talk a lot of Lions. The Red Wings tonight will debut Patrick Kane. And if you want some positivity, I have plenty of it to give you. The Red Wings are the number one offense in the Eastern Conference. That's before one of the most naturally gifted offensive players in NHL history. And while he's not the player he once was, he is still that hockey mind. He still possesses the puck. He's going to draw attention, and he's going to make life easier for everybody on his line, including Alex DeBrincat tonight. So we've been talking expectations for Kane. I think what Mike said, 5 points, 5% better. Is that a fair barometer for Patrick Kane?
Yeah, I think so. Regarding the Pistons, though, and I think what some of the callers have called in about is the reason why I can't just root for losing. I know we want change. I know we need change. But what's happening is now everyone's ripping my guy. Now everyone's ripping Cade and blaming Cade for this, and he's this, and he can't play with this. Do you remember the news we got in the summertime with Cade?
That. And it gets magnified because nobody's spacing the floor. No one's giving him some space off of a screen. He doesn't get the option to play without the ball late in the game because everybody looks at him and says, and your computer screen freezes and that little wheel just goes, we're not doing anything. So he's attempted the third most shots in the fourth quarter of anybody in the sport, and big surprise, he's not making very many of them.
No, he isn't.
So it's a little column A, little column B, but it does paint the face of your franchise in a bad light when this is the type of environment that he is being baptized in. David, we'll keep the religious analogies going. He's being baptized in a sewer.
Correct. You're right.
248-539-9797. Chris, let's get you in the mix. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good, brother. A couple of points. I've been here listening, hearing a lot of it. First, I do want to talk about one thing I think we were talking about. It's a Mikeism I like to do. You can't run a daycare in the NBA. And this right here is probably the biggest example of a daycare because we had that players-only meeting where two 22-year-olds told a bunch of 19 and 21-year-olds how to win in the NBA.
It's laughable. It's
this
absurd.
Is my issue is Bogey. I love Bogey. I love Burks. I love Monty. I love Joe Harris. All those guys. They are all mercenaries. They're not leaders. They're hired guns that get brought to teams that need that one little wrinkle to put them over the edge. None of them are leaders. Where was Bogey in this players-only meeting? I'm really glad that now he's playing basketball. He wants to be a leader now. But guess what, Bogey? You could have been that from day one. You could have been that from day one. You could have been there. My next point is this. Guys, we got to get worried about the losing for one reason. It's not because Tom Gores is going to make a move to get a better player. He's going to notice nobody in his favorite little party palace. He's going to go down there to LCA, and he's going to look around and be like, hey, where's everybody at? We need to sell tickets. And on December 15th, the trade deadline opens up, and Golden State's going to give us a call, and they're going to offer us Draymond Green. Why? Because we can give them Isaiah Stewart and Bagley back, and we can save them $45 million.
Oh.
And we're going to accept it. We're going to be like, that's a great deal. Look at the headlines. We're winning. Yay! And the tickets are going to sell, and everybody's going to come back. And then Draymond will probably deliver us a couple victories in trash time when nobody cares anymore. And it's going to be a savior, and we're going to be back here at, 15 and 70 or whatever it ends up being. And we'll have Draymond. We'll sell the tickets, and we'll have
Chris,
with no spacing.
And Chris, we'll be in the same place a year from now. You'll be calling in. We'll be taking the same phone call, spinning the hamster wheel, going nowhere. You're right. It is a fear. And you talk about when the urgency hits. Deadline is also right around the time when season ticket renewals are going to be a thing or not a thing. And I think that will be when Gores is compelled to act. You know, we talk about could they be 2-30 by the time the year ends, the calendar year? Sure. Could they be 2-40? I know this sounds absurd, guys, but find me the wins. Find me a win. And what's going to change? Ownership's going to have to be compelled to. It has to be undeniably bad. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Brendan, you've been waiting quite a bit. All right, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hey, Thanks for taking my call. I had a stat for you, and I wanted to go back to Garrett's call about Patrick Kane. And I was doing some research, and I went back to 2021, 2022 when Kane and DeBrincat were at Chicago. And now take this with a grain of salt because this is over a full season, but their top line that they played with Dylan Strome had an expected goals for of 18.4. And now if we want to divide that in half, because they only played about 51 games together, if we want to divide that in half and compare to this year, they are the exact same expected goals for as Nichushkin, McKinnon, and Rantanen. And that's a pretty explosive line in the NHL.
Colorado line, yep.
So my expectations for Kane, and I grew up playing hockey, love hockey. I don't expect much from him, but like Mike said, I think the last few years of the Red Wings have kind of been like just barely missed the playoffs. And I think Kane brings that aspect of, okay, we can win a couple more games, which puts us over that point, I guess, void, if you want to call it that. And we do make the playoffs, and I think he brings a lot of playoff experience, which this team does not have. He definitely opens up opportunities for other people on the team. And, there'll be eyes on him, and that only opens up, opportunities for everyone else. So I think it's a great signing. I'm really excited to watch the game tonight. And,
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know that he's going to score a goal tonight, although I think it's going to be a popular bet. People want to see it happen. I think his big addition is going to be the helpers, the assists, the facilitating, the attention that he demands, the fact that when they have the puck, the other team can't score. Puck possession, elite hockey teams, Kenny's nodding his head vigorously. Good teams play with the puck. They're not chasing the puck.
And on a relatively young roster, he does bring that Stanley Cup veteran experience. What does it take to win? What does it take to be a playoff type team? He brings that to a youthful roster. That's really important that people don't talk about.
So you mean to tell me that if you put talent around someone and they have an eye and can, give that puck to someone and score, and wow, that's interesting.
Moving along, we got Paul. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, Jim.
Hey, good to hear from you. Good.
You too, buddy. When do you get started in the morning? I'm just curious.
February 19th.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, Jim. David, big shout out to you. Thank you very much for your commentary about don't put the blame on Cade. Big shout out to you for that.
Glad someone's listening. Right. Thank you so much.
Well, let's put Cade aside for right now as the problem of the franchise, because the problem with Cade is that he is the face of a bad team. And that's unfortunate for the young man, because I really think that he's going to be a very good player in the league, given the right circumstances.
Yeah.
I think we're all in lockstep so far from what I've heard that the true problem with this franchise is and has been day one since Mrs. Davidson basically sold the Pistons for pennies on the dollar to one Tom Gores. Now, here's the problem with the league stepping in. It's not that easy, because this is a capitalist country where you own things by merit. And Gores has never done anything like Donald Sterling.
Right, you need a full-blown mutiny, and it'd have to be something on that level of wrong, the Sterling level of wrong.
Correct.
Yes, you're right.
Now, you remember in the mid-2000s when everybody had enough with Matt Millen, and we had the Millen Man March. Guys, that's pretty much what it's going to take. It's going to have to be broadcast, blazoned across America. Good Morning America, ESPN. Detroit is fed up and is not going to take this anymore and is demanding immediate change. Not going to games, all that, it ain't going to make a hill of beans difference. It won't. This team is costing him pennies on the dollar because he can turn around and sell it for billions.
Well, and Paul, if you remember right, the March didn't lead to anybody selling any team. Like owners, it is a license to print money, to your point. I mean, all you can do is hope that the team makes a change with the general manager, The guy drafting players, signing players, architecting that combination that you watch on the floor every night. We'll keep talking Pistons and Wings. Good convo. It's 97.1. David, before we get back to people's phone calls, Red Wings, Patrick Kane debut tonight. Pistons, 18 straight losses. The good and the bad of being a Detroit sports fan. What are people saying on the ticket text?
Regarding the Pistons, perfect example of how talented Cade is. Everybody talked about how he played in the summertime. That is from Kyle in the D. Someone else, Josh says, so what do you think Troy will trade away to get Greg Oden at the deadline? That's pretty good. Oh, man. Adam Silver doesn't even know the name of our team. What makes you think he'll step in and do something about this crap? Okay.
The Detroit Pistons.
Cade is the superstar. He doesn't even make things happen. At least the greats have 30 to 40 points in losses. That is from Jack.
There is an element to me that does get frustrated with, hey, go force something and make it happen because you are transcendently great. Stars got a star in this league. He does need to grow up. Now, I think his growth has been stunted by all the things we've talked about.
The lineup to this point regarding the Wings has been impressive. The team as is playing at or above expectations. Kane is a luxury. Use him wisely. Power play, critical faceoffs, set up specialists 12 to 18 minutes. Wings 100 points this season. Jim in Shelby.
Do you remember before the year there was a conversation about expecting to make the playoffs or not? And this division's too tough. Win tonight, the Wings are in second place in this division. They've already beaten Boston twice. They've scored more goals than anyone in the division and the conference. The Kane move speaks to a level of readiness to win. He doesn't pick you if you're not ready to win, and it doesn't make sense for the Wings to bring him aboard if they're not in at least playoff contention.
And to your point about that conversation regarding, okay, they're going to struggle in the division, and I don't want to blow his head up even more than what it is because he's sitting here bragging about getting to Brinket, but Kenny Cott, sitting next to me, was one of the ones who told me and told Detroit, somebody, 2 teams or 3 teams are going to drop off in that division, gives Detroit a chance to step up. That seems to have happened so far.
It's why he's going to be pressing that horn one of these games down at LCA.
I also did bring us to Brinket. You're welcome, Detroit.
Yes, to say if it's between you or me getting to press that horn, it's you. I don't want to take that honor from you.
We could do it together, same time.
Oh, like a all hands in the middle.
Exactly.
David, you want to be there too?
Come on.
Am I allowed? Yeah. Am I allowed? You sure? Yes. I mean, are you sure?
Oh, don't do that. Hockey's for everyone. 248-539-97. Kenny's shaking his head. We're not going to get into that today. All right, we want to hear from you guys. Let's talk to Tyler. Tyler, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
It's the Pistons. I like to consider them a hard stomach, but they're kind of like must-watch TV. It's kind of like your neighbors arguing, and you go outside to do yard work. Just keep an eye on, see if anything interesting happens.
Tyler, you're out there.
I'm kind of waiting to this.
You're out there raking leaves, don't even need to be raked anymore. You're trimming up a bush that's been trimmed. You're just finding a reason to stay and linger.
Yeah, I kind of want to linger around to December 26th because that would be the 29th loss, and that would be a new NBA record because I'm kind of hoping they're going to get that now.
I don't know. It's find me the win. It's the worst game to play going right now. Find me the win. There aren't many even potential wins on the Pistons schedule. December 21st, they'll host the Jazz. I think that's the only team with a losing record between now and the end of 2023. And you go, they'll still lose to the Jazz. Lauri Markkanen, 40-point day. I mean, come on. Let's get to Lee. Lee, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, Jim?
What's up?
David, how's it going?
What's up, man?
On the Pistons, man. All right, hey, how you doing, Dave? Just real quick, man. I'm gonna try to be quick. Troy Weaver got to go. I'm gonna tell you why. He's made too many bad decisions in regards to the Pistons. He drafted Killian Hayes. Look at Tyrese Halliburton. I was hollering Tyrese Halliburton from Iowa State draft night. He didn't get him. Then you get the dead body of Joe Harris. We had like $25, $26 million over the summer. You spend 19 of it on an expiring contract on somebody who was hurt half the year last year and then helped out Brooklyn and signing Cam Johnson. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then with that, you sign Beef Stew. Some people like it. I don't agree with that. And then you signed Marvin Bagley. Then you picked up the dead body of what's his name, Wiseman. They're just trying to pick up different pieces of certain players and put them all together, and it's not clicking. And Troy Weaver, he's made too many bad decisions, and it all starts with the owner who cares, an owner who wants to win. And it just seems like the owner just want to get some money out of it. And, that's his business. He's a billionaire, whatever. But at the end of the day, Troy Weaver has to go. And I know somebody who knows Troy personally. And every time I see him, we get into an argument about this because he's defending Troy. But I know, right? And he's made too many bad decisions with this organization, and he has to go, man. I don't know if he will want to come here, but go get a Mark Jackson. Go get somebody who's in love and infatuated with the game, who knows the game, and bring him in here, and let's retool this thing and get rid of everybody except for about 3 players, and let's just start this thing back over because the losing streak is out of control. I went down there for the LeBron game, and whatnot, but other than that, I'm not even watching it. Come on, man. It's just too terrible. It's an embarrassment to the city. And we got to start a petition. We got to get Troy out of here, man. What y'all thinking?
I'm with you on it. Listen, it's not his first year or his second year. If you had a prolonged losing streak at the start of a rebuild, or what he calls it, a restore, fine. 4th season, 8 first-round draft picks, 5 players on the roster drafted in the top 5. You have a great collection of on-paper talent, but the job isn't to collect on paper. It's about pieces fitting together. Player A can play with player B and player C, and that leads to winning. On a fundamental level, the puzzle pieces do not fit together. That's the GM's fault at this point. By the way, I love that David and I had that moment. Just like an OK Corral, who's going to get to the siren first? I think David won that, by the way. But just by a half a second.
That was fun.
I do think there's a little bit of an oil and water with Monty and Weaver, because I'm just reading between the lines here. When we were waiting for a coach to be hired, it sure sounded like Weaver wanted Kevin Ollie. I'm not telling you it'd be better or worse. I just think that was a guy he really wanted, and it seemed like Gores was underwhelmed with the finalists. Remember, they all flew out to L.A.? Because why would they meet in Detroit? To run the system that... But I don't know that there's a system that works with these guys. It is a toxic oil and water situation because then Monty Williams running 11-man rotations. Jaden Ivey doesn't play in the first quarter last night. He's been relegated to the bench. Cade sitting at the same time as Bogdanovich. So effectively, you have no offensive creator for 6-7 minutes at a time.
Yeah, that's very, very smart way to run your rotation.
All of it's terrible. So yes, I think the only thing left to do is root for losing, root for a rock bottom that they have yet to hit. You have to watch out of just sheer amusement, the absurdity. The car crash by the side of the road. 248-539-9797. Wojo had a column today. I want to do a dramatic reading because when Wojo takes out the hammer and starts swinging at an organization, it's gotten bad. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Lions have released their injury report from practice today. Frank Ragnow was once again out, but Alex Anzalone did practice for the second straight day. Detroit 3-point favorites at the Bears on Sunday. The Red Wings are red hot. They've won 3 straight games and 6 of 7 overall, and tonight they'll add a future Hall of Famer to their lineup. Patrick Kane will make his debut against the Sharks tonight at Little Caesars Arena. The Wings enter this game just 1 point behind the second-place Panthers. JT Compher will miss the game with an injury. That puck drop is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And new Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith has added 6 assistant coaches to his staff, all coming from Oregon State with him. That includes offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren and secondary coach Blue Adams. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
Not Valeni, not Rico. Jim Costa taking you to 5 o'clock. Wojo and Rieger going to be on a little earlier today. Speaking of Wojo, I want to read some of his column here in a second. Dramatic reading as he goes in on the Pistons' 18 straight losses. But first, back to the people. Charlie, you're on 97.1. How you doing, Charlie?
Hey, not too bad. Thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Okay, so a couple things regarding the Pistons. I don't know where people are hating on Cade. I think it's a luxury having him. He's the best thing we have going. Our one spark of hope. So I don't know where that comes from. And then the other point I wanted to make is I just can't stand how the lottery system works now in the NBA. I think worst team should get number one overall. I mean, I think in basketball the number one overall compared to other sports is even more important. I think the lottery has really screwed over Detroit quite a bit these last 5 years, and I think they should switch back to worst team gets the first pick overall. And I don't think, and if a team is tanking, if a team is multiple years in a row worst in league, then maybe at that point they stop getting first pick and then moves to second or third overall. But I think that's a huge issue there. And then regarding the Red Wings, I trust in the Eyes are playing. It's really all coming together. It's a real treat to watch them. I think they've just dramatically improved these last 4 years. You can see each year they get better and better and better. So Red Wings, I think we're just in cruise mode. I think yeah. And then the Patrick Kane thing is huge. Players don't want to come to his place unless they think they're like him. He's not going to trade to the Red Wings unless they think they have a real shot. So he could have gone several other teams. I think Florida wanted him too. So I think that's a great sign. For the Wings. I think.
Yeah, I'm with you, Charlie. Like even if the hip isn't what it once was and he's not what he once was, it's still a signal of where the Red Wings are at in this process, where they are in terms of the competitiveness. Yeah, I think it was a big shot in the arm emotionally, and I think he will be a good hockey player this season, even if not, his old, what do we say, Chelsea Dagger self. I still think he's going to be a good player for this team.
Yep. And
Charlie, it's interesting that you bring up lottery luck or lack thereof, because you say the Pistons haven't really had much of it. No argument. That's the thing that people were saying about the Red Wings up until Yzerman went and did some things, traded for DeBrincat, brought in Patrick Kane, signed Gostisbehere, found a goalie in Alex Lyon. Kenny, another one I'm missing, JT Compher. Yzerman went and did something about it. And Weaver this last offseason had cap space. What did he do about it, Charlie? I think you and I know the answer. It's nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, listen, it's a great point. Kenny, you looked like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, Charlie danced around one of the points that I really like about this, about the Patrick Kane stuff, and it's that proves that respected players around the league actually want to come here. This is turning more, it's not a destination yet, but it's turning into a place that could be a destination. You don't get a Patrick Kane. He had the choice between all the East Coast teams. Florida was in the mix. Teams that were considered to be good teams were interested in him.
Florida played in the Stanley Cup a year ago.
Exactly. He chose this over that.
Kevin, you're on 97.1. Is that David crying in the background? Kevin, talk to us. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me? Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Long time listener, first time caller here. So I'm calling about. Look, I'm an usher down there. I want to talk about the Pistons. So I watch a lot of the games, And we got a buddy. Let's just call him Tom, okay? And we've been debating back and forth here. He has this mindset the Pistons are actually good and they're a few pieces away. And I got a couple notes here that he wanted me to go over here. So apparently their big three, which would be Bojan, Monty Morris, and Livers, that would equate to them being 500 if they were a fully healthy team. He's fine with Gores. He loves T-shirt time. He believes that they should give him time, give Weaver time. He doesn't think 4 years is enough. And apparently they're good at drafting. And, they just got to make more shots and give more effort. That's kind of where he's at. And, a few of us just don't believe that. So I just want to get your guys' opinion and what you think.
Let it play out. No, I mean, come on. What are we doing here? The idea, and I read this from one of the beat writers a couple weeks back, the real evaluation hasn't started until they get Bogdanovich and Monty Morris healthy. Yeah, no, the real evaluation is on the players you drafted in the first round, of which you've had 8 selections. That's the real evaluation. Are there ancillary pieces that could make them a little better? Sure. But come on now.
Bogdanovich is your savior? That can't be the answer.
But here's the thing. That guy, he calls in. He's got a group of his friends. They watch these games. Like, they're subjecting themselves to this on a nightly basis. David, I was at a bar last night. They did not have the Pistons game on.
Good for them.
And we walked a fine line of, are we going to be the losers who go up and ask them to put on the Pistons game? But we did, because I have to watch this awful product.
Oh, you asked them to turn it on.
And they, to their credit, they did. They put the Pistons game on, and nobody left because of it. There wasn't like a boycott of the restaurant or the bar.
So
but
hold on. There's no Detroit sports going on but the Pistons, and locally in the bar, they have what's on?
There was like a tennis match. I don't know if it was a rerun or something. I don't think tennis is still being played. Not my sport. I'm serious. They did not have it on. We asked them to put it on. I know.
Pickleball was on it. One TV.
All right, David, I want to do a dramatic reading of Wojo's column today. And let me just give people the headline. Wojo, Piston misery hits new lows. Major changes have to happen. The Pistons roster is so disjointed, so haphazardly built. This is what you get. This is what Troy Weaver slapped together in his 4th season as GM. And barring sudden turnaround, it absolutely should be his last. Owner Tom Gores, if he's still paying attention, must consider a regime change just years after Weaver started with such promise. Wojo goes on. The makeup of the roster, devoid of a point guard, dead-eye shooters, scoring wings, or any defensive disposition. It's pathetic to say, but they could flirt with the NBA's all-time worst record, 9-73. The Pistons franchise used to be the ultimate team, a collection of interchangeable pieces that won the hard way, even the right way. It seems a long time ago, because it was. It was an entire generation ago. The Pistons today look like out-of-place pieces, like patio furniture strewn about the living room. Strewn, great word by Wojo. Writer word. He says, individually they have talent from Cunningham to Duran to Ivy to Thompson. Collectively, they're non-functioning. When the coroner's report from Wojo makes its way onto your phone, that body's been dead for weeks. Singed. They're doing like the DNA tests on the teeth. That was the Pistons, not anymore.
I think those are the Pistons. Can't tell yet.
Woof. Hey, Wojo coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll get some of his thoughts. 97.1. Happy Patrick Kane night to those celebrating. Little Caesars Arena will have the game right here on the ticket. 3-time Stanley Cup champ Vet says he still got it. First chance to see it on a line with DeBrincat tonight. Kenny's feeling it. Decked out in his Red Wing gear today. But Kenny, you said he's all washed up.
I said it was a terrible signing. I hated it. So many people misquoting me. That's fine.
I get it. Not everybody listens every single minute of the show. But you are excited for tonight as the hockey guy on the show.
I wasn't at the beginning of the day. I was kind of lukewarm. I was thinking, this is going to be a fun day. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. But the closer we get to 7 o'clock, I'm starting to be like, all right, maybe this could be a little bit fun tonight. Let's see. I'm excited.
Willie, you're on 97.1. What's up?
Hey, guys. Let me preface this by saying, number one, I'm a diehard Maple Leaf fan, but I sure wish we would have taken a run at Kane because the leadership skills that guy has is second to none. I understand he's a bit of a defensive liability, but we've got like 4 guys that that we're paying $10 million plus a year for, and they don't know how to win.
You're right.
And I think that guy would. I think Kane would just be it would just be an added plus for sure.
Well, people rave about like the hockey sense. It's maybe one of those things that's hard to quantify, but you know it when you see it. A guy who's always in the right spot, sees the game before it happens. Like that doesn't go away no matter what's left of your hip. And I think that's part of what's exciting is not only what he'll provide off the ice, but I don't think this is an issue that he won't be able to contribute on the ice either. I think he's going to help him.
Well, yeah, no, I agree 100%. And good for the Wings to get him. I think it's going to help them immensely.
Mm-hmm.
And which is scary for us.
So then you tell me from the outside looking in, this is a playoff team in Detroit?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about that. Obviously, Kane obviously thought so too.
Right? Yeah, exactly. From a guy with a good hockey mind, he says, "Yeah, this is a playoff team. Get the car flags out." All right, Harrison, you're next up. Harrison, let's talk some hockey. What's up?
Cookies. Good to hear from you, man.
Hey, yeah, good to hear from you.
So I was listening to a lot of old Brett Hull stuff recently because I'm a nerd. Sorry. I'm sure Kenny loves that. But Brett Hull talks a lot about how he wanted to play with a lot of the older guys, and then Scotty Bowman put him with Datsuk, and then he never wanted to play with anyone else. And I think when you put a guy like Kane, who is, every bit as good as a lot of those 2002 vets, around some of these young guys who are in the middle of their development, like Raymond, for example, who are good, talented players. But when you put a guy like that around them every day, I think it can fast track some of the development. And maybe you see a jump from even guys he's not playing on a line with, some of these younger guys that could make them just a little better. He can give them a little bit of that hockey sense. I really think beyond Patrick Kane's time here, there will be some of these guys that look back and say signing him was what made me what I turned into, because that's what made Datsuk and Zetterberg, I think, what they turned into.
It's a good note. Rub off on him. A little bit of that hockey IQ imparted on the younger generation. Listen, help a young hockey team, a veteran presence, stabilize through some of the downs that happen over the course of the season. But yeah, we're talking about a playoff team here. How about that? We got, Wojo and Rieger standing by?
Oh, yeah. What's going on there, Cookie Man?
Hey, what's up, Woj? We read some of your column today.
My column, okay?
He was massaging his column. Hey, Jim,
Yeah. Thank you.
People don't know this. We're at the Sterling Heights Buffalo Wild Wings. We're giving out Lions tickets, but Wojo literally just came in here. And I'm like, what were you doing? I walked by Wojo's car, and Troy Weaver was yelling at him.
Stop!
Like you were a yelling match with Troy Weaver.
That was a really long way to go to a bad image. Okay, stop it, please.
What did he say to you?
Would you shut up? He didn't say anything.
He thought it was very unfair in his column last night.
No. Honestly, people freak. I already did. People freak out sometimes. People freak out sometimes when media or whatever criticize or get angry or whatever. But these guys aren't stupid. They know. Troy Weaver knows. Monty Williams knows. The Pistons know.
Oh, you think they know 18 in a row is bad?
Yes, I think they're aware of that. I think they would I don't think they're expecting roses and hosannas at this stage, or even cookies at this stage. So what we have to help them do, though, we're here to help them. We have to help them to turn it around. We have to figure, after criticizing and stating how awful it is, we have to try to help them fix it, right?
Well,
do we?
I actually
Kind
do
of?
agree with
Maybe.
Valenti and Costa.
Why,
You
what's
guys
your
had a
idea?
fantastic show today, but I kind of feel you guys ripped me off. Because I came on the air yesterday. You weren't here, Wojo, but I
Yeah.
said you got to root for them to lose. You have to shame them because
I'm not.
now.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
That's too cheap and easy.
No, but Jim's doing
It's
it.
kinda fun.
Mike's doing it.
It is kinda
It
fun.
really is kind of fun. Like, it really is. Then if you bet against them, too, while doing it, it's really kind of like the double dose of
if
excitement.
you had told me somebody at the station was being cheap and easy, I'd guess cookies. Oh!
Whoa!
Oh! Wow!
Wow! Who is this Wojo?
I know.
He's just firing shots.
What is wrong with
I was gonna say you're writing little edgy columns now and taking shots at people. I like this Wojo. Is this Wojo here to stay?
Are you like having a midlife crisis?
No. I've switched medications. That's all. No. Honestly, being there yesterday, it was awful to watch.
He switched from gin to vodka.
I do
During the
that.
game.
Now, hold on, Kenny. I don't drink your little swill, whatever that is, Captain Edward or whatever that is. But every now and then I'll switch to the vodka, sure. Yeah. When I'm in a cheap and easy mood. Mm-hmm.
What are you guys gonna get after tonight?
We're going to be cliche and easy as well. Pistons.
Patrick Kane.
And where's
potentially
Jonathan
the
Taves?
Lions.
Where's Taves?
Poor Taves.
I know. His skin hurts.
No, that's Marian Hossa.
Oh.
Yeah, he's now done.
What about
that whole
Duncan
Chicago team
Keith?
Oh, sure. Why?
Oh, he was a
Duncan
great defenseman.
Teeth, basically.
Do you know that when
Remember?
the Wings lost Game 7 to Chicago, Duncan Keith had that game-winning goal that went off Nick Cronwell's skate?
Thanks for reminding us.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
That was
I do.
The Wings were up
interesting.
3 games
Yeah.
to 1,
Yeah.
and everybody's like, yeah! And then
Yeah.
they choked it away.
Yeah.
Wasn't
That was
very
an
good.
interesting tidbit there.
Thanks, Buzz Killington. All right, it's Wojo and Rieger. They're coming up next live from Buffalo Wild Wings,
Can we all just be
97.1.
nice to each other?